Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
Chapter 1-1 I became Rosinante and ate the silent fruit. Is this a joke? The Pirate King, Gold Roger, has been captured. Gold Roger, the Pirate King, will be executed in Logetown. The place where it began shall also be the place where it ends. Gold Roger will be executed in Logetown. Newsbirds soared through the skies, scattering newspapers like falling leaves. Papers that usually cost 50 berries a copy were now freely drifting through the air, littering every corner of the world. Rosinante casually reached out and snatched one from the sky. Gold Roger, huh. So the great pirate era is finally about to begin. Rosinante murmured as he stared at the headline. His full name was Don Quixote Rosinante, younger brother of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, adoptive son of the marine hero Sengoku, and the original wielder of the silent fruit. But the Rosinante standing here today wasn't the same one from the original story. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, Sanders was just an ordinary college student who had just completed military training. When he woke up, he found himself inside Rosinante's body. At that very moment, Rosinante had passed out from crying after witnessing his father's murder at the hands of his own brother. That was when Sanders' soul crossed over and merged with Rosinante's. Once the fusion completed, Sanders' soul took control. After all, he was a mentally mature adult, while the young Rosinante's spirit had been weakened by grief, making it easy for Sanders to absorb his consciousness. Gaining access to Rosinante's memories brought a wry smile to Sanders' face. As one of the big three shonen manga series, One Piece was universally known. And because of Doflamingo and Law's popularity, Rosinante had become a memorable side character. However, if you were to rank the top 10 most useless devil fruits in One Piece, Rosinante's silent fruit would undoubtedly make the list. The power of silence, which supposedly helped improve sleep quality. When Sanders first saw Rosinante in Law's flashback arc, he thought, is this fruit just a gag? And combined with Rosinante's graffiti antics, Sanders was convinced it was a gag. But then came the real kicker. From Rosinante's memories, Sanders realized he had already eaten the fruit he considered a joke. After the Don Quixote family was expelled from the Holy Land of Mary Gosa and their celestial dragon status was exposed, they were relentlessly hunted down. Their home was torched, Rosinante's mother fell gravely ill, and with hunger gnawing at their bellies, Doflamingo dragged his little brother to scavenge for food in the trash. That was when Rosinante unknowingly ate a strange fruit. All he remembered was that it tasted absolutely horrible, but he didn't think much of it at the time. After all, it came from a garbage heap. He just assumed it was rotten fruit. Even now, Rosinante had no idea what he'd eaten. But Sanders, who was familiar with One Piece, knew instantly it was a devil fruit. After merging with Rosinante's soul, Sanders' spirit grew stronger and even gained the ability to evolve with the body. And it was thanks to this newfound spiritual strength that he could clearly sense the fruit's ability. It was indeed the silent fruit from the manga. Transmigrating into this world wasn't the issue. Not becoming the protagonist or a powerful main character wasn't either. Even ending up as Rosinante was fine. If push came to shove, he could always cling to Doflamingo's or Sengoku's leg and eventually get his hands on a better fruit to boost his strength. Even without Doffy or Sengoku's help, Rosinante had enough knowledge to track down a couple of strong devil fruits himself. Sooner or later, he'd make a name for himself in the One Piece world. But eating the silent fruit? That was a death sentence for anyone dreaming of power through devil fruits. Not only did it saddle him with the crippling weaknesses to seawater and seastone, but it also sealed off the power-up through fruit route entirely. Eventually, Rosinante left the Don Quixote family. Sure, staying with Doflamingo had its perks, but after inheriting this body, he also inherited a deep emotional scar. Rosinante didn't want to stay with Doflamingo. Not because he wanted revenge, Doflamingo was still his biological brother. But after witnessing Doflamingo murder their father with his own hands, Rosinante had realized something terrifying. Doflamingo was a born demon, and he wanted nothing to do with him. So, Rosinante walked away from the Don Quixote family. Although the silent fruit wasn't good for combat, it was a top-tier stealth tool. It could erase sound and conceal movements so effectively that no one in the entire Don Quixote family even noticed when he vanished. Perhaps they didn't care. All they ever cared about was Doflamingo. After leaving the family, fate took a turn, perhaps due to the butterfly effect of the transmigration, and he never encountered Sengoku. Instead, he wandered the North Blue alone. He worked odd jobs and was cheated by heartless employers, became a thief and got chased through the streets, fought wild beasts for food, hunted pirates for bounty money, and was even pursued by the world government, or more precisely, by the celestial dragons. Doflamingo had once taken their father's severed head back to Marijoy, begging to be reinstated as a celestial dragon. But they rejected him. He nearly lost his life there. Worse still, Doflamingo accidentally discovered a terrifying secret, that national treasure of Marijoy. From that point on, the celestial dragons issued a kill order on the entire Don Quixote bloodline. As one of the last two remaining true Don Quixote descendants, Rocinante was implicated. The CP agents came after him relentlessly. Luckily, with the silent fruit, he managed to escape both overt and covert assassination attempts time and again. Lobetown, guess I'll go check it out. I've been dropped into this world, how could I not go see something this historic for myself? Rocinante chuckled as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. With Rocinante's background, joining the Marines was out of the question. Becoming a bounty hunter wasn't possible either. The only path left for him was piracy. Rocinante had been expecting news of the Pirate King's capture for some time. Over the years, CP agents had never stopped hunting him. Perhaps their repeated failures had caused internal pressure, because they eventually sent a CP0 agent after him, and Sanders had nearly died at that agent's hands. So when he saw the newspaper headline, "Roger caught and set for execution in Lobetown," he finally let out a breath of relief. Because the dawn of the great pirate era would stir the seas into chaos. Countless people would rush to the oceans. The Marines and world government would be overwhelmed, and only then would the pressure on him finally begin to ease. Chapter 2-2 3 Types of Hacky. Phew. Isn't this my adorable little brother? As soon as Rocinante stepped into Lobetown, he ran into Doflamingo and his crew. As expected. "There's no way you'd miss an event this big, Doffy," Rocinante replied coolly. Running into Doflamingo in Lobetown was entirely within Rocinante's expectations. In the original story, Doflamingo was already present during the Pirate King's execution. Even in this altered life, Rocinante knew his brother well enough to anticipate his presence. Doflamingo would never skip out on a spectacle like this. He. You're so cold now. Weren't you the cutest little thing when you were young? Always calling out, "Big brother," so sweetly. Doflamingo grinned. The family's already broken, so what's the point of reminiscing? The one who pulled the trigger that shattered it all, wasn't that you? Rocinante's voice was calm but carried a sharp edge. Oi, is this really Rocinante? Haven't seen him for a few years and now he's all full of himself. Doffy, want me to teach him a lesson? Treble sneered, stepping forward. Phew. You've got every right to hate me, but there's something you're wrong about. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed as he spoke. It wasn't me who shattered the family. It was our father. The moment he chose to abandon the celestial dragons, the moment our mother died, our home was already broken. I never had that man as a father. But I still hoped, still do, that my little brother would come back home. There's always a place for you beside me. Let's not kid ourselves. I have no interest in living alongside someone who could murder his own father. No matter how you spin it, you can't erase the fact that you pulled the trigger on your own kin. If I stayed by your side, I'd be constantly wondering when you'd come up with a reason to aim at me too, Rocinante replied flatly. Phew. That's harsh. But you're still my little brother, after all, Doflamingo said with a forced smile. You think I'm still that same Rocinante you could bend to your will? Rocinante shot Doflamingo a disdainful glance. Looks like Treble was right. You really have become arrogant these past few years. As your older brother, I have a duty to bring you back to reality. As he spoke, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged. In an instant, he lashed out with a powerful kick. And I'm not the only one who's changed. Rocinante countered with a punch of his own. Fist met foot, and a shockwave burst out from the clash, sending a gust of wind rippling through the street. Armament Hacky. Diamante shouted, eyes wide. Both Rocinante and Doflamingo's limbs were cloaked in a layer of black, clearly imbued with Armament Hacky. It's no surprise Doffy has mastered Armament Hacky at his age. After all, he has the potential of a king, he even has Conqueror's Hacky. But Rocinante, to think he's also awakened it at this age. Treble exclaimed in disbelief. You've definitely grown stronger over the years. Your bounty poster already hinted at it. But I suppose it makes sense, you are, after all, a Don Quixote. One of the 20 royal bloodlines that founded the world government. If you can survive long enough, power like this is only natural. However, Doflamingo's tone suddenly darkened as a tremendous pressure burst from him, washing over the area like a tidal wave. Weaker onlookers dropped unconscious without even knowing what hit them. You're destined to kneel to me. Because there can only be one head of the family, Doflamingo declared, face full of arrogance. It's just Conqueror's Hacky. Nothing to brag about. Only someone like you would cling to it like a trophy, Rocinante said as he lifted his head calmly. A moment later, an equally fearsome wave of pressure surged from his body, colliding with Doflamingo's aura. The air between them twisted and sparked, dark lightning crackled where their wills clashed. Conqueror's Hacky. He has the same royal spirit as Captain. Impossible. Besides Doffy, Rocinante has it too. Phew. I really did underestimate you. Doflamingo's expression turned serious for the first time. You sure you don't want to return to the family? You already know my answer, Rosinante said, his voice like cold steel. Every user of Conqueror's Haki has an unshakable will. Fine then, I'll just beat you into submission. What a shame, though, such a waste of talent. 5 color strings. As he unleashed his signature move, razor-sharp strings of 5 vibrant colors shot from Doflamingo's hands. Clang! Rosinante drew the sword at his waist just in time, intercepting the attack. His armament Haki was newly awakened and not yet refined enough to withstand Doflamingo's piercing threads for long. The battlefield became a whirlwind of flashing swords and deadly strings. Their Conqueror's Haki surged through the air, sparking black lightning with every clash. Blade sliced, thread slashed, and the surrounding area was torn to shreds. Anything caught between them was instantly cut apart. Amazing. Rosinante is holding his own against the Lord Doflamingo. Gladius gasped. No, Doffy hasn't even used his full strength yet, Treble said grimly. What's that? Citizens in the distance stared, eyes wide, as the shockwaves and crackling energy lit up the sky. Someone's fighting over there. Conqueror's Haki. That's the clash of 2 Conqueror's Haki users. A few knowledgeable onlookers recognized the fearsome aura immediately. 2 wielders of kingly will appearing just like that. Lobetown really is a gathering place for storms, someone murmured thoughtfully. Whoa, whoa, this is scary. 2 kings just showing up at once. How terrifying. A beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky and transformed into a man. His beady eyes and twisted smile formed a grotesque grin. Though he spoke of fear, not a single trace of it could be found on his face, only scorn and mockery. Borsellino. The moment he appeared, both Doflamingo and Rosinante turned their heads toward him, their expressions instantly tensing with wariness. Borsellino, future Admiral Kizaru, was still just a vice-admiral at this point, but his strength was already monstrous. Seeing him appear, the members of the Don Quixote family grew visibly anxious. So scary, Borsellino drawled mockingly. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the sea thug, and the rest of the Don Quixote crew, not to mention Rosinante the Silent Blade. What do you think? Should I just arrest all of you right here? His eyes gleamed as he stared directly at Rosinante, his voice dripping with faux innocence. A monster vice-admiral from the Marines, huh? Phew, you here to catch us? Doflamingo asked, smirking. It's not exactly the right time to hunt pirates. Borsellino replied lazily. But since you've all decided to cause trouble in Lobetown, don't blame me if I haul you in. Chapter 3 Silence, the Fruit of Stillness. Phew. Aren't you afraid this could spark a full-scale war between pirates and the Navy? Doflamingo laughed sinisterly. He. The Whitebeard pirates are just roaming these waters, you know. Right now, Lobetown had become a powder keg, a gathering place for the world's top forces. Even the Whitebeard pirates were lurking nearby. Although the Navy had concentrated its strength here, they didn't dare make a move too soon, especially not before the execution of the Pirate King. Any misstep could ignite a war, not against one crew, but the entire pirate world. And while the Navy was strong, it wasn't invincible. The fleet admiral's orders were clear: don't stir trouble. I don't want any either, Borsellino said lazily, that oily smirk never leaving his face. But if you guys are the ones asking for it, if I let you run wild here and the Navy just stands by watching, then where's our authority? So even if I arrest you all here and now, no one's going to question it. Damn it, retreat. Doflamingo's expression darkened, and he gave the order. With that, the Don Quixote family began withdrawing. Doflamingo knew picking a fight with the Navy right now was unwise, not with so many top Navy brass present. Even Borsellino, just a vice-admiral at the moment, already had power comparable to an admiral. They didn't call him a monster for nothing. Trying to leave now? Too late. Yasakani no Magatama. Borsellino's hands lit up with a blinding glow. Run! Treble shouted. Don't you dare hurt Doffy! Shrieked Pika, slamming his hands into the ground. Stone walls erupted from the earth, shielding the retreating Don Quixote family. In the next moment, a barrage of laser lights exploded through the air. The battlefield was consumed by the relentless hail of Borsellino's light-based attacks, each beam causing a chain of deafening explosions. No wonder he's a future admiral. What terrifying power, Rosinante muttered, slipping away in the opposite direction amidst the chaos. But I'm not here to fight, time to vanish. As the smoke cleared, Borsellino paused, his attack ceasing. They got away. Pretty impressive. He narrowed his eyes. The Don Quixote family really is a pain. I can't take them all down alone. And Doflamingo's connections in the underworld make any move against him complicated. He turned his attention toward Rosinante's retreating figure. But that guy, Rosinante, now he's a soft target. Might as well bag him and report some results. Borsellino turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Hey, kid, ever been kicked at the speed of light? Borsellino suddenly appeared beside Rosinante, his leg already swinging. But Rosinante, as if expecting it, raised his arm in advance, cloaking it in armament Haki. Clang. He blocked the light-speed kick squarely. You're really going to ignore Doflamingo and chase me instead? Isn't that a little unfair? Rosinante said coldly, holding off the admiral's strike. Not bad. You've got solid observation haki, but what can I say, you're alone. Catching Doflamingo is way too much trouble. You, on the other hand, easy catch. Borsalino sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. Rosinante's eyes narrowed. So, you really have underestimated me. Suddenly, Rosinante looked up, locking eyes with Borsalino. Tell me something, has anyone ever said you rely too much on your devil fruit? At those words, Borsalino's brow twitched, irritation flashing across his face. But just then, Rosinante twisted his grip and grabbed Borsalino's leg with his hand. Stillness, fruit of silence. Rosinante growled. A strange, invisible force surged through his palm and into Borsalino's body. In that instant, Borsalino's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively tried to pull back, but his body didn't respond as expected. His Logia powers had gone silent. What? My powers? They're dormant. He gasped. You're the user of the silence fruit, but it can do this. Indeed, it could. Through countless battles and near-death escapes from CP0, Rosinante had steadily grown stronger. With the fusion of 2 lifetimes worth of soul, his observation haki had awakened early, and as his body matured, so too did his spiritual power. He realized that this powerful haki had incredible synergy with the silence fruit. Sound is just vibration. The silence fruit cancels sound, meaning it can still vibrations. So he wondered, if it could silence vibrations, could it silence other things? As his observation haki grew stronger, and with a little creative thinking, Rosinante had begun unlocking deeper layers of his fruit's potential. He discovered a terrifying truth: the silence fruit wasn't just a gimmick. Properly developed, it could rival, or even counter, Whitebeard's so-called strongest paramecia, the tremor fruit. Of course, power lies in the user. Rosinante wasn't nearly strong enough to challenge Whitebeard, not yet. But one technique he had just recently developed, fruit silence, allowed him to force a devil fruit into temporary dormancy, as if jamming a signal. It wasn't invincible. Against a powerful user like Borsalino, it should have only partially suppressed the powers. But Borsalino hadn't expected it, and let his guard down. Soul-chasing silence blade. At the same time he silenced Borsalino's fruit, Rosinante's other hand flashed to his sword hilt. Shing! A blade gleamed, drawn with absolute silence, not a whisper of steel. He struck. This wasn't the silent blade technique that had made him famous, this was something new. This slash made no sound, no aura, not even resistance. All friction and drag had been silenced. With no sound and no air resistance to slow it, the blade moved faster than sound. A heartbeat later, blood exploded from Borsalino's chest. A massive gash ripped through his uniform. He hadn't even had time to coat himself in armament haki. He stared at Rosinante in disbelief, and then, without another word, transformed into light and vanished into the horizon. He escaped. Rosinante lowered his blade, slipping it silently back into its sheath. Chapter 4:4 The Marines react. Impossible. Future Fleet Admiral Sengoku, currently a Marine Admiral, shot to his feet, clutching a den mushi, his expression filled with disbelief at the message relayed through the snail. What happened? Asked Vice Admiral Tsuru, the chief strategist of the Marines, who happened to walk in just then. She raised an eyebrow at Sengoku's rare display of shock. Borsalino was defeated. He's severely injured and unconscious, Sengoku replied grimly. Could it have been one of the legendary pirates? Tsuru asked with a frown. She knew Borsalino's strength well. Among the younger generation of Marines, few could match him. And with his Pika no Mi, even if he lost a fight, escape was never an issue. To injure him so badly and leave him unconscious, only the veterans of the pirate world could pull that off. Right now, Logue Town was crawling with those old legends. They might not be on the same level as Roger, Shiki, or Whitebeard, but they weren't far behind either. No, the one who defeated Borsalino was Don Quixote Rosinante, also known as the Silent Blade. And he did it in a single move. Sengoku's face was dark, his voice low. Don Quixote Rosinante, Doflamingo's younger brother. If I remember correctly, he's the user of the silence fruit. His sword skills are decent, and paired with the fruit's sound nullifying abilities, he earned the title, Silent Blade. Last known bounty, 76 million berries. His strength should only be around that of a rear admiral. He shouldn't be anywhere near capable of defeating Borsalino, Tsuru mused, clearly puzzled. The silence fruit. I recall it not being particularly powerful. Neither Rosinante's own abilities nor the fruit's power should be enough to inflict such serious injuries on someone like Borsalino. And yet, he barely escaped using the speed of his light powers, and now he lies unconscious. Sengoku's brows were tightly knit. This Rosinante is definitely not as simple as he seems. He's been hiding his true strength all along. And if he managed to stop Borsalino from escaping using light speed, then perhaps the silence fruit has abilities we've never imagined, Tsuru said gravely. This complicates things. Just as the storm over Logue Town looms, now a tidal wave crashes in, Sengoku said, tension rising in his voice. Dispatch Kyuzan and Sakazuki, Tsuru advised sternly. There's no other choice. Someone, summon Kyuzan and Sakazuki at once. Sengoku barked. Yes, sir. A messenger sprinted off to carry out the order. Moments later, Aokiji Kyuzen and Akainu Sakazuki walked into the room. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, they greeted. You two are to lead a squad to seal off all of Lobetown. Search every corner and bring back Don Quixote Rozinante. I want him found, immediately, Sengoku commanded. Rozinante. Kyuzen and Sakazuki exchanged a surprised glance. The name was unfamiliar, and they didn't understand why this particular pirate warranted such a high-priority mission during such a critical time. Just earlier, Borsalino was gravely injured at Rozinante's hands and is still unconscious, Sengoku explained with weight in his tone. Both Kyuzen and Sakazuki were stunned. As fellow members of the Marines, monster vice admirals, they knew better than anyone just how powerful Borsalino was. For him to lose, and not just lose but be left unconscious, and at the hands of someone virtually unknown, that defied belief, especially since Borsalino's fruit allowed him to escape almost any situation. Rozinante, former world noble, of the Don Quixote family, younger brother to Doflamingo, a silence fruit user. Current bounty, 76 million berries, Sengoku recited, handing them Rozinante's file. But given he could injure Borsalino to such an extent, that fruit must possess abilities we've yet to understand. Be cautious when you confront him, he warned. Yes, sir. The two vice admirals responded and turned to leave, setting the operation in motion. At such a sensitive time, let's hope this doesn't spark a full-scale war, Garp said, stepping in and glancing at Sengoku. We have no choice, Sengoku sighed. News of Borsalino's defeat won't stay hidden. The Marines have been heavily promoting the three vice admirals as a symbol of strength. His fall will deal a serious blow to our reputation. If we don't respond, we'll lose all deterrent power. At the moment of Roger's execution, the stage is already full of young pirates who don't know their place, and old pirates waiting to fan the flames. If we let this go, chaos will erupt. Kyuzen and Sakazuki need to send a message. Only then can we minimize the damage, Tsuru added. Let's hope it works, Sengoku said with a sigh. At the very least, there won't be war before Roger's execution. After all, the ones who want Roger dead aren't limited to the Marines, Tsuru said confidently. Right now, Lobetown had become the focal point of the world. No secrets could survive here, any movement would be known to every major power. The clash between Rozinante and Doflamingo's conquerors Haki had already drawn enough attention. When Borsalino stepped in, it only added fuel to the fire. And when word spread that Borsalino had been defeated, the shockwaves echoed across all factions. Phew. I didn't expect Rozinante to be hiding such strength. He actually managed to take down Borsalino. Doflamingo was surprised when he heard the news. Even he found Borsalino troublesome to deal with. In fact, even the entire Don Quixote family together might not have stood a chance against him. That Rozinante managed it. Clearly, there were depths to his brother he hadn't seen before. Hey, Daffy. You sure Rozinante had the strength to beat Borsalino? Treble asked suspiciously. Who knows? Doflamingo's eyes flickered with a strange light. It seemed he didn't know this younger brother as well as he thought. The silent blade. I wonder how deadly his sword truly is. Muttered a man with hawk-like eyes, a gleam of interest in his gaze. Old man. Vice Admiral Borsalino's been defeated. Marco cried out, holding a den mushy and staring at Whitebeard in astonishment. Gururarara. That flashy brat. Interesting. Who was it? Whitebeard laughed. He knew how strong the three monster vice admirals were. There were no rookies strong enough to take them on, so he assumed it was one of his old rivals making a move. It was a pirate called the Silent Blade. Bounties only 76 million. Doesn't ring any bells, probably a newcomer, Marco replied. Gururarara. Interesting. The new age hasn't even begun, and already the rookies are starting to dance. Whitebeard chuckled with a hint of admiration. Roger, so this is the new era you wanted to unleash. Chapter 5 Silence, the Power of Stillness. The defeat of one of the Navy's monster vice admirals sent ripples through Lobetown, stirring some of the rookie pirates into restless motion. But the moment Aokiji and Akainu were dispatched, their overwhelming power struck like a thunderclap, instantly suppressing any signs of rebellion. The two admirals lived up to their fearsome titles. Any pirate foolish enough to cause a stir in Lobetown was swiftly and brutally dealt with. The show of force not only reasserted the authority of the Navy's three vice admirals but also magnified the reputation of the man who had defeated one of them, Rozinante. After their sweeping crackdown, peace gradually returned to Lobetown. None of the rookies could match the strength of Aokiji or Akainu, and the veteran pirates had no interest in igniting war at such a volatile time. But beneath the calm surface, everyone could sense it, dangerous undercurrents swirled. Despite the Navy's all-out efforts, they could not locate Rozinante. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Eventually, Aokiji and Akainu were forced to return and report their failure. It was to be expected, Sengoku said calmly. The silence fruit can nullify sound transmission, and in Rozinante's hands, it's evolved into a potent tool for concealment. Even the world government had to mobilize CP agents around the globe and deploy special devil fruit users just to track him down. Your mission was more about quelling rookie pirates in Lobetown than actually capturing him. Just in time, he added. Borsalino has regained consciousness. Let's go see him. Yes, sir, Aokiji and Akainu responded, their faces expressionless as always. Sengoku, along with Aokiji, Akainu, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, headed to the infirmary at the Lobetown Naval Branch. When they entered, they found Borsalino unusually composed, his face marked with a rare seriousness. Without delay, he recounted the battle with Rosinante in full detail. Despite his usual lewd demeanor, Borsalino was proud to a fault. As a wielder of the glint fruit, he viewed the world with detached arrogance, believing nothing and no one could force him to take things seriously. But this defeat, it changed something. You're saying Rosinante's ability temporarily suppressed your devil fruit powers? Sengoku's expression turned grave. I admit I let my guard down, but in that instant, Rosinante managed to silence my abilities. When I tried to reawaken them, it felt sluggish, like waking up from a deep nap. Rosinante called this technique devil fruit silence, Borsalino said, his tone uncharacteristically solemn. What a terrifying ability, Aokiji muttered. Borsalino shot him a glare. That was supposed to be my line, his eyes seemed to say. A power that can silence devil fruit abilities. Can the silence fruit really do that? Sengoku's voice was heavy with concern. It's not entirely surprising, Tsuru said thoughtfully. Devil fruits are known for their mystique. Most pirates who consume them tend to be brutish and straightforward. If they get something powerful and direct, they obsessively hone it. But if the fruit seems useless, like the silence fruit, few bother to explore its deeper potential. Naturally, such hidden capabilities go undiscovered. But if Rosinante could develop a method to suppress devil fruits, she continued, what's stopping him from silencing physical strength, haki, even life itself? Or, space and time? That would be a disaster, Sengoku said, his voice low. This sin must be erased swiftly and completely, Akainu declared. No need to panic, Sengoku said. I'll report this to Fleet Admiral Kong and recommend an increase to Rosinante's bounty. For now, our top priority is executing the most notorious pirate of them all, Gold Roger. How's Roger doing? Aokiji asked. Garp is personally escorting him. He should arrive in Lobetown in a few days. If Vice Admiral Garp is in charge, then nothing will go wrong, Aokiji replied. Thousands of meters above Lobetown. Well, now that my abilities are exposed, pulling tricks on people won't be so easy anymore. The Navy couldn't find Rosinante because he was floating high above the clouds, well beyond their reach. Even if they turned every stone in Lobetown, they wouldn't find a trace of him. He had used the silence fruit to mute gravity itself, temporarily nullifying its pull to achieve flight. Ever since awakening his observation haki, Rosinante had gained the ability to sense his own and others' presence. While fleeing the world government's endless pursuit, he had gradually learned how to silence his own presence, effectively erasing his aura. But that sparked a deeper thought in his mind. If I can silence presence, can I silence other things? Resistance, friction, force, elements, haki, life, devil fruit abilities, even space and time itself? The idea alone startled even him. But then he thought, why not? If someone like Bartholomew Kuma could refine the pawpaw fruit to repel anything, even pain and space itself, why couldn't his silence fruit do the same, only by silencing instead of repelling? Of course, having the idea was one thing. Making it reality was another. The only reason he could mute his own presence was because his observation haki could detect it, allowing him to suppress it. So if he wanted to silence gravity, resistance, or friction, concepts that are intangible and elusive, he'd first have to perceive them. And so, Rosinante threw himself into relentless training, honing his sensory capabilities. Fortunately, the merging of two souls had given him extraordinary spiritual strength. As his body matured, so too did his soul, allowing his observation haki to grow rapidly in power. Through focused development, Rosinante finally reached a point where he could sense gravity, resistance, and friction and suppress them. He called this power the force of stillness. Chapter 6:6, Conqueror's Haki, a higher life-form suppression of the lower. After developing the power of silence, Rosinante crafted a terrifying technique, the soul-reaping blade. By silencing friction, resistance, breath, and sound, all the factors that slow a strike, Rosinante unleashed a slash so swift and so silent, it was undetectable even to a top-tier opponent like Borsalino. That was the very slash that had taken him down. Compared to his previous silent blade that only suppressed sound, this was a monumental leap in lethality. Not long after, Rosinante's observation haki evolved once again, gaining the ability to perceive life itself. Typical observation haki detects the presence and strength of people or creatures based on their aura or breath. But life, that was different. Life is an abstract, fundamental force. It's not something ordinary haki users can sense. Yet due to Rosinante's mutated soul, he could now perceive this elusive essence. Rosinante had always believed that if Don Quixote da Flamingo possessed Conqueror's haki, then so could he. After all, they both shared the bloodline of the celestial dragons. And with his transmigrated soul being far stronger than the original, Rosinante was convinced he had the potential. He'd always assumed that Conqueror's haki came from the soul, that it was a spiritual pressure strong enough to knock opponents out cold. So he kept trying to awaken it through soul stimulation. But when his observation haki reached the point where it could perceive life, the truth shocked him, he'd been wrong all along. Conqueror's haki didn't come from the soul. It was an expression of life's hierarchy, a natural suppression exerted by higher-level lifeforms upon the lower. In this world, where physical power reigns supreme, both haki and devil fruit powers require strong bodies to flourish. When certain individuals push their physical limits beyond human boundaries, people like Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Garp, and the future Yonko, they break free from ordinary constraints. Their very lifeforms evolve to a higher dimension. The descendants of these monstrous individuals inherit this elevated life potential. Though dormant, it lies hidden within them. Only through firm resolve and intense training can they awaken it. And its manifestation is Conqueror's haki. In essence, Conqueror's haki is a manifestation of higher life suppressing the lower. Those who possess it are born with superior life quality and overwhelming potential. Their growth is unhindered by the typical bottlenecks that limit others. As long as they work hard, greatness is inevitable. That's why the world calls them those with the quality of a king. After awakening his Conqueror's haki, Rosinante's potential surged. His observation haki grew sharper, and shortly after, his Busashoku haki, armament haki, also awakened. And with the power of silence in hand, he developed even more fearsome techniques. By sensing incoming attacks, he could use silence to weaken or completely nullify them. He could even perceive the inner workings of devil fruit users, and silence their powers from within. Originally, Rosinante had planned to keep these abilities hidden, reserved for ambushing powerful foes. But when he faced Borsalino, he had no choice. Had he held back then, it would have been him who fell that day. Truthfully, Rosinante was still weaker than Borsalino in raw power. But it was the Admiral's carelessness, and Rosinante's perfectly timed counter, that turned the tables. Borsalino is strong, Rosinante said, a smirk spreading across his face. But I'll be stronger. You lose to me once, you'll never catch up again. Ha 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 ha. Defeating Borsalino had given Rosinante unmatched confidence. His haki, especially his Conqueror's haki, rose to new heights. From his perch high in the sky, Rosinante used his powerful observation haki to keep tabs on everything. He was fully aware of Kyuzan and Sakazuki's fruitless search through Lobetown. But Rosinante didn't want to stir up trouble before the Pirate King's execution. So, he hid, suspended in midair, concealed in the sky, far beyond the Marine's reach. There were plenty of skilled haki users in Lobetown, but none could sense him. His own observation haki was powerful beyond compare. And his silent fruit suppressed both breath and sound, natural counters to enemy detection. Unless someone's observation haki was several times stronger than his, they'd never know he was there. Days later, over a dozen massive marine warships arrived at Lobetown's harbor. Sengoku stood waiting with the three monster Vice Admirals and Vice Admiral Tsuru. One by one, powerful marine elites disembarked, no fewer than 10 Vice Admirals, led by none other than the hero of the Marines, Iron Fist Garp. Yo, Sengoku, Tsuru, Garp greeted casually as he stepped off the ship. Everything goes smoothly? Sengoku asked with a chuckle. Ran into a few idiotic pirate crews along the way. Took care of him. Garp waved it off with a grin. Still as dashing as ever, Vice Admiral Garp, Kyuzan quipped. But judging by the battered state of the warships, things hadn't been as simple as Garp claimed. After all, Roger had conquered the Grand Line and earned the title of Pirate King, the ruler acknowledged by all pirates. Naturally, many pirates were unwilling to see him publicly executed. To them, it was a matter of pride. Dozens of pirate crews had attacked along the way. Had Garp not been part of the escort, the Vice Admirals alone likely wouldn't have been able to bring Roger safely to Lobetown. At that moment, Gold Roger, the Pirate King, began to disembark under heavy marine escort. Roger glanced around at his surroundings and laughed. Lobetown, huh, been a while. Ha ha ha, well, I suppose this is what they mean by falling leaves returning to their roots. Despite the shackles on his wrists and ankles, Roger looked nothing like a man on death row. He walked tall, like a victorious general returning from war. Then, he looked up at the sky. Just one glance, and Rosinante broke into a cold sweat. Roger had seen him. Chapter 7-7 The Pirate King and the Dawn of the Great Pirate Era. As expected of the Pirate King, even with life nearing its end, his observation haki is still terrifying. Rosinante exhaled deeply, his heart still pounding as he watched Gold Roger being escorted away by the Navy. Just now, with a single casual glance, Roger had spotted Rosinante's hidden presence. It truly lived up to the legend, the strongest observation haki capable of hearing the voices of all things. According to the myths, Roger possessed a form of observation haki so refined that he could perceive the voices of all living, and even non-living, things. In comparison, ordinary observation haki, once awakened, could detect a creature's aura and presence. With further refinement, it could sense shifts in the surrounding air to predict incoming attacks. Mastery could even let one interpret the tension of muscles and bones to anticipate a foe's next move. Most top-tier experts reached only this level. Even Enel, famed for his formidable observation haki, only reached that stage by leveraging the electromagnetic waves of his rumble fruit to read minds. True perception of weaknesses, and even glimpses of the future, required either extraordinary talent or insane levels of training, and often both. Rocinante, thanks to the fusion of two souls, had an exceptionally strong spirit, which granted him outstanding potential in observation haki. But due to his age, he could currently only foresee short-term movements. His ability to sense gravity, kinetic force, devil fruits, and even life itself wasn't solely due to observation haki, it was a unique result of his mutated soul, which granted him a perception far beyond the limits of ordinary beings. As his haki grew, so did these special sensory abilities. With targeted training, he managed to grasp the subtle phenomena that most couldn't even perceive. These weren't standard applications of haki, they were personal powers born from his soul's uniqueness. Roger, on the other hand, had transcended even this. His voice of all things wasn't just the pinnacle of observation haki, it was something divine. He could commune with the hearts of creatures and the will of nature itself. It was said he could even converse with inanimate objects. He could speak with wild beasts, kings of the sea. Just imagine, in a naval battle, if Roger commanded a sea king to fight by his side. That was no longer a fantasy but a terrifying strategic reality. Rocinante even suspected Roger had spoken directly to the will of the heavens. How else could one explain the legendary sea battle of Ed War, when a sudden storm annihilated Golden Lion Shiki's massive fleet while Roger's ship remained untouched? Coincidence? No. Rocinante believed it was the will of the world itself answering Roger's call. If I could train my observation haki to that level, combined with the silent fruit, then no one in the world would be my equal, Rocinante muttered with envy. Even with his soul fusion, training observation haki to the level of the voice of all things required a specific, rare talent. It wasn't something that could be forced, no matter the effort. After Roger was escorted into Logue Town, an eerie calm settled over the city. With heroes like Garp and Admiral Sengoku stationed there, even veteran pirates dared not act rashly. Then, the day of Roger's execution arrived. Roger climbed the execution platform with relaxed, easy steps. He looked like he was out for a stroll rather than walking to his death. His expression remained calm and untroubled. That's the man who once had all the world's fame, wealth, and power. Someone below the scaffold gasped in awe. Pirate King Gold Roger, do you have any last words? Asked the Navy officer conducting the execution. Take this thing off, will you? It's itching like crazy, Roger smirked, gesturing to his restraints. That's not happening, replied the executioner coldly. Come on, you think I'm going to run? Roger chuckled. The executioner didn't respond. What a bore, Roger sighed, then casually walked forward and sat cross-legged atop the platform like it was his throne. Alright, let's get this over with, he said nonchalantly, as if he were just talking about running an errand. Even the executioners were drenched in cold sweat from his composure. One raised his blade high, preparing to bring it down. Hey, Pirate King, where'd you hide all your treasure? Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Was it really in the Grand Line? You found it, didn't you? The legendary treasure. Shut up. Another yelled. Roger began to chuckle. He, ha ha ha. Looking for my treasure. You can have it all, if you want it. Roger's smile widened. Go find it. I left everything, in that place. The executioners realized too late what was happening. One swung down his blade. But the moment had already passed. For 3 heartbeats, the square fell into dead silence. Then came an earth-shattering roar from the crowd. The great pirate era had begun. Rocinante turned and walked toward the bay, his heart stirred by the thundering chorus behind him. All around, dreamers, adventurers, and madmen surged toward the ocean. The seas were about to erupt into chaos. That damn Roger. He played us all. Sengoku snarled furiously. Ha ha ha, that's Roger for you. Garp roared with unbothered laughter. Garp, this is a global disaster. The seas will plunge into chaos, damn that Roger. Sengoku shouted angrily. What's the big deal? If anyone dares set sail, they'll just have to taste the wrath of my iron fist, Garp replied casually. Kurarara. Farewell, Roger. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard raised a sake cup toward the sky in salute. Boys, we're heading back to the New World. He shouted, chugging the drink in one powerful gulp. Yes, sir. His crew roared. Phew, this world is about to spiral into madness, Doflamingo sneered. In this new era, as long as you have power, you can have everything. He. Doffy, let's lead the charge and take the Pirate King's treasure. Let's rise to the very top. Diamante cackled. Doffy, you're destined to be king, Treble echoed fanatically. Elsewhere, in a small village, blood splattered the walls as pirates stormed in, blades raised high over trembling civilians. I'm going to be the next Pirate King. How dare you resist me? Kill them all, leave no one alive. One pirate bellowed, as carnage swept the land. And so the sea boiled. The world had changed forever. Chapter 88 The Jack Pirates. With the help of the silent gravity, Rocinante possessed the ability to float. However, he couldn't truly fly, he could only run swiftly through the air by stepping on it, his body light as a feather in the absence of gravity. Thanks to his powerful observation haki, Rocinante could hear countless cries of slaughter, looting, and destruction along his journey. His brows furrowed deeper with each step. While Roger's last words had ushered in the great pirate era, spreading chaos that forced the world government and navy to divert their attention, thus easing the pressure on Rocinante. It also plunged countless innocent civilians into the nightmare of pirate tyranny. Rocinante didn't know why Roger chose to ignite the great pirate era. Perhaps Roger had his own reasons, something unavoidable. But one thing was undeniable: ordinary people were now caught in a storm of blood and suffering. Still, Rocinante didn't intervene. The world was already like this, a brutal place soaked in blood. Even if he wanted to help, what could he do? He alone couldn't hold back the tidal wave. And when it came down to it, the true root of this world's darkness lay with the celestial dragons and the world government. Back in Rocinante's previous life, any dynasty whose rulers treated the people as livestock, as the celestial dragons did, would have faced revolt and revolution countless times over. But here, the endless seas divided lands and people, making rebellion difficult. It was this fractured geography that gave rise to the Age of Pirates. As long as the celestial dragons sat atop the world and the world government continued acting with impunity, piracy would never die out. Yet the world government, which had ruled for 800 years, held a foundation far beyond what Rocinante could challenge for now. Disdainful as he was of their tyranny, he was powerless to affect them. What he could do, though, was take advantage of the chaos, build his strength in the shadows while the great pirate era raged, growing without being noticed. One day, when he became strong enough, he would unleash his own storm. The world government had tried to kill him too many times, pushed him to the edge of death again and again. Rocinante hadn't forgotten. He never would. Sooner or later, they would pay. New World, the Kingdom of Joramia. Joramia was a kingdom rich in iron ore. In this war-torn New World, iron was in constant demand, making Joramia a prosperous and well-guarded kingdom. But just days ago, a single sentence from the Pirate King threw the seas into chaos, and in the New World, the heart of that chaos, Joramia found itself under siege. For several days, pirates had repeatedly assaulted the kingdom. Fortunately, its wealth allowed it to field a capable military that had managed to repel the attackers. Until now. That day, 3 pirate ships appeared on the waters near Joramia. The moment the people of the kingdom saw the flag on those ships, despair spread like wildfire. It was the flag of the Jack Pirates. The Jack Pirates were new arrivals to the New World, yet their reputation already dwarfed many veteran crews. Their captain, Jack the Drought, was infamous for his bloodlust and merciless nature. Wherever the Jack Pirates went, no grass remained. Cities and lives were reduced to ash. The strength of Jack's crew was unimaginable to the citizens of Joramia. The kingdom's royal guards shattered upon first contact. Against a monster like Jack, there was no effective resistance. The nobility, of course, had seen this coming. They'd long since fled, vanishing with their treasures in tow, leaving only the commoners to suffer under the pirate scourge. Lord Felist, the western line has collapsed. Our forces have taken massive casualties. A battered guard shouted as he climbed the city wall. Felist, once the deputy commander of the royal guards, hadn't followed the nobles in their cowardly escape. Born a commoner himself, he couldn't bear to see innocent lives slaughtered by pirates. He stayed behind, leading the remnants of the guard in a desperate last stand against Jack. Unfortunately, most of the kingdom's troops had fled with the royals. Those left behind were too few and too weak to put up much of a fight. The defense fell back step by step. "How's the evacuation of the civilians?" Felist asked grimly. He knew they couldn't win. All he could hope to do was buy time to let the people escape. But he hadn't anticipated the sheer ferocity of the Jack Pirates. Each of them fought like demons, hurling themselves into the fray with no fear for their lives, denying Felist's men even the chance to stall. The evacuation hasn't made much progress. The nobles took almost all the ships when they fled. Only a few small boats remain, and there's no way we can organize a proper escape with those, another soldier reported. Lord Felist, the East Line has fallen too. All troops have retreated to the capital, but we won't hold out long, another soldier cried, bursting in. Damn it, isn't there anything we can do? Felist slammed his fist into the wall in frustration. The Jack Pirates are just too strong, especially their captain, Jack the Drought. He's a Zoan-type ancient beast devil fruit user, specifically, the mammoth fruit. He's not someone we can stop with human strength, a guard said through gritted teeth. As he spoke, the Jack Pirates came into view, a monstrous mammoth charging ahead with a horde of bloodthirsty pirates in tow, each one grinning with sadistic excitement. To them, the kingdom of Joramia was nothing more than a delicious cake waiting to be devoured. Fire the cannons. Aim all of them at Jack. We must not let him get close to the city walls. Felist roared. Boom, boom. The cannons thundered, hurling shells toward the massive mammoth. Explosions engulfed Jack's form, sending up thick clouds of smoke. But when the smoke cleared, the people of Joramia fell into despair. The mammoth was completely unscathed. What are you waiting for? Charge. Wipe everything out. Jack's cold, cruel voice rumbled from within the beast, sending shivers down the spines of his crew. With a bloodthirsty roar, they surged forward, storming toward the capital, Nia City. Keep firing. Don't let them near the walls. Felist shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons continued to fire, but under Jack's command, the pirates charged with suicidal fervor, soon reaching the city walls. Using grappling hooks and brute strength, they began to climb. Felist himself drew his blade, leading the defenders into battle. He wasn't weak, his strength was equivalent to a navy captain's. With him at the helm, the guards barely managed to hold the wall for a while. Then came a thunderous crash. The sky itself seemed to tremble as a deafening boom shattered the battlefield. The enormous mammoth had reached Mia City. Jack swung his massive trunk at the wall, crack, and a huge section collapsed like sand. Jack! Felist bellowed, eyes burning with fury. He raised his sword and charged straight at the beast. But Jack was too strong. In a single motion, he flung Felist away with his trunk. Damn pirates! Is there really no hope left? Felist coughed up blood as he crashed into the rubble. His forehead was bleeding, his limbs trembling. He couldn't get up. Watching Jack destroy the walls without resistance, Felist's eyes filled with despair. Then, a voice echoed out, calm and composed, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Is this enough to break you? If your hope is lost, then pray for my protection. Declare me your king, and I will take this kingdom under my rule. From this day forward, I swear, no pirate shall ever dare invade your lands again. Note, the kingdom of Joramia and Jack's independent crew mentioned in this chapter are specific to this AU and not present in the canon. Chapter 9:9, If you won't leave, then stay forever. Hearing the sudden voice, Felist instinctively turned toward its source. He saw a teenager, probably in his teens, lounging casually on the city wall. Right beside him, the city guards and the pirates were locked in fierce combat, yet neither side had noticed his presence in the slightest. Who are you, sir? Can you really guarantee that the kingdom of Joramia won't fall to these pirates? Don't forget, they're under the command of Mammoth Jack, the captain of the Jack Pirates. He has a bounty of 450 million berries. Felist exclaimed, completely demoralized after witnessing Jack's overwhelming power. Ha ha ha. Since I spoke up, of course I have the means to ensure the kingdom of Joramia won't be harmed. If I didn't, what would be the point of saying anything at all? The young man said with a light laugh. If you can truly save Joramia from being ravaged by pirates, then there's no harm in crowning you king. Felist declared. After all, the nobles and royalty had already fled. If this man could repel Jack, then making him king would be far better than handing the crown to those cowards who abandoned their people. Then the deal is sealed. With a gentle leap, the young man landed from the city wall and slowly began walking toward Jack. Hey, big guy, you heard it too, right? Starting today, the kingdom of Joramia is my territory. Would you mind getting the hell out? My kingdom doesn't welcome the likes of you, the young man said as he came to a halt in front of the mammoth. Who the hell do you think you are to speak to me like that? Who gave you the guts to act so arrogantly in front of me? Jack's bloodshot eyes flared with fury as he let out a roar. His massive trunk suddenly raised high and came crashing down toward the young man. Silence, silent strike. The young man was none other than Rosinante. Using the power of the silence fruit, Rosinante had walked on air from Lobetown, crossing the red line and entering the New World. He knew that after nearly killing Borsalino in Lobetown, the Navy would begin to take serious notice of him. The Great Pirate Era had just begun, and although the Navy and world government were under immense pressure, they still had the capacity to hunt down individuals like him. Going back to the North Blue was out of the question. The New World, on the other hand, was the region where the Navy and world government had the weakest presence, and it would soon become the epicenter of the coming storm. If Rosinante was to be part of this new age, he had to be here, in the heart of the chaos. So after some thought, Rosinante decided to head into the New World. It didn't take long for him to realize how brutal this sea truly was. The erratic, violent climate of the New World rendered even his silence powers nearly useless in the face of nature's fury. Eventually, Rosinante decided he needed to find a base of operations and build his own power. To find a suitable location, he fully unleashed his observation haki, and that's when the cries from the kingdom of Joramia reached his ears. He rushed toward the source and happened to arrive just as Jack was assaulting Mia City. Rosinante wasn't some bleeding heart saint. He hadn't come here to fight Jack just to help the kingdom. After all, even though Jack wasn't yet one of the 3 calamities under Kaido, he was still a major pirate with a bounty approaching 500 million. That level of strength was easily on par with a marine vice admiral. Rosinante wasn't about to pick a fight with someone like that without a reason. But he needed a base, and being a king didn't sound half bad. That was the reason behind the exchange he just had with Felist. If he could take this kingdom, it would be worth the risk, even if it meant confronting Jack. Jack's massive trunk came crashing down like the end of the world. But the moment it struck Rosinante's hand, the impact vanished without a sound. Not even a gust of wind stirred from the collision. Anyone watching might have thought they were acting out a stage play. Captain Jack's attack, it was blocked. The pirates of the Mammoth crew had been closely watching Jack's fight. Seeing Rosinante stop the blow stunned them speechless. He blocked it, he really blocked it. Maybe this man truly can save the kingdom of Joramia. Felist gasped in shock. He blocked Mammoth Jack's attack. We're saved, shouted the citizens and city guards in unison, filled with hope. If you won't leave, then none of you are leaving, Rosinante declared coldly. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure exploded from his body. A dominating aura swept through the battlefield. Whether city guards or Mammoth pirates, they all collapsed to the ground unconscious, completely overwhelmed. Within moments, only Jack, Felist, and a few others within a several hundred-meter radius were still standing. Conqueror's Haki. Jack muttered, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Collapse fist, critical strike. Without a sound, Rosinante stepped forward and punched the mammoth. His armament Haki-enhanced fist crashed into Jack's massive form. Boom! Jack's enormous mammoth body was launched into the air, sent flying backward. He sent Jack flying. The few conscious onlookers were stunned. Before his transmigration, Rosinante had just completed his university military training. During that time, he asked his instructor to teach him some hand-to-hand combat techniques. The instructor, impressed by Rosinante's performance, shared a few practical skills, mostly defensive maneuvers like joint locks and counters. The only real offensive move he learned was a powerful close-range strike known as the collapse fist. Though he barely scratched the surface back then, after arriving in this world and surviving constant pursuit and life-or-death situations, Rosinante had no choice but to grow stronger. Through merging his own insights and the power of his devil fruit, he developed his own version of the collapse fist. Using the fruit's power, he refined the technique's explosive acceleration and internal striking force. Each punch was utterly silent, storing energy within and piercing through organs with devastating efficiency. Jack hadn't yet been taken in by Kaido and made into one of the Beast Pirate's 3 calamities. Kaido was still a lone monster roaming around looking for fights. Jack, while still powerful, was only on par with a standard Marine Vice Admiral. However, his ancient Zoan devil fruit gave him tremendous durability, so much so that even Vice Admirals found him difficult to deal with. If it had been anyone else, that punch would have sent its force straight through the vital organs, ending the fight. But Jack's sheer durability allowed him to absorb much of the blow. Still, it sent him flying and scattered some of the force. He crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, forming a deep crater. Damn it, damn it. Jack growled as he stood up slowly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The punch had still inflicted internal damage despite his defenses. What insane defense. I hit you with a collapse fist and you only got lightly injured. You really do have a talent for being a punching bag, Rosinante said coolly. You bastard, you bastard, you bastard. Jack roared in fury. His body reverted from beast form back into human shape. From his back, he drew 2 massive, sinister scythes. Destroy. I'll destroy everything you've got. He screamed as he lunged at Rosinante with a violent slash. Rosinante drew the longsword from his waist at the same time. Steel clashed. The force of their collision sent shockwaves flying in all directions. Even nearby boulders were shattered and sent tumbling away from the force of their blows. Chapter 10:10 The Storm named Rosinante. Felist was utterly stunned as he watched the 2 men clash. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this really a fight between humans? It was a spectacle far beyond his imagination. Jack's attacks were wild and frenzied, yet Rosinante met them head-on with no signs of backing down. Their slashes split the earth, toppled city walls, and shattered boulders. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Felist couldn't help but cry out in disbelief, monsters. You bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. Jack roared as he swung his massive scythe at Rosinante. Clang. Rosinante blocked the scythe with one solid stroke of his blade. You really are all brute force, huh? Though Rosinante managed to deflect every one of Jack's slashes, the sheer power carried through the scythe made his arms go slightly numb. But even so, he struck back hard. Jack was just the kind of tough opponent he needed to hone his swordsmanship. Jack's strikes were ferocious and heavy, while Rosinante's counterattacks were swift and precise, landing silently and unpredictably. Each time Jack swung once, Rosinante could return with several sharp blows in an instant. As the battle wore on, Jack's body became covered in deep cuts. Yet, with his freakish defense, he ignored the wounds completely, continuing his relentless assault as if nothing had happened. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Can someone explain this to me? A pirate groaned as he slowly woke up after being knocked unconscious by Rosinante's conqueror's Haki. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the 2 fighters locked in battle. As a member of the Mammoth Pirates, he had never imagined that anyone in this tiny Joramia kingdom could stand up to their captain Jack. And by the look of it, Jack seemed to be at a disadvantage, at least from his point of view. After all, Jack was bleeding from dozens of gashes while Rosinante still stood firm. What he didn't know was that Rosinante was also pushing himself to the limit. If he didn't have something stronger up his sleeve, he wouldn't last much longer. How is this possible? One by one, the other pirates and kingdom guards who had been knocked out by the conqueror's Haki began to awaken. Rosinante's conqueror's Haki had only recently awakened, and although it knocked them out initially, these pirates and soldiers were still people of the New World. Even the weakest among them were far tougher than ordinary men. So they were quick to come to their senses. But once they regained consciousness, they didn't leap back into battle. Instead, they could only stare in awe at Rosinante and Jack, frozen in shock. Clang. In another collision, Rosinante was forced back, sliding several meters from the sheer force channeled through Jack's blade. What terrifying brute strength. A monstrous physique, a savage temperament, and a stubborn will. You'd make a great enforcer. But before I can use you, I'll have to beat you down first. From here on, I'm going all out. Don't die on me, Rosinante said, plunging his longsword into the ground. He abandoned his blade. Lifting both hands, haki began to form around his fists, jet black and dense. Seeing Rocinante give up his sword and rely solely on armament haki, Jack sneered in disdain. In his eyes, Rocinante's haki was newly formed and far too weak to matter. He didn't see it as a threat at all. Then, Rocinante took a step and vanished from sight. Jack's eyes darted frantically, scanning every direction for Rocinante's sudden disappearance. Crushing fist, critical blow. Jack suddenly felt a punch land silently on his abdomen. Only after it hit did he hear Rocinante's voice. The power of the punch sent Jack skidding backward uncontrollably. How is this possible? Jack's face twisted in disbelief. There was no way Rocinante's haki should have been able to bypass his defenses, but that blow had penetrated straight through, landing squarely on his internal organs. Crushing fist, critical blow. Just as Jack steadied himself, he was hit again, this time in the back. Once again, the attack came in complete silence, and only after it landed did Rocinante's voice echo out. The force surged through Jack's haki and struck his insides directly. Crushing fist, critical blow. Crushing fist, critical blow. Felist watched in utter shock as Jack was pummeled around like a ragdoll. The same Jack who had been holding his own just moments ago was now being beaten down like a child, completely powerless to resist. And the most terrifying part? With each punch, Jack coughed up more blood. The man who didn't flinch even when slashed by blades was now visibly weakening under Rocinante's relentless fists. Soon, he was barely breathing, teetering on the edge of death. To withstand 108 of my crushing critical blows, most people would have had their organs rupture from just one, and you still cling to life? Impressive. Very impressive, Rocinante said, standing over Jack's unconscious body, his eyes still open but completely blank. If Rocinante hadn't taken him down just now, he himself might have been the one to fall. After all, these strikes took a tremendous toll. He's not dead yet. Felist stammered. Unyielding will. All 5 internal organs ruptured. Bones shattered. Not a single part of his body intact, and yet he still tried to attack me until the end, Rocinante said solemnly. He'll be the greatest shield I and the kingdom of Joramia could ask for. Take the rest of the pirates alive. Do not kill them. In the chaos soon to sweep the new world, we'll need all the strength we can get. Yes, sir. Felist now bowed deeply, his loyalty completely solidified. Once the pirates are dealt with, come to the palace, Rocinante said, lifting Jack with one hand by the shoulder. The towering giant was hoisted into the air effortlessly and carried toward the capital's royal palace. As Rocinante walked through the battlefield, the pirates around him immediately dropped their weapons. Though the Jack pirates were known for their madness, without Jack at the helm, none of them were suicidal enough to continue resisting. The royal palace of Joramia Kingdom was now eerily empty. The royal family and nobles had all fled. Those who hadn't run off with them had either been killed in the chaos or fled on their own. The palace was vast and grand, but now not a soul remained. Rocinante sat upon the throne and dropped Jack at his side. As a Zoan-type ancient beast user with the mammoth fruit, Jack had not only monstrous defense but incredible regenerative ability. Anyone else with those injuries would be beyond saving, but Jack would recover, slowly but surely, even without medical attention. Before long, Felist arrived at the palace, leading a contingent of royal guards. My lord, Felist bowed upon seeing Jack lying unconscious by the throne and turned to face Rocinante. My lord, the guards echoed in unison, bowing respectfully. After witnessing Rocinante's overwhelming power, their awe had turned to reverence. In this world that revered strength, especially in the New World, power was everything. Felist, you remember our deal, don't you? Rocinante said calmly. You have my word, my lord. It was you who saved the kingdom of Joramia. As we pledged, we will crown you king. The people will not oppose it, they would gladly see their savior take the throne. The only problem may be the royal family and nobles who fled. Joramia is a member nation of the world government. If the royals report the kingdom's change in leadership, the government may retaliate. For the sake of its authority, the world government will likely send troops to crush any uprising, Felist said with concern. No need to worry about those nobles. Whether they can even make it to the Red Line and reach the world government is uncertain. And besides, in this age of chaos, the new world belongs to the pirates. The government and navy can barely protect themselves, Rocinante replied indifferently. In that case, please, your highness, allow us to crown you king of Joramia. And may I ask your full name, so I may announce it to the people? Felist asked with deep reverence. My name is Don Quixote Rocinante, he declared solemnly after a brief pause. After all, he had inherited this body, he would carry its name and its identity forward. He would take that name and identity and ride the storm across the world of one piece. In this world where only strength matters, he would become a mighty tempest named Rocinante. Chapter 1111, Silent Seal, the first royal guardian fleet of the Joramia kingdom. What a monstrous constitution. Since you're awake, let's talk, Rocinante said to Jack, who was lying nearby, after Felist and the others had stepped out. To Rocinante's surprise, Jack had regained consciousness in just a short time. Though he hadn't moved and pretended to still be unconscious, Rocinante's mastery of observation haki made Jack's condition crystal clear. What's there to talk about? If you want to kill me, do it. Jack replied coldly. Just from Rosinante's tone, Jack knew that he had seen through his act. Is that so? You're really willing to just die like this? Right when the great pirate era is beginning? Before the name, Jack, even has a chance to echo across the world? You're content with that? Rosinante said calmly. Jack was a future pirate with a bounty reaching a staggering 1 billion, known for his overwhelming destructive power. But more than that, it was Jack's indomitable will that caught Rosinante's eye, enough to make him want to recruit him. Destruction. As long as I can destroy everything in this world, that's enough. But since I lost, my journey ends here. I don't feel regret, just the simple truth that my strength wasn't enough, Jack replied. Destruction, huh? Seems you've got a tragic past. You probably hate this world, hate the world government, am I right? Good. I hate this world too. Especially those celestial dragons. Join me. When the time comes to bring destruction, I'll let you do it your way. That way, you'll get to keep destroying, Rosinante said. At Rosinante's words, especially when he mentioned his disdain for the world government and the celestial dragons, Jack gave him a deep, subtle glance. You think I'd submit to someone like you? Be careful, or I'll destroy you next, Jack growled, eyes full of malice. If you have the strength, feel free to try, Rosinante answered coolly. As he spoke, Rosinante stepped forward and placed his hand on Jack's chest. A strange power surged from his palm and entered Jack's body. Jack instinctively felt something was wrong and tried to struggle, but his injuries were far too severe. He couldn't break free. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a strange rune appeared on Jack's body, and Rosinante withdrew his hand. The moment the rune appeared, Jack's wounds began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jack looked at his rapidly recovering body in astonishment and slowly stood up, glancing at Rosinante. This is the silent seal. I'm the silent human, having eaten the silent fruit. I can silence sound, and even silence gravitational force, resistance, and powers like devil fruit abilities. Just now, I condensed a portion of that silent power into a seal and engraved it onto your body. This seal doesn't do much else, it simply silences your injuries. From now on, as long as you have stamina, this seal will consume it to suppress your wounds. As long as you're not instantly killed, and as long as you have strength left, you'll be an almost unkillable monster, Rosinante explained. But that's not the whole story, is it? There's got to be a catch, Jack said coldly. You're right. Since it only silences the injuries, it means they're not truly healed, they're just sealed away. The moment the seal is broken. As Rosinante spoke, the rune on Jack's body began to spin and expand outward. In an instant, all of Jack's suppressed wounds violently reappeared. The pain hit him like a tidal wave. Even someone like Jack, who treated pain as a joke, collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony. All the wounds you've sustained will explode at once. You're lucky, it hasn't been long since I placed the seal, so the accumulated damage is still within your tolerance. But if the seal remains for too long, ordinary battle and training injuries will pile up. And if those injuries are suddenly unleashed after years of accumulation, not even your monstrous body will survive. The seal is controlled by me. So from this moment on, your life is in my hands, Rosinante said coldly. The silent seal, also known as the wound-sealing curse, was a technique that had saved Rosinante's life more than once. Inspired by Bartholomew Kuma, Rosinante had developed the ability to silence injuries. But in actual combat, it was nearly impossible to both fight at full power and suppress injuries at the same time. High-level battles allowed no distractions, one moment's lapse could decide life or death. So Rosinante thought, what if the sealing could be automatic? Devil fruits, especially those of the paramecia type, were powers rooted in the laws of reality. Through relentless research and comprehension, Rosinante finally created a series of sealing techniques that could suppress injuries on their own. The seal would automatically consume stamina to maintain itself. Any damage received, whether from battle or daily training, would be silently sealed away. Unlike Jack, Rosinante would periodically release the seal in small bursts. Minor injuries posed no threat to him and even helped toughen his body, so the seal had no downside for him. But Jack was different. If Rosinante ever lifted the seal completely, all of Jack's battle and training wounds would erupt at once. Not even a god could save him then. Huff, huff. Jack panted heavily. The rune on his body closed again, sealing his injuries once more. His wounds visibly faded, but the memory of that pain carved itself deep into his mind. Even with his terrifying willpower, Jack felt a chill. After all, those wounds had just exploded all at once, as if Rosinante had landed hundreds of crushing punches on him simultaneously. Even Jack, who was ruthless to enemies and even more ruthless to himself, had nearly broken. You think this little trick is enough to control me? Jack growled after catching his breath. Until you find a way to break the silent seal, you have no choice. Because you don't want to die. You still have things you want to destroy. As long as that desire exists, you'll have to obey me, at least until you figure out how to lift the seal, Rosinante replied. You're right. I don't want to die, not like this. Dying now would leave me full of regret. But be warned, if I do find a way to break this seal, I'll destroy you along with everything else. Good. Jack, here's your first mission. Take your crew and hunt down the nobles and royals who fled from the Joramia kingdom. I don't want a single one of them left alive in this world, Rosinante said casually. The royals and nobles of Joramia were still a threat. Rosinante wasn't ready to fully expose himself to the navy or world government just yet. I'll twist off each of their heads, one by one, Jack replied coldly. Felist. Rosinante called out. Moments later, Felist re-entered the room. Take Jack to regroup with his pirate crew. Starting today, he'll lead his men in forming the Mammoth Fleet, the first royal guardian fleet of the Joramia kingdom, Rosinante ordered. Felist's jaw dropped. He stared in disbelief at Rosinante. Jack, the violent and domineering pirate, and his Jack pirates, were going to become their royal guardian fleet? Rosinante had actually tamed Jack. It was almost too much to comprehend. What? Is there a problem? Rosinante asked. No, none at all. Felist replied quickly. He understood one thing clearly: the new world was in chaos. Countless powerful pirates were surging in. The kingdom's once reliable royal guard was no longer capable of protecting them. Even if they had defeated Jack and his crew this time, there would be another pirate crew next time. Maybe not as brutal as Jack's, but still dangerous. If they could turn Jack's crew into their protectorate fleet, it would be an enormous advantage for the Joramia kingdom. Felist only had one lingering concern: could a monster like Jack truly be tamed? What if he changed his mind? Pirates weren't known for keeping promises. But that wasn't something he had the power to worry about. Chapter 12:12, Coronation. After Felist led Jack away, Rosinante couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. It was no wonder he was in such a good mood. After all, Jack would one day become one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, a powerhouse with a bounty of 1 billion berries, a true monster of the seas. And now, this monster was under his command. At last, Rosinante had someone truly formidable who could hold the line on his behalf. With the kingdom of Joramia as a foothold, I'll recruit the rising stars flooding into the new world. That way, I can assemble a force of my own at lightning speed. The only problem is, the navy and the world government surely won't just sit back and watch me grow unchecked. If they send admirals, I won't be able to stop them with my current strength. I need a plan, Rosinante mused, his eyes sharp. At the same time, in the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku, what the hell is going on with you people? Do you realize the magnitude of this mess? Roared the current fleet admiral, Kong, his voice booming across the war room. My apologies, Fleet Admiral. This was my error. I got outmaneuvered by Roger, Sengoku admitted without excuse. Sigh, fine. Things have gotten to this point, there's no use blaming you. I'll explain the situation to the 5 elders myself. But we're in deep trouble now. Thanks to Roger's last words, people all over the world are rushing to the seas. Pirate assaults are slamming marine bases across the globe. If this continues, how can we still speak of justice on the seas? Kong's tone softened a little upon hearing Sengoku take responsibility, but the concern in his eyes only deepened. He knew full well that this outcome wasn't Sengoku's fault. The moment the world government decided to publicly execute Roger, the damage was already done. No amount of navy precaution could have stopped Roger from saying what he wanted in his final moments. There's one more thing. According to CP's intelligence, Roger may have left behind an heir. This will be your responsibility. No matter what, we must find the Pirate King's bloodline, Kong ordered. Yes, sir. Sengoku nodded solemnly. And one more thing, what happened in Lobetown with Borsalino? How did he end up defeated? You understand how serious this is? Borsalino and the other 2 are the Navy's rising stars. They're meant to become our future top combat strength. If they're being beaten so easily, how can they possibly shoulder that title in the future? Kong questioned grimly. That's exactly what I wanted to report, sir. We need to pay close attention to one individual, Don Quixote Rosinante. He's the one who defeated Borsalino in Lobetown, Sengoku said. Don Quixote? That name, is he a former celestial dragon? Kong's face turned grave the moment he heard the name. Anything involving the celestial dragons was never a small matter, even if the Don Quixote family had already been stripped of their status. Yes, sir. Former celestial dragon Don Quixote Rosinante, Doflamingo's younger brother. And I fear, he may be even more dangerous than Doflamingo himself, Sengoku replied. He's only in his teens now, isn't he? You're telling me he already has the strength to defeat Borsalino? Kong asked, clearly skeptical. Rosinante has the silent fruit. He's about on par with an average vice admiral, but what's terrifying is his freakish talent for devil fruit development. He's managed to evolve the fruit to the point where he can silence other abilities, including devil fruit powers. Borsalino lost because he underestimated that ability, Sengoku explained. He can silence devil fruit powers. Kong's eyes widened. You're certain? He asked, his tone stern. Judging from the battle with Borsalino, yes. Rosinante can indeed suppress devil fruit abilities, but there are limitations. According to Borsalino, if he had been prepared, Rosinante might not have succeeded. Plus, he needs to make physical contact to activate the ability. That's why I recommend raising his bounty, Sengoku said. How much are you thinking? Kong asked. 230 million berries, Sengoku replied. You want to raise it by nearly 200 million in one go. Kong fell silent, deep in thought. He's got Vice Admiral level strength and had been hiding it before. 230 million isn't too high, Sengoku added. Make it 300 million. We can't let this one continue to grow unchecked, Kong said firmly. 300 million. Sengoku was clearly stunned. In this era, before the age where bounties of several hundred million became the norm, a bounty exceeding 100 million already marked someone as a feared and famous pirate. And yet Rosinante, who hadn't even entered the Grand Line, was being given 300 million berries. It was unprecedented. I'll send a Vice Admiral who isn't a devil fruit user to deal with him. Your top priority now is still finding the Pirate King's heir, Kong said. Understood. Sengoku bowed his head. The Navy believed Rosinante was still in the Four Blues, or perhaps in the first half of the Grand Line. What they never imagined, was that he'd already stepped into the new world. In the kingdom of Joramia, the royal plaza before the palace was packed with countless citizens, all standing with anticipation in their eyes, gazing toward the palace steps, waiting for a single person to emerge. Lord Rosinante is coming out. Someone cried out excitedly. All eyes turned toward the palace's high platform. A young man dressed in magnificent robes slowly stepped out, flanked by a procession of palace guards. Lord Rosinante. The crowd erupted in cheers. When our kingdom was under pirate attack, and the royals and nobles fled like cowards, it was he who descended from the skies to defeat those pirates and protect us. Today, I, Felist, along with the royal guard of the kingdom of Joramia, hereby proclaim him our king. May he forever shield us and protect the kingdom of Joramia. Felist declared, dropping to one knee before Rosinante. We pledge ourselves to your majesty. Please protect the kingdom of Joramia forever. The royal guard echoed in unison. Long live King Rosinante. Long live King Rosinante. The people roared together, their voices like a wave of hope crashing against the scars of recent tragedy. The citizens of the Joramia kingdom had just endured their homes being pillaged, their kin slaughtered by bloodthirsty pirates. They longed desperately for someone powerful to protect them, and Rosinante, the man who saved them, was now their only beacon of hope. From this day forward, I am the king of the kingdom of Joramia. Under my protection, any who dare infringe even a single hair of this kingdom will be my enemy. Rosinante declared, his voice booming across the plaza. Yerh! As the cheers of the Joramia people thundered around him, Rosinante solemnly placed the crown of the kingdom upon his head, the symbol of his new reign. Chapter 13:13 The Kingdom Will Collapse. Lord Jack, ahead lies the fleet carrying the fleeing nobles and royals of the Joramia kingdom, a former member of the Jack pirates reported aboard the Mammoth. Prepare for battle. Target that fleet ahead, leave no survivors. Jack ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The crew member responded immediately. But Captain Jack, are we really going to take orders from that man now? We've already broken free, why not just roam the seas freely? Why become some bodyguard for a backwater kingdom like Joramia? The crewman asked hesitantly. You questioning my orders? Jack turned a chilling gaze on him. And no, not at all. Cold sweat broke out on the crewman's forehead. Seeing his terrified expression, Jack turned away and ignored him. If this weren't one of his trusted men, and the navigator at that, Jack would have already turned him into paste. Truthfully, Jack had no interest in serving as the Joramia kingdom's guard dog. But for now, he had to endure. Until he found a way to break free from the oppressive silence of that cursed fruit's power. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Jack's eyes. Alarm! Pirate ship approaching from the rear. Oh no, it's the Jack pirate's ship, the Mammoth. Panic erupted among the fleeing nobles aboard the Joramia kingdom's fleet. This can't be. Weren't the Jack pirates attacking the capital? Why are they chasing us now? Has the kingdom already fallen? One noble stammered in disbelief. Impossible. There were so many people in Joramia, it's too soon for them to have wiped them all out. You idiots, what are you standing around for? Full speed ahead. If they catch us, we'll meet the same fate as those filthy peasants. Boom, boom, boom. As the nobles screeched in panic and shouted for speed, a barrage of cannon fire thundered from the Mammoth. The nobles, already scared out of their minds, had no thought of resistance. They only wanted to escape. But greedy as they were, they'd loaded every ship with the kingdom's treasures and refused to throw any of it overboard. The overloaded fleet moved sluggishly, and before long, the Mammoth caught up. Screams and wails echoed across the fleet. Compared to the civilians, the nobles were utterly useless in a crisis. At the sight of Jack, they didn't even resist. The one man who might have helped, the former Royal Guard commander, was a weakling who got his post through connections. He was even weaker than Felist and was crushed to a pulp by a single blow from Jack. You can take the treasure. Just spare our lives. One of the nobles pleaded. Boring, Jack sneered. Kill them all. The Jack pirates descended on the fleeing fleet with vicious grins. I'm the king of the Joramia kingdom. Our kingdom is a world government affiliate. You'll bring the wrath of the Marines down upon you. I've already sent a distress call, they're coming. If you don't want to be annihilated, leave now. The former king of Joramia said, trembling. Idiot, are you threatening me? Jack said, voice cold as steel. He reached out, grabbed the former king by the head, and slammed him into the deck. Crack. The deck shattered under the force. Blood poured from the king's skull, his eyes wide with disbelief. Scum, scum, scum. Jack snarled, not stopping. Again and again, he lifted the lifeless king and smashed him into the deck until he was nothing more than a pulp of blood and shattered bone. The nobles had become the perfect outlet for Jack's pent-up rage. Kill. Not a single one lives. He ordered with a final cold stare. Kill. The Jack pirates roared in glee, charging into the terrified nobles with twisted delight. Back at the Joramia Kingdom Palace. Your Majesty, repairing the city walls will require 700,000 berries. Your Majesty, the residents urgently need lumber for rebuilding. Your Majesty, over 10,000 citizens are severely injured and in desperate need of treatment, but we lack doctors. Your Majesty, most of the villages and towns were destroyed by the pirates. People are sleeping in the streets. This must be addressed quickly. Your Majesty, the royal treasury is nearly empty. We can't fund government operations. Rosinante hadn't expected ruling even a tiny kingdom to come with such a flood of responsibilities. In his previous life, he was just a college student. What did he know about governance? His head was starting to spin. There's nothing left in the royal treasury? Rosinante asked. Your Majesty, when the royals and nobles fled, they took all the national treasures with them. The kingdom's coffers are nearly dry. If we don't find a way to replenish them, the entire kingdom might collapse, Fellist reported grimly. He wasn't exaggerating. The people had just survived a massacre and were emotionally on edge. They desperately needed the kingdom's help to get back on their feet. But if the government couldn't provide aid, unrest would erupt, especially if some ambitious agitators stirred the pot. Despite Rosinante saving them, there were still many who didn't want a foreigner ruling over them. The world wasn't lacking in schemers, and the new world was crawling with them. People are like that. In crisis, they pray for salvation. But once the storm passes, they start plotting how to protect their own interests. If Rosinante couldn't meet their expectations, they'd begin to wonder, if an outsider like him could become king, why couldn't they? And ambition would quickly blind them to his overwhelming power. I understand. I'll figure something out about the money. As for housing, the nobles ran off, didn't they? Reclaim their estates. Any noble who refused to stand with the people during the kingdom's crisis is no noble at all. Strip them of their titles and confiscate all their assets. Let the displaced citizens take shelter in their abandoned homes, Rosinante said. Understood, Your Majesty. Fellist replied with determination. I wonder if Jack caught up to those nobles. Now that I'm king, their stolen treasure is mine. I won't let them get away with it. With that thought, Rosinante lightly kicked off the ground, and with explosive speed, soared into the sky. A powerful step crushed the air beneath him, and in an instant, he shot through the sky like a cannonball toward the horizon. Chapter 14:14 Sakazuki Strikes. Rosinante streaked through the air at incredible speed, blasting the air beneath his feet with each step to propel himself faster and faster. Thanks to the seal of silence binding on Jack, Rosinante could clearly sense his location, and it didn't take long before he locked onto Jack's position. By the time Rosinante arrived, the battle, or rather, the massacre, was nearly over. Jack wasn't even fighting anymore. He was venting his fury by stringing up several nobles and unleashing his wrath upon them. You look like you're having a great time. Got all that rage out yet? Rosinante said calmly as he descended from the sky. Seeing Rosinante, Jack's brow furrowed slightly. He found me. No Vivre card, yet he could still locate me in this vast sea. Looks like that seal does more than just suppress my power, it lets him track me too. What do you want? You think I'm gonna run or something? Jack said with disdain. I'm just here to check on the treasure that rightfully belongs to the kingdom of Joramia. And to let you know, the navy's on its way, Rosinante said flatly. As soon as his words fell, 3 enormous warships appeared on the horizon. Captain. Trouble. The navy's here. Judging by the size of those ships, there's probably a vice admiral aboard. A lookout from the Mammoth fleet reported urgently. Jack, however, didn't show a trace of panic. Instead, he smirked with schadenfreude and said, so you're here for the treasure the nobles tried to smuggle out. But now that the navy's here, taking it back won't be that easy for you. Rosinante didn't even blink. Doesn't matter. The kingdom of Joramia is already on the verge of collapse. If the navy tries to stop me, I'll just blow them away. Got it, Jack sneered. Then let's blow them away. All hands, full speed ahead, sink the navy. Yes, Captain. At Jack's command, the ships of the Mammoth fleet surged forward and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire toward the navy. Rosinante blinked in surprise. This guy really is a war maniac. No hesitation, just straight into a fight. Looks like there's no avoiding this clash after all. But, this opponent isn't someone to underestimate. Rosinante turned to gaze at the incoming warships and sighed. If I had a choice, I'd rather not go head-to-head with that red dog. Red dog? Jack raised an eyebrow. Vice Admiral Sakazuki of Marine Headquarters, Rosinante answered. Great eruption. As if on cue, a thunderous roar erupted from one of the marine ships. A massive lava fist flew through the air, obliterating all incoming cannonballs. The searing lava exploded mid-air like a volcanic eruption, hurling molten rocks toward the Mammoth fleet. What a pain. Rosinante muttered. He stood up and looked toward the incoming volcanic bombs. The treasure from Joramia was still on these ships, he couldn't let them be destroyed. Jack certainly wouldn't lift a finger to protect them. He was probably hoping the ships would sink just to see Rosinante suffer. Which meant Rosinante had to act. Silent demon eyes, gravity mute. Rosinante's eyes glowed with a dark, eerie light. To activate the silence power, Rosinante usually had to make physical contact. It wasn't that he couldn't project the power over a distance, it just became much weaker. So, he created a solution, silent demon eyes. By channeling his power into his gaze, he could transmit the silence effect to any point his eyes could reach. It wasn't as potent as direct contact, but far more effective than casting blindly through the air. As Rosinante's gaze swept over the volcanic bombs, their gravitational pull suddenly vanished. Boom boom boom. Without gravity to hold them down, the lava bombs flew upward, arching away from the ships and detonating harmlessly in the distance. Spectacular, but ineffective. Quite the fireworks show, Rosinante chuckled, watching the explosions light up the sky. You. Sakazuki's eyes narrowed. You're Rosinante the Silent Blade. Such an honor, Rosinante smiled, Vice Admiral Sakazuki recognizing a nobody like me. Anyone who defeated Borsellino isn't a nobody, Sakazuki said coldly. Congratulations. The bounty on your head is about to rise to 300 million berries. Though, I doubt the wanted poster will even matter. Because today, you're coming with me to Impel Down. While he didn't fully approve of Borsellino's laziness, Sakazuki had always acknowledged his strength. After learning that Rosinante had defeated Borsellino, Sakazuki had taken note of this dangerous new figure. Impel Down, huh? Not exactly my kind of vacation spot, Rosinante smirked. Perfect, Sakazuki sneered. Then I'll just execute you right here. Hellhound Fong. A massive dog's head made of molten lava surged forward from his arm, snapping toward Rosinante with terrifying force. Their ships had drawn close during the conversation, and the attack reached Rosinante in the blink of an eye. Your opponent's not just me, you know. Rosinante laughed. Silence technique, heat mute. Rosinante raised his hand, wrapped in armament haki and devil fruit energy, and grabbed the incoming lava beast. The moment his fingers touched the molten attack, its heat rapidly diminished. It couldn't burn through Rosinante's haki-enhanced arm, and with a single squeeze, Rosinante crushed the lava hound into fragments. You talk too much. That's why I always say you Navy types are like old ladies, came a new, maniacal voice. Jack, completely ignoring tactics or support, had leapt straight onto the marine ship and charged Sakazuki head-on. His bizarre scythe whistled through the air toward the Vice Admiral. Dark Hound. Sakazuki met him with a haki-coated fist of molten lava. Their clash sent Jack flying across the deck, smashing through the bulkhead and leaving a gaping hole in the warship. Damn, that actually hurt, Jack muttered as he slowly stood up. No wonder you're one of the Navy's monster Vice Admirals. A Logia user with the magma fruit, huh? Strangely enough, his body showed no visible injuries. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes. That was a direct hit, but he looks completely unharmed. Jack also furrowed his brow and glanced at the spot where Sakazuki's fist had struck. That punch broke through my armament haki, the magma burned my chest almost completely, nearly punched straight through me. Definitely one of the three monstrous Vice Admirals. But now, I look totally fine. The silence binding, huh? I like it. Makes it easier to go wild without worrying about the pain. Jack burst into mad laughter and charged again, aiming straight for Sakazuki. Chapter 15:15 Battle against Sakazuki. What a lunatic, charging at Sakazuki head-on, Rosinante muttered as he watched Jack go berserk in a one-on-one clash with the Vice Admiral. Mammoth Fleet, hear me. You are to retreat immediately, and take the treasure ships with you. This fight is no longer one you can be part of. The crew of the Mammoth Fleet hesitated at his order. Of course they wanted to retreat. After witnessing Sakazuki's terrifying, earth-scorching powers, they had already lost the will to fight. Though they were bloodthirsty and brutal by nature, that didn't mean they were eager to die. Yet, they also knew Jack all too well. If they ran now, Jack would surely annihilate them in the future. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with my order? Rosinante's voice turned colder as his gaze swept across the hesitant pirates. As he spoke, a domineering and suffocating aura surged toward the Mammoth Fleet like a tidal wave. Under its pressure, cold sweat poured down their faces as if death himself had cast his eyes on them. Ever since Rosinante had taken the throne of the Joramia kingdom, his presence had grown stronger, refined by his newfound station. Power deepens the spirit. True to that saying, his conqueror's haki had matured with him. He could now exert it with deliberate control. Though his aura didn't knock the pirates unconscious, it crushed their will to resist. And no, we wouldn't dare. We obey, your majesty. The crew was terrified out of their minds. Remember, Rosinante said calmly, if those treasures reach me safely, your lives stay intact. If they don't, well, neither will you. Why yes, sir. The Mammoth Fleet crew scrambled in a panic to steer the ships around. Rosinante's tone was light, but in their ears, it sounded like the devil's whisper, a sound that made their blood run cold and left no room for defiance. Don't even think about escaping. Lava surge, great eruption. Sakazuki's fist, transformed into a surging volcanic torrent, exploded toward Rosinante and the retreating Mammoth Fleet. Whoosh! Rosinante's figure vanished, blinking into the sky right in front of the massive molten hand. Silence, heat suppression. Silence, power nullification. He raised his palm calmly and pressed it forward. The infernal lava surged forth like a volcanic arm, massive and overwhelming, but right in front of it, Rosinante's hand looked like a leaf before a tidal wave. And yet, it stopped. The searing flood halted completely before that seemingly fragile palm. The collision was silent, but its impact resounded in the hearts of all watching. "I can't let you destroy my fleet, Vice Admiral," Rosinante said with a smile. "Those ships are carrying treasures I very much need." Sakazuki's eyes darkened as he glared at Rosinante. His molten fist continued to surge, pumping lava forward in a relentless tide. Rosinante stood firm, nullifying the heat and impact with his silent force, holding the line. "Let's see how long you can keep this up. Leave one ship behind, the rest of you, pursue the pirates." Sakazuki barked over his shoulder. "Yes, sir. Target, Jack pirates. Commence pursuit." The Vice Admiral's second-in-command bellowed. "You bastard, don't ignore me." Jack roared as he sprang up from where he'd been sent flying. Blood trickled from his lips, and his eyes burned with madness as he hurled himself at Sakazuki again. The battle had wounded more than just Jack's body, it had shattered his pride. He might have been strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with an average Vice Admiral, but Sakazuki was different. With power nearing that of an admiral, wielding the terrifying magma fruit, Sakazuki overwhelmed Jack in haki, combat experience, and devil fruit mastery. Jack had been struck multiple times. Without Rosinante's silent recovery seal on him, he would have already collapsed from fatal injuries. Now, driven half-mad by the one-sided thrashing, he charged once more. "Humph. I had no time for you before, but if you insist on dying, so be it." Sakazuki's voice was cold as he swept his molten arm wide. Lava surge, great eruption. A torrent of magma, like a volcanic explosion incarnate, engulfed Jack in an instant. "No." Rosinante's expression changed drastically. This wasn't just a punch, it was a volcanic cataclysm. Sakazuki's lava didn't just burn, it erased. The surging wave surrounded Jack, searing through his armament haki and igniting his flesh. Even with his immense resilience, Jack couldn't endure this unscathed. Soul-severing slash. Rosinante drew his blade. Faster than anyone could react, the sword flashed silently, so fast that there wasn't even a glint of steel. The next moment, the volcanic arm that had just incinerated Jack, was cleaved clean off. His arm. He cut off Sakazuki's arm. That's the slash that injured Borsellino. Sakazuki looked at the stump of his missing arm with no hint of panic. "So, that's your famed soul-severing slash. Quiet, invisible, formless, and faster than lightning." As he spoke, magma oozed from his severed shoulder, quickly reforming the arm. In mere moments, his body was whole again. The truth was, Sakazuki had reacted in time. At the moment of the strike, he had elementalized his body, avoiding a fatal injury, as only a seasoned Logia user could. No blade light, no sound, and speed beyond belief. Truly worthy of the name soul-severing. Sakazuki's tone was low and menacing as his gaze fixed on Rosinante. "You flatter me," Rosinante chuckled. "If I were really that good, your arm wouldn't be back on you right now." "You're still lacking, that's true," Sakazuki admitted grimly. "But that only means I can't allow you to grow any further. If left unchecked, you'll be an even greater threat than Roger." "Oh dear, don't say that," Rosinante smiled. "Those kinds of compliments are heavy enough to kill someone." "Bastard." Jack's roar echoed from the lava storm as Sakazuki's eruption finally ceased. The wounded beast emerged, body charred, breath ragged, barely able to stand. Despite his monstrous durability and decent armament haki, the searing lava had burned through to his skin. Scorch marks marred his hulking frame, and pain racked his every step. "He's hurt," Rosinante observed silently. "Looks like Jack's stamina is nearly gone." Sakazuki really is a future admiral-level powerhouse. His growth, especially as a Logia user, is leagues ahead of most at this stage. It's time to retreat. He's still alive. Sakazuki glanced at Jack, but didn't pay him much mind. His attention remained locked on Rosinante. Jack wasn't yet a threat worthy of focus. "Mind if I take him?" Rosinante asked with a grin. "He's the first underling I've ever accepted. The guy's got potential, I can't let you burn him to ash just yet." "Both of you are staying here today," Sakazuki growled, eyes murderous. "Let's not be hasty now," Rosinante replied. As he spoke, he vanished like a bolt of lightning, only to reappear right before Sakazuki, his blade already sweeping in a silent arc toward the Vice Admiral's neck. Chapter 16:16, Time to Retreat. Clang. Sparks burst forth as Rosinante's blade clashed with Sakazuki. The moment Rosinante's sword struck, Sakazuki's body instantly flared with armament haki. Metal met haki with a screech, lighting the air between them with fire. Boom. Though Sakazuki's haki had blocked Rosinante's slash, the immense force behind the blade still caught him off guard. The impact drove Sakazuki sliding backward, boots grinding against the deck. There it is again, silent and invisible. Even observation haki can't sense him. If not for armament haki flaring up instinctively at the moment of danger, I would have taken that slash head-on. As Sakazuki steadied himself, his heart churned with unease. Realizing the threat Rosinante posed, Sakazuki immediately coated his entire body in armament haki. He was done holding back. But Rosinante didn't feel victorious. If anything, his expression grew heavier. Sakazuki wasn't giving him time to breathe. In a flash of sorrow, Sakazuki appeared before him, magma-coated arms swinging fiercely. Rosinante responded just as quickly, wrapping his blade in armament haki as their duel reignited. Only moments into the fight, Rosinante realized the truth: he was completely outmatched. Sakazuki was no Borsellino. Whether it was his devil fruit, Navy Rokushiki, or his dual mastery of armament and observation haki, he had no clear weaknesses. Rosinante relied on his devil fruit powers to silence everything around him and enter a state of nothingness, making him undetectable to observation haki. But Sakazuki, through raw experience and deadly combat instincts, kept evading Rosinante's silent attacks and countering them with brutal precision. Bang! Sakazuki's fist slammed into Rosinante's blade. The force behind it was so overwhelming that Rosinante was blasted backward, barely able to control his body. "You still standing? Time to get out of here." Rosinante skidded to a stop beside Jack. Glancing at his now shattered blade, he spoke grimly. "Retreat." Jack blinked in confusion. From what he'd seen, Rosinante wasn't any weaker than Sakazuki. Even if victory wasn't guaranteed, it didn't seem like defeat was certain either. Why retreat so suddenly? Besides, Rosinante had already ordered the Mammoth fleet to withdraw. Even if they wanted to escape, how? Rosinante had the power of flight, Jack didn't. Silence of gravity. Without warning, Rosinante grabbed Jack by the shoulder and, with a mighty twist, hurled him skyward. At that moment, a blazing magma fist came crashing down. Great eruption. The molten blow roared toward them, disintegrating everything in its path. Scorching silence. Offensive silence. Rosinante raised one hand, halting the molten fist midair. Then his other hand drew back. Crater smash. Boom. His punch exploded into Sakazuki's magma attack, their powers colliding violently. The force tunneled into the fiery fist, triggering a chain of explosions that rocked the entire warship. When the inferno finally faded, Sakazuki stood alone. The place where Rosinante had stood moments before was nothing but scorched ash. But Sakazuki didn't believe for a second that Rosinante had been reduced to dust so easily. "Pursue that pirate immediately." Sakazuki roared. "Vice Admiral, our ship is heavily damaged, it can't sail anymore." A marine reported anxiously. Sakazuki's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he kicked off the deck and launched himself forward. As he began to fall, he stepped on the air, boom, blasting it apart with raw force. Jeppo. Using moonwalk, Sakazuki sprinted through the air like a missile. "Vice Admiral Sakazuki." The Marines shouted in awe as they watched him vanish into the sky. Meanwhile, Jack was still flying. Rosinante's throw, amplified by the gravity silence, kept him in motion for a long while. When he finally came to a stop, he realized something incredible. "I'm floating." Jack blinked. He was suspended midair. "It's the gravity thing, huh?" he muttered. Without gravity, even the gentlest force let him move easily through the air. Though caught off guard at first, Jack's strength and instincts quickly adapted. Within moments, he was dashing through the sky, as if running on invisible ground. Boom! A loud crack behind him. Jack turned to see a dark figure streaking through the air toward him. Seconds later, Rosinante appeared beside him. "You seem to be enjoying this," Rosinante smirked. "Let's move." Akainu's catching up. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Jack by the collar. His feet danced across the air, and the two of them shot forward like a rocket. Unlike Jack, who had just learned to move weightlessly, Rosinante had mastered it. To enhance his movement in zero gravity, he'd modeled his footwork after Jeppo from the Navy's 6 styles. Though he had never formally trained in Rokushiki, he understood the principles. In zero gravity, he could replicate moonwalk effortlessly, something others trained for years to master. With each kick of air, Rosinante flew faster than most could imagine, almost like true flight, maybe even faster. Soon, he caught up with the retreating Mammoth fleet. The Navy was hot on their trail. The two sides were engaged in a chaotic chase. Because of the noble fleet dragging them down, the Mammoth fleet was soon caught. However, the Navy didn't immediately close in for boarding. Their numbers were limited, and they couldn't risk heavy casualties. Instead, they bombarded the pirates from a distance. Silence removal. Rosinante dispelled the gravity effect on Jack and in the same motion, hurled him like a cannonball. Boom! Jack's massive body smashed into a marine warship, blasting a hole clean through the hull. "You bastard!" Jack roared as he crawled from the wreckage, eyes blazing at Rosinante above. "Jack!" The Marines recoiled in shock. "No way, isn't he supposed to be fighting Vice Admiral Sakazuki?" "Wait, look up. That's Rosinante." "Don't tell me, did they beat Sakazuki?" Panic swept through the Marines. "Sink their ships." Akainu's closing in fast. Rosinante barked, diving toward another warship. "Stop him. Don't let him destroy our ships." A Marine rear admiral shouted. Rosinante's sword flashed. Silent slash. Before the Marines even sensed the attack, their sails were in ribbons. He moved like a phantom, blade cutting with surgical precision. Within moments, the once mighty warship was a tattered wreck. Meanwhile, Jack wasn't subtle. He transformed into a towering mammoth and bulldozed through the fleet. The Marines tried to resist, but they couldn't slow him down. Not long after, the warship beneath Jack began to sink, hull shattered beyond repair. "Damn, that's some brute force," Rosinante muttered, flying down to scoop up the giant mammoth. "If I hadn't been here, you'd be fish food right now. You're a devil fruit user, remember." Grabbing Jack, he lifted him into the sky once again using gravity silence. Rosinante couldn't help but envy Jack's destructive power. He was strong, no doubt, but when it came to raw damage and sheer chaos, Jack had him beat. Rosinante's strength came mainly from mastering his devil fruit. The silence fruit was powerful, no question, but it lacked that one thing he truly wished for: crushing, overwhelming attack power. Chapter 1717 Devil Fruits. What should I ask for? Whatever, I'll just take anything: flowers, recommendation tickets, and whatever else you've got. By the time Sakazuki arrived, Rosinante had already taken Jack and the mammoth fleet and left. All that remained were 2 Navy warships on the verge of sinking. Damn it! Sakazuki cursed in frustration at the sight, but he had no choice but to call for backup from Marine headquarters. After all, he was still just a vice admiral and couldn't yet act as recklessly as he would in the future when he became one of the Navy's 3 top powers. He couldn't afford to abandon naval soldiers to their deaths just to chase pirates. Moreover, Sakazuki realized that even if he gave chase under these conditions, he wouldn't hold an advantage in an aerial battle. Upon receiving Sakazuki's report, Fleet Admiral Kong immediately dispatched Vice Admiral Kyuzan to assist him. "This Rosinante, we originally thought he was still somewhere in the 4 Blues or maybe the first half of the Grand Line. Who would have guessed he'd head straight into the New World? If he hadn't run into Sakazuki, we'd still be in the dark," Kong said grimly. "Haha, sounds like this Rosinante's no pushover." Both Borsellino and Sakazuki got tripped up by him. Garp chuckled. "It seems, the worst-case scenario is unfolding," Tsuru said with a serious tone. "Huh?" Garp looked at her, puzzled. From Sakazuki's report, Rosinante has already mastered the ability to silence gravity, offensive force, and even the searing heat of Sakazuki's magma. Coupled with his previous feats, nullifying devil fruit abilities, if we let him grow any further, we may be looking at an opponent on the same level as Whitebeard, Tsuru said with gravity. "A Whitebeard-level opponent? That little brat? Tsuru, don't you think you're giving him a bit too much credit?" Garp replied, half skeptical. "In any case, we cannot allow him to continue growing unchecked. The seas are already in chaos. If another pirate of Whitebeard's caliber emerges, even if he doesn't quite reach Whitebeard's level, it will make things even harder for the Navy. Sengoku is still busy dealing with the matter of the Pirate King's child. Garp, I'm assigning this to you. You must bring Rosinante down with overwhelming force," Kong ordered sternly. "Me? I was just about to request some time off." Garp complained. "Do you think this is the time for a vacation? Request denied." Kong barked. "Well, alright then, but where exactly is this Rosinante right now? The New World is huge, you can't expect me to just randomly wander around looking for him." Garp was clearly uneasy. Although Roger had irresponsibly dumped the burden of his child on him, Garp couldn't just walk away from it. If this whole Rosinante matter delayed him, who knows what might happen. Sakazuki was following world government orders to escort the royal family of the Joramia kingdom. Not long ago, we also received word that Jack attacked that very kingdom. Now it seems Jack has joined Rosinante. That makes the Joramia kingdom the most likely location, Tsuru deduced. That makes sense. Alright, I'm heading out now to capture that brat. Garp sprang to his feet and marched out, eager for action. New World, aboard the nobles' ship in the Mammoth Fleet. Wow, the royals and nobles of the Joramia kingdom really are loaded. Just the cash alone adds up to 6 billion berries, Rosinante marveled. The Joramia kingdom is a well-known iron mining nation in the New World. It's not large, but it's rich in iron ore. If managed well, their annual revenue easily surpasses 6 billion berries, Jack replied calmly. What's this? While rifling through the noble's treasures, Rosinante's eyes caught sight of 2 ornate treasure chests. He opened them and inside were 2 bizarre-looking fruits. Devil fruits. Both chests contained 1 each. Looks like I underestimated these nobles, they even had devil fruits stashed away. Jack was visibly surprised to see them among the Joramia kingdom's loot. Is it really that shocking? I mean, they are a kingdom. Having 1 or 2 devil fruits doesn't seem so far-fetched, Rosinante said, puzzled at Jack's reaction. You think this is just anywhere? This is the New World. Here, power is everything. Devil fruits are tools that can instantly elevate strength, making them highly coveted by all major forces. Only large nations or top-tier pirates with powerful forces can afford to stockpile devil fruits. For a small nation like Joramia to have them is extremely rare. If word got out, pirates would be swarming here by the next day. A minor kingdom like them has no ability to protect devil fruits, Jack explained. If they can't protect them, then why not just eat them? If the Joramia kingdom had even 1 or 2 fruit users, maybe they wouldn't have been so helpless during the invasion, Rosinante questioned. Those royals and nobles wouldn't dirty their own hands in battle. They model themselves after the celestial dragons, too proud to even use devil fruits. Their selfish nature also means they wouldn't give the fruits to anyone else. They hoard them solely to one day use as gifts to curry favor with powerful figures. A single devil fruit could buy them their life if the time comes, Jack said coldly. That's just so typical of the noble mindset. Oh well, all the better for us, Rosinante grinned. Do you recognize what kinds these fruits are? He asked. One's a Zoan type, the other's a Paramecia, Jack replied. A Paramecia type? I wonder what kind of power it holds. Rosinante said curiously. There's a devil fruit encyclopedia over there, Jack nodded. Following Jack's suggestion, Rosinante found the book and began comparing the fruits. Both were high-quality devil fruits. The Joramia royals had probably identified their value using this very encyclopedia before deciding to keep them. One was a Zoan type, the Nico Nico no Mi Lynx model. The other was a Paramecia type, the Du no Mi, or whole fruit. While the Zoan was decent, the real gem was the whole fruit. It bore a striking resemblance to the Dor fruit used by CP9's Bluno in the future, both space-type abilities, but this one was clearly superior. The whole fruit allowed the user to open wormholes in space, making it an advanced version of the Dor fruit, with significantly greater power. This is one hell of a haul. Rosinante's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is indeed, Jack agreed. Unlike Rosinante, Jack had his eye on the lynx fruit. As a carnivorous Zoan, it granted not just the immense strength and combat ability of carnivorous beasts, but also the agility of a feline. Among Zoan types, it was a rare gem, just a tier below ancient and mythical types. Captain, Lord Rosinante. There's a huge number of pirate ships up ahead. We're surrounded. A sudden, panicked voice from one of the Mammoth Fleet crewmen rang out. Hearing the shout, Rosinante and Jack quickly set the devil fruits down and headed outside. Once on deck, they saw they were indeed surrounded by over 20 pirate ships of all sizes. Judging by their diverse flags, these ships came from 10 different pirate crews. Chapter 1818 The Two Madmen. The Lone Wolf Pirates, the Blood Swords Pirates, and Crazy Axe Burrs from the remnants of the Golden Lion's crew. Jack stared at the surrounding pirate ships, his expression growing grim. Over 10 pirate crews had gathered, large and small, each more fearsome than the last. All their captains had bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Most notable among them was Crazy Axe Burrs, former captain of the 11th Division of the Flying Pirates, boasting a bounty of 430 million berries. Then there were others like One-Eyed Wolf Bartley from the Lone Wolf Pirates and Hemi of the Blood Swords Pirates, pirates whose strength rivaled Burz's. Ho ho ho. Jack, did you really think you could take all of Joramia Kingdom's treasure for yourself? A towering man, over 3 meters tall and wielding a giant axe, stood on the prow of his ship, laughing maniacally. Burrs, without the Golden Lion, you're just a stray mutt. Instead of hiding your tail, you've got the guts to show your face again? And you, Bartley, Hemi, you're bold enough to rob from me. You'd better decide how you want to die. Jack's voice was ice cold, yet raging with madness. Humph, these newbies are getting cocky. Hope you don't regret your words later. Burrs replied, eyes full of killing intent. Ever since the Golden Lion had stormed Marineford in a suicidal bid to rescue Roger and ended up defeated by Garp and Sengoku, the flying pirates fell into disarray. Their once mighty fleet fractured and scattered. Burrs seized the opportunity to break off and form his own crew, but that required massive amounts of treasure. When he learned Jack had attacked the Joramia Kingdom and that their royalty had escaped with their national treasures, Burrs made them his next target. But Burrs wasn't the only pirate with that idea. Though Joramia was a small nation in the New World, it was well known for its rich iron mines and was considered one of the wealthier kingdoms. The moment its nobility fled with riches in tow, a swarm of greedy pirate crews gave chase. Burrs had barely set sail when he ran into other pirate crews with the same goal. Before they even saw the royal convoy, a skirmish broke out between the crews. Among them were powerhouses like One-Eyed Wolf Bartley and Hemi the Bloodsword, both on par with Burrs. After a deadlock, the major crews decided to form a temporary alliance to divide the loot, based on strength, of course. To Burrs, Bartley, and Hemi, only the 3 of them would be entitled to the real treasure. The other crews, cannon fodder. Don't get cocky, Jack. There's too many of us for you to handle. If you're smart, leave the treasure and go. Otherwise, this sea will be your grave. Bartley barked, pointing his blade toward Jack. He knew all too well how dangerous and insane Jack was, better to avoid fighting him if possible. Trash like you dare threaten me, boys, kill them all. Jack roared. Rah! The Mammoth Fleet responded without hesitation, charging forward as cannon fire erupted toward the enemy ships. Burrs and the others clearly didn't expect Jack to be so reckless. Even faced with a dozen pirate crews, he didn't hesitate, he charged straight in. The surprise attack left them briefly stunned. Fight back. Wipe out Jack and his madmen. Burrs bellowed, swinging his massive axe. The strike tore through the air, distorting it with raw force. A giant arc of energy blasted forth, splitting the sea itself as it slashed toward Jack. The sea, it split. One pirate gasped in disbelief. But Jack didn't flinch. He raised his twisted sides and caught the incoming axe energy head-on. Crack! With a powerful twist, Jack's scythe shredded the attack, dispersing the energy into fragments. Incredible. As expected of Captain Jack. His men roared with pride. Ho ho ho. So the mammoth Jack is just barely decent. Burrs mocked. I'll kill you. Jack snarled and lunged straight at Burrs, his twin scythes swinging with feral intensity. You little punk. I was sailing these seas before you were even born. Burrs met him head-on, his giant axe crashing down to meet Jack's blades. Clang. The weapons clashed with explosive force. Shockwaves rippled outward, splintering decks and shaking the masts. Impossible. Burrs was shaken. The power from Jack's blades was monstrous, it forced him back 3 full steps. Burrs was known for his brute strength, his enormous axe was proof enough. But now, he was being overpowered by Jack, a man wielding mere scythes. Die. Jack, smelling blood, pressed the attack, scythes tearing through the air. Bastard. You think you can take me down? I was once the 11th Division captain of the Flying Pirates. Burrs shouted, axe sweeping in wide arcs to block the onslaught. You're yesterday's news. Golden lions rotting in Impel Down. And you were just one of his flunkies. Jack spat. Then came the madness. Jack dropped all defense and slashed wildly at Burrs, putting everything into raw offense. Burrs, enraged, mirrored the insanity, hacking savagely at Jack's chest. SCHLNK. Blood sprayed from both men at the same time. Their attacks landed clean through their armament-hacky defenses. Jack's scythe tore open Burrs's belly, spilling intestines onto the deck. At the same time, Burrs's axe ripped into Jack's chest and slashed down his torso, carving a massive wound. If not for Jack's monstrous body and his hacky, that blow might have cut him clean in two. A double knockout. Captain Burrs. Captain Jack. Their respective crews screamed in alarm. Gahahaha. A double knockout. Well, if it's Jack the Madman, I can't say I'm surprised. This was bound to happen. Someone laughed sinisterly. It was Bartley. He darted across the deck with terrifying speed, appearing beside the 2 bloodied fighters. Jack, let me finish you off. Bartley's hand morphed into a savage wolf's claw, razor-sharp and gleaming. Shing. A sudden flash of light. Despite having just taken a fatal-looking blow, Jack's body erupted with explosive motion, his scythe cleaving toward Bartley at breakneck speed. It was fast. Brutal. Nothing like a man on death's door. Bartley's eyes widened. The gaping wound on Jack's abdomen was gone. Completely vanished. The skin smooth, the bloodstains gone. Only his torn shirt remained, a silent reminder of the brutal strike that should have ended him. Was it an illusion? Or was Jack something even worse? Chapter 1919. Then make your choice. Blood, again, blood splattered through the air. Bartley stared in disbelief, his face frozen with shock. That slash had come out of nowhere. He had clearly seen Jack's chest get split open by Burrs's axe, so how? A blow like that should have left Jack near death, if not outright dead. At the very least, he shouldn't have had the strength to retaliate. Yet that side strike had been as ferocious and decisive as if Jack were at his peak. Caught completely off guard, Bartley failed to evade in time, and the blade tore across his chest. Thankfully, Bartley was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Swift Wolf. His incredible speed saved him at the last second. When the cold gleam of steel flashed before him, years of battle-hardened instinct screamed that something was wrong. Fully beastifying, he sprang back just in time. Thanks to his swift reflexes and toughened body, the slash only grazed his chest, it didn't seriously wound him. Impossible. You were obviously seriously injured. Even an ancient Zoan can't recover that fast. Don't tell me your devil fruit has awakened. Bartley growled in his full werewolf form, one gleaming eye narrowing in suspicion. Everyone knew that Zoan-type fruits offered powerful regenerative abilities. But even by those standards, Jack's recovery was outrageous unless he had achieved the mythical state, Zoan awakening. That was the only possibility Bartley could fathom. What are you two waiting for? Hemi, get over here. There's something seriously wrong with this guy. You know how crazy Jack is. If we don't kill him now, we'll never get another chance. Bartley shouted, his voice urgent. If Jack truly had awakened his devil fruit, then he was more terrifying than either of them had anticipated. Devil fruit awakening, huh? Well, I'd like to see whether your awakening can block my sword, Hemi said coldly as he drew the long blade from his waist and strode forward. Jack showed no fear at all as the 2 powerful captains moved in to flank him. On the contrary, his face twisted into a mad grin. With a savage roar, he charged toward them, wielding his scythes with the fury of a demon. Bartley the one-eyed wolf, Hemi the blood swordsman. They weren't at the level of legends like Roger or Whitebeard, nor on the same tier as fearsome names like Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, but they were notorious across the New World. Pirates of strength and reputation equal to Jack. Yet facing their combined assault, Jack didn't flinch. Madness, bloodlust, and a thirst for carnage radiated from him as his scythes clashed against Hemi's blade and Bartley's armament-hacky-coated claws. Each impact released shockwaves that rippled through the air. Lesser pirate captains tried to intervene but couldn't even get close. All they could do was order their men to charge the mammoth fleet, hoping to relieve the pressure from Burrs's fallen forces. I was dead, wasn't I? How? Burrs stirred, slowly regaining consciousness. He remembered it clearly. Jack's scythe had split open his belly, his guts had been slashed apart. The pain, the despair, it had all felt so final. He had resigned himself to death. But now, the pain was gone. His body was whole again. At first, Burrs thought he might have already crossed into the afterlife, his soul wandering some underworld. But no, the sounds of battle rang clear around him, Jack still fighting Bartley and Hemi, pirates still clashing. It was all real. He was still alive, still in the new world, still confused. I pulled you back from the hands of death. A calm voice spoke from behind him. Burrs turned swiftly. A man stood behind him, Rosinante. You, who are you? You brought me back. A devil fruit power. Burrs asked warily, leaping to his feet. His recovery should have been miraculous, and yet nobody around seemed to notice. The rest were still fighting as though he hadn't risen at all. Correct. I'm the user of the silence fruit. My ability suppresses sound and aura, just like now. We can speak freely here, and unless someone's directly watching, no one will know you're back. As for your wounds, I used a silent seal on you to silence your injuries, Rosinante explained coolly. Ho ho ho, what a convenient little power, Burrs chuckled, looking at the seal on his body. But the smile didn't last. In the very next instant, he suddenly raised his giant axe and swung it down toward Rosinante. Rosinante, seemingly expecting the betrayal, simply tilted his body and sidestepped the strike with ease. Oi, is that how you treat someone who saved your life? Rosinante asked casually, weaving smoothly through the narrowest gaps, his movements minimal yet effective as Burrs's axe swept again and again. Save me. You think I'd believe someone so kind-hearted they'd heal an enemy? I saw it, Jack's body. He had the same seal as me. That mark doesn't just silence wounds, does it? There must be more to it. Otherwise, a monster like Jack wouldn't serve under you, Burrs said through clenched teeth as he attacked. You're not wrong. The so-called silencing only hides the wounds temporarily, they never truly disappear. The moment the seal is lifted, all your injuries return. Like this. Rosinante raised a hand. Burrs's expression twisted with agony. His hand clutched at his abdomen in disbelief. His stomach was torn open again, guts shredded. It was as if the healing had been nothing but a dream. And since I control the seal, that means I control your life, Rosinante said calmly, reactivating the silent seal to keep Burrs from dying again. So now, make your choice. Death, or allegiance? Rosinante asked without a flicker of emotion. No one ever truly chooses death, not when they've felt it once already. In the end, Burrs chose to submit. After all, he had once pledged himself to the Golden Lion. Swearing loyalty to Rosinante now didn't feel so foreign. Meanwhile, Jack, Bartley, and Hemi's battle raged on. The other pirate crews continued their assault on the Mammoth fleet. Especially Burrs's crew, they had lost their captain to Jack, and in their eyes, that made Jack their mortal enemy. The Mammoth fleet, savage and deadly as it was, faced an overwhelming number of foes. Several of the enemy captains had bounties well over 100 million. It wasn't long before the Mammoth fleet began to falter, pushed back step by step. Then suddenly, a massive axe tore through the sky, slicing forward with an enormous blade of energy. The moment the axe wave flew, Bartley and Hemi both noticed. They looked up, startled, but not alarmed. After all, Burrs had been one of them, and had fallen to Jack. This strike had to be aimed at Jack, right? Wrong. As the slash came crashing down, Hemi's eyes went wide with disbelief. He barely raised his blade in time to block, but he hadn't braced for it. The surprise of the betrayal meant he hadn't summoned his full strength. The impact hurled him backward like a cannonball, slamming him into another pirate ship with a deafening crash. Chapter 2020 Your Majesty, the Big Mom pirates are coming. You bastard, Burrs. Are you insane? Bartley was just as stunned as Hemi had been when he was sent flying. Eyes wide in disbelief, he shouted at Burrs. You're the one who's insane. I'm with this side now. Burrs sneered as he heft his giant axe. Ha 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 ha. Burrs pirates, listen up, assist the Jack pirates and take down all other crews. His sudden command left his own crew completely confused. But there was no time for questions, other pirates were already charging at them with blades drawn, forcing them to act fast or die. Jack glanced at the silent seal mark on Burrs's body and let out a cold, knowing smile. Without wasting a breath, he rushed once again at Bartley. Boom, boom. Several sharp slashes tore open the ship's cabin. Out walked Hemi, his face colder than ice. Igor Burrs. I'll tear you to pieces. Hemi's voice was low and venomous. A moment ago, he had truly felt death looming. The near-death experience left his rage boiling. Ho ha ha ha. Perfect. I was just thinking of smashing you to pulp. Let's see what wins, your sharp blade or my mighty axe. Burrs responded with equal chill, voice thick with battle lust. The next instant, both men charged. One brute force, the other blinding speed. Their clash was explosive, every strike peeling the ship apart bit by bit. Kill them. Charge in. Take all the treasure. Shouted Binns, a pirate captain with a bounty of 190 million berries. He led a wild charge toward the royal treasure ships of the Joramia kingdom within the Mammoth fleet. That treasure's mine. You're not getting your filthy hands on it. Came a calm, eerie voice. A figure appeared beside Binns without warning. Before anyone could react, blades flashed and blood sprayed in silent arcs. Binns barely noticed the dozen slashes across his body before he dropped to his knees. What? How? His eyes were wide with disbelief. Who had struck? How did they appear? How did they draw their blade? He hadn't seen a thing. It was as if death had touched him in silence. Just as Binns believed his time was up, a hand pressed down gently on his shoulder. A strange energy coursed through him, and then a glowing rune slowly etched itself onto his body. Miraculously, the wounds on his flesh vanished, like nothing had ever happened. Now choose, death, or submission. Rosinante looked down at him and said quietly. Binns stared, speechless. Clang. Bartley was sent sliding backward by one of Jack's blows. His breathing had grown ragged. The constant clash was taking a toll. Even with his arms hardened in haki, his hands were trembling slightly. Against Jack's monstrous power, even Bartley was beginning to falter. Suddenly, Bartley noticed something strange. Aside from him and Hemi, the rest of the battlefield had gone still. What the hell? He cursed, fury twisting his expression. Following his line of sight, he saw a massive lounge chair placed in plain view. On it, a young man sat leisurely, one leg crossed over the other, watching the fight unfold like a play. Behind him stood 7 powerful-looking figures, each one a pirate captain who had arrived with him. You're still distracted while fighting me? I'm honestly shocked you've lived this long, Jack said flatly, bringing his blade down again. Damn it. Bartley's face froze in panic, but it was too late. Jack's slash tore into his chest, leaving behind a gruesome wound. I should have killed you with that strike, Jack muttered. But someone clearly wants you alive. He let go of his scythe and instead sent a brutal punch into Bartley's gut, causing him to vomit blood. But Jack didn't stop there. His fists fell like a storm, raining blows on Bartley's body until he was nothing more than a bloodied, broken mess. This is getting boring, Jack said with disgust, flinging the half-dead Bartley before Rosinante. Without emotion, Rosinante reached down, grabbed him by the collar, and spoke, now choose, death, or submission. Soon after, the Bloodblade Hemi also fell, battered near to death by the combined assault of Jack and Burrs. Rosinante placed the silence seal on him as well. I have a mission for you all, Rosinante said as he turned to face Jack, Burrs, Hemi, and Bartley. Clear the surrounding seas of pirates. Capture anyone with potential, or those whose bounty exceeds 100 million berries. Bring them back alive. Can we rough them up? Jack asked coldly. Rough them up all you want, Rosinante nodded, as long as they're still breathing. Try to avoid permanent damage, we need them as future strength. Understood, Jack said, then led his crew out. The 4 of them, Jack, Burrs, Hemi, and Bartley, departed with their men, leaving behind the other 7 bounty, over 100 million pirate captains. Those 7, along with some of their subordinates, were tasked with escorting the treasure-laden ships of Joramia back to the kingdom. When Rosinante returned with the convoy to Joramia, the kingdom fell into chaos. Having just suffered a massacre at the hands of pirates, the kingdom was like a frightened bird. Seeing a fleet of pirate ships drawing near again, panic exploded. Especially since Rosinante was nowhere in sight at first. But when they saw him stepping off the lead ship, the collective sigh of relief was audible. Your Majesty, this is. Felist hurried over after being alerted by the royal guard. Seeing Rosinante safe, his anxiety faded. These are my new subordinates, Rosinante explained. From now on, they'll form a new guard force to protect the Joramia kingdom. Gasps erupted from all around. People stared in disbelief. Every one of these pirates was infamous in the surrounding seas, each with a bounty over 100 million. And now, they were his men. Then again, after seeing Jack fall under Rosinante's command, nothing really surprised Felist anymore. Next, Rosinante ordered Felist to unload all the berries and treasure from the ships, then took 2 devil fruits back with him to the royal palace. With this sudden influx of wealth, he tasked Binns with organizing a fleet to purchase desperately needed supplies from nearby kingdoms. The kingdom of Joramia, which had been teetering on collapse, began to run smoothly again. The chaos and unrest faded into order. Everything was finally falling into place. Until, Your Majesty, the Big Mom pirates, they're coming. Felist burst into the palace, his face twisted in panic, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Chapter 21:21 War is coming. What's going on? Blue veins bulged on Rosinante's forehead. Heavens above, he was just indulging in a bit of fun, taking over a small kingdom to play at being king. How had things spiraled into this? Even Big Mom was getting involved. Your Majesty, not long ago, the Big Mom pirates ordered a batch of iron ore from the kingdom of Joramia. Although they didn't pay much, it was the Big Mom pirates after all, one of the most powerful crews in the New World. The former king didn't dare refuse them. They agreed to deliver it within half a month. But shortly after Big Mom left, the Jack pirates started attacking us. No one had the time or energy to mine. After Your Majesty defeated Jack, we were barely surviving, let alone mining. I only remembered this matter after looking through the documents. Explained Felist with a trembling voice. Honestly, this couldn't be entirely blamed on Felist. He had just been a vice-captain of the royal guard. Matters like this should have been handled by the ministers or nobles. But when the royalty and nobles fled, the ministers bolted too, leaving no one to manage these affairs. How could a mere vice-captain think of such things? Yet, no matter how many excuses he could give, the Big Mom pirates weren't the kind of people who listened to reason. In their eyes, Joramia had broken a promise to Big Mom. Worse, it could be seen as insulting the Big Mom pirates. In the New World, only a handful, Whitebeard, and once upon a time, the likes of Golden Lion and Roger, could afford to ignore Big Mom. For anyone else, breaking faith with her meant disaster. Upon hearing this, Rosinante nearly abandoned the entire kingdom and fled solo. I really gotta hand it to you people. You forgot about Big Mom. How many days until the deadline? How much ore is missing? Rosinante asked coldly. We're short by a third. The deadline is tomorrow, Felist whispered miserably. Any nearby kingdoms that could sell us the remaining ore? Rosinante asked. Recently, the seas have been in turmoil. All nearby kingdoms have had their iron ore reserves bought out. It's almost impossible to get what we need, Felist replied helplessly. Great. Just great. Looks like a war is inevitable, Rosinante muttered with a dark frown. He hadn't even been in the New World long, and he was already going up against one of the future 4 emperors. Even though the Big Mom pirates hadn't yet reached the peak of their power, they were likely not far from it. We're going to war with the Big Mom pirates. Felist's face turned pale as a sheet, his voice trembling. No way. Absolutely not. That's the Big Mom pirates. One of the strongest pirate crews in the entire New World. He cried out. After Golden Lion's flying fleet lost more than half its ships to a storm and Roger's crew disbanded, Big Mom rose as one of the top forces in the New World. Even when Roger's crew was active, the Big Mom pirates were never inferior. Big Mom had clashed with the Roger pirates, the Flying Pirates, and even Whitebeard's crew, yet still stood firm in the New World. Now that Roger was dead and Golden Lion was locked up in Impel Down, the New World belonged to Whitebeard and Big Mom. The Big Mom pirates were undeniably one of the most powerful crews in existence. Whether we fight or not doesn't depend on us anymore. Unless you can cough up the ore Big Mom wants, get ready for war, Rosinante declared grimly. But what can we possibly do against them? Your Majesty may be strong, but surely not even you can take on Big Mom herself. Felist exclaimed, nearly in tears. You think a tiny kingdom like Joramia is worth Big Mom coming in person? No, we'll be facing her subordinates. Who came last time to collect the ore? Rosinante asked. Her eldest son, Charlotte Prospero, and one of their combatants, Baron Tamago, Felist replied. So, our first opponents will be Charlotte Prospero, the lick fruit user and eldest son of the Charlotte family, and the Baron, Rosinante murmured thoughtfully. But, Prospero's bounty is 510 million. That's a real monster. Felist cried, trembling. In the Navy's eyes, a pirate's bounty roughly reflects their strength and threat level. There are 3 major tiers, 100 million, 500 million, and 1 billion. Don't be fooled by Jack's 450 million bounty. It might seem close to Prospero's 510 million, but the gap between the 2 tiers is massive. Pirates under 100 million can usually be handled by Navy commodores or captains. Between 100 and 500 million, a vice admiral is required. But for bounties above 500 million, the Navy must dispatch an admiral, or at least multiple vice admirals, to have a chance. As for those with billion-berry bounties, even admirals might fail to capture them. To the Navy, billion-level pirates are considered strategic-level threats, akin to an admiral in power. So while 510 million and 450 million may look close, they're worlds apart. That said, Rosinante knew that with Jack's ferocity and potential, he'd surpass Prospero one day. Jack would go on to become a billion-berry pirate. Prospero, for all his current edge, had grown up with immense resources and privilege as Big Mom's son. His faster rise was only natural. Felist, like I said, whether this war happens isn't up to us. Do you really think Big Mom's going to sit down and negotiate? All they'll see is that Joramia dared to blow them off. If they don't make an example of us, others will start thinking they can make excuses too. This war can't be avoided. Win, and Joramia might survive. Lose, and we're finished, Rosinante declared. Send the word. Prepare for war. He ordered. Yes, right away. Felist said, forcing himself to sound resolute. Not long after Felist left, Rosinante picked up a den mushy. Hello, what can I do for you, Your Majesty? Came Hemi's respectful voice. Although he had been unwilling at first, forced into submission by Rosinante's silencing seal, after a few battles at sea, Hemi had come to realize the sheer value of that power. A near-immortal body? In a world as dangerous as the New World, that was more precious than any treasure. He had fully submitted to Rosinante. Where's Jack and the others? Rosinante asked. They're having a blast fighting right now, Hemi replied. In the background, explosions and roars echoed. Abort the mission. Return at once, Rosinante said solemnly. War is coming. Chapter 22:22. If there's extra, consider it a gift, you're welcome. After parting ways with Rosinante, Jack launched a frenzied sweep of the surrounding seas, targeting pirate crews without mercy. Hemi and the others, having tasted the benefits of the wound-sealing barrier, quickly joined in Jack's rampage. In just a few days, they had already hunted down 13 pirate crews. Among their prey were 3 captains with bounties exceeding 300 million, 10 captains around the 100 million mark, and over 30 pirates with promising potential. Flush with success, their ambition only grew. They set their sights on a fearsome pirate with a staggering bounty of 640 million berries, Realman, the detonator. Realman was a blast fruit user, the same devil fruit that would later belong to Mr. Five from Baroque Works. But unlike that booger-blasting clown, Realman was on an entirely different level. Every part of his body could explode, even the very air he exhaled could detonate. Combined with his brutal physical prowess and mastery of haki, he was a walking armory of destruction. Even when Jack and the other three attacked him together, they could barely hold their ground. It was only thanks to the effects of the wound-sealing barrier that they managed to cling on, repeatedly dragging Realman down through sheer attrition, slowly turning the tide in their favor. Just as the battle raged, Rosinante's den mushi rang. Hemi managed to answer amidst the chaos. His Majesty's calling. He says we're to pull out, the war is coming, Hemi relayed to the others after hanging up. A royal order, huh? Guess we don't have a choice, Bartley said, grimacing. We'd better move. If he's calling us back in such a hurry, something big must be happening, Bartley added. Jack gave Realman a cold stare, clearly reluctant to let the man go, but ultimately stepped back, preparing to withdraw. Oh, you came here out of nowhere, attacked me for no reason, and now you think you can just leave. Did you ask me if I was done? Realman growled, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Explosive step, Heaven Blast 3000. Just as Jack and the others tried to retreat, Realman launched a savage barrage, explosions tearing through the air and shaking the sea. You're asking for it. Jack roared. Realman wasn't going to let them leave so easily. With his power, if he wanted to keep them here, it was going to be a fight. And so, Jack and the others had no choice but to dive back in, surrounding Realman once again. I don't know what's gotten you all so eager to run, but I do know stopping you now is the right move. Ha ha ha. Realman bellowed, laughing like a madman. Bastard. Jack and the others shouted in rage, launching a renewed, all-out assault. This time, they abandoned defense entirely, choosing instead to throw everything they had into pure offense. The battlefield exploded into chaos once again. New World, Kingdom of Joramia. The next day, right on schedule, the pirate ship of the Big Mom pirates arrived. As the towering mast bearing Big Mom's terrifying Jolly Roger came into view, Felist's legs began trembling uncontrollably. He had still managed to muster a bit of courage when facing Jack's crew, but the Big Mom pirates? Against them, he didn't even dare to think of resistance. Benz, standing beside him, was also drenched in nervous sweat. As a pirate who had roamed the New World, Benz knew the Big Mom pirates weren't just strong. They were a force of nature. If Rosinante didn't hold his life in the palm of his hand, Benz would have run long ago. Hiss, why didn't I know that the Kingdom of Joramia had a guard with a bounty over 100 million? Sneered Prospero, licking his enormous candy staff as he stepped off the ship. Benz, since when did you become a royal guard for the Kingdom of Joramia? Among pirates with bounties near 100 million, Benz had a reputation. The Big Mom pirates had even considered recruiting him once, so Prospero easily recognized him. Lord Prospero, I now serve under Lord Rosinante. Since Lord Rosinante is the king of Joramia, I naturally became part of the royal guard, Benz answered respectfully. Rosinante, huh? I thought the king of Joramia was some guy named Choroth III. When did it become this Rosinante fellow? Did he change his name or something? Prospero asked curiously. Lord Prospero, Felist stepped forward and explained respectfully, the kingdom of Joramia was attacked by the Jack pirates not long ago. The king and royal family were all killed. It was Lord Rosinante who defeated Jack and saved the kingdom. The people themselves chose to crown him as the new king. Ah, I see. Well, I don't care who wears the crown. Whoever rules the kingdom of Joramia better fulfill the promise they made to Mama, without exception. Perorin Prospero said coldly. Of course, absolutely. Felist was already soaked in cold sweat. Why are you sweating so much? Prospero's gaze sharpened. Could it be that Joramia doesn't have the iron or it promised? Or maybe, it just doesn't want to give it to us. Perorin. He said ominously, his tone as thick with threat as syrup. In truth, the Big Mom pirates had known about Jack's attack on Joramia the moment it happened. But they didn't care. As far as they were concerned, the ore promised to Mama had to be delivered, whether by the old king, the new king, or whoever slaughtered them in between. If Joramia failed to deliver, they'd be razed. Simple as that. Tato Land had more than enough homies to dig up ore elsewhere. If Jack had conquered the kingdom, then he'd be responsible for the ore. If he refused, then the Big Mom pirates would wipe him out instead. And no, we would never dare withhold the iron ore. Felist stammered. Then you do have it. Because if you made a promise to Mama and can't fulfill it, you do know what that means, don't you? Prospero said coldly, his smile gone. And no, the kingdom of Joramia does have the ore. Felist insisted. Prospero paused for a moment, surprised. Well then, if you can deliver, that makes you a friend of the Big Mom pirates. No need to be so nervous, Perorin, he said with a sudden cheerful grin. This way, Lord Prospero. We've already prepared the iron ore for you, Felist said, gesturing politely. Prospero gave a satisfied nod and followed Felist. But the moment they arrived at the so-called prepared ore site, Prospero's face twisted into a dark scowl. His gaze flicked between Felist and the cavernous mine behind him, thick with fury. "Are you mocking me?" he growled. "Mock you? We wouldn't dare. This mine contains the iron or promised to your crew. You can take it yourselves," came a slow, composed voice. Everyone turned around. Rosinante had appeared behind them without a sound. "This vein should more than cover what was promised. And if there's extra, consider it a gift from me. No need to thank me." Chapter 23:23 Charlotte Katakuri. "You think cheap tricks like that can fool us?" Baron Eggman said coldly. "How could I possibly think that?" Rosinante replied calmly. "If your Big Mom pirates were that easy to talk to, you wouldn't be called the Big Mom pirates. You and I both know this battle is inevitable. The only reason I led you here was to keep the already ravaged Joramia kingdom from taking more damage." As he spoke, several figures with stern expressions stepped out from the shadows, slowly surrounding the Big Mom pirates. Though there were only 6 of them, the oppressive aura they gave off made it clear none of them were ordinary fighters. Aban, with a bounty of 130 million berries. The Quickdraw Gunman Black, 115 million. Bonning at 150 million. Beetle at 170 million. Saul, also at 170 million. And Bins, at 190 million, Baron Eggman intoned. "Joramia Kingdom really has assembled quite a cast. Prospero, are these the people you're counting on?" Baron Eggman sneered. "You think a few trash-tier pirates like them can resist Big Mom?" "Of course not," Rosinante replied. "I know my limits. It would be delusional to think we could fight the Big Mom pirates head-on. But taking down you guys here, that, we can do." "Heh, looks like we've been thoroughly underestimated," Prospero said, licking his massive candy cane with a twisted grin. "But we are the Big Mom pirates. You'll find out soon enough if I've underestimated you. Bins, leave Baron Eggman and the rest of the riffraff to the others." "Prospero is mine," Rosinante ordered. "Yes, understood, your majesty," Bins and the others replied, drawing their weapons. "Don't get cocky, Candy Wave." Prospero roared. Viscous syrup surged forward like a tide, forming a sticky swamp rushing toward the group. "Spread out. Don't let it touch you. If that stuff gets inside your body, you'll turn into a candy statue." Rosinante shouted as he leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the sticky tide. Not that they needed the warning. Bins and the others already knew this wasn't ordinary syrup. Prospero, after all, had a bounty of over 510 million berries. Each one of them scattered in different directions. Seeing Rosinante avoid the candy tide, Prospero snarled and focused the syrupy deluge toward him. Take out the king, and the rest would fall. Wave after wave of sticky syrup pounded forward, growing larger and more vicious. One massive wave rose 10 meters high and crashed down on Rosinante, completely swallowing him. "I've heard of you, the Silent Blade, Rosinante. Rumor says you beat Borsellino in Lobetown," Prospero sneered. "Looks like the rumors were exaggerated. You're nothing special. Peroran." Sheeing. A blinding arc of sword light sliced out of the syrup. A figure shot out at high speed. "Damn, that was close. Almost got swallowed whole," Rosinante said coolly, holding a new longsword. His previous blade had been destroyed by Sakazuki, so he'd chosen this one from Joramiya's treasury. Rumor had it this blade was one of the famed grade blades. "You escaped." Prospero's eyes widened. "And you're not even sticky? How is that possible?" Plenty in the New World had managed to break free from his syrup waves, but this was the first time someone came out completely clean. Not a single drop clung to Rosinante. "Prospero," Rosinante began, "do you know why, as the eldest son of the Charlotte family, you aren't one of Big Mom's sweet commanders? Why your younger brother, Charlotte Katakuri, holds that title instead?" "Shut up." Prospero snapped, face twisting in anger. The wound was fresh, he had always resented not being chosen. Now, Rosinante had struck it directly. "It's because your ability has a fatal weakness," Rosinante said. "Sugar melts in heat." As he spoke, Rosinante snapped his fingers. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted directly beneath Prospero's feet. The blast swallowed him whole. Before the smoke even cleared, a figure shot into the explosion and moments later flew out, dragging with him a mangled, blood-soaked body. It was Prospero, badly injured, barely conscious. And carrying him was a tall, imposing young man whose face was dark with fury. "The sweet commander, Charlotte Katakuri," Rosinante muttered, narrowing his eyes. "Didn't expect Big Mom to send you to a small kingdom like Joramia." "I only came to be safe," Katakuri said grimly. "But clearly we underestimated you. You figured out my brother's weakness from the start." "More or less," Rosinante replied. "Once I knew he had the candy fruit, his vulnerability was obvious. In truth, it was well known in the original story that Prospero's powers were weak against heat. Once Rosinante suspected Prospero might be dispatched, he had filled the underground with highly potent explosives. They were prelit, but he used his power to silence the flames until the right moment. When Prospero stepped into the trap, Rosinante released the silence, setting off the chain of explosions. "Mother had high hopes for you, you know," Katakuri said darkly. "She even thought of marrying you into the family. But now, I'll just be bringing your corpse back." He gently laid Prospero into a palace made of sticky mochi to protect him. Then his face hardened. With no more words, he kicked out, his legs stretching with terrifying speed and armed with haki. This was the Machi Machi kick. Katakuri, wielder of the Machi Machi no Mi, possessed a special paramecia ability allowing him to transform his body into sticky mochi. The power closely resembled that of the series' protagonist, Luffy, elastic, extendable, and tough, but with the added adhesive property rubber lacked. His legs shot forward like a cannon, coated in armament haki, aiming straight at Rosinante's chest. Chapter 24-24 Body Self-Limitation Silencing. Rosinante's expression was extremely grim. He hadn't expected Charlotte Katakuri to show up this time. In fact, from the moment Prospero's ship arrived in the kingdom of Joramia, Rosinante had faintly sensed a lurking threat. While fighting Prospero, he had to divide his focus to remain alert to that presence. That was the real reason he got swept into the candy wave so easily. Otherwise, with his level of observation haki, Prospero would have never landed a clean hit. At first, Rosinante hadn't known where the threat was coming from, but when Katakuri appeared, everything became clear. He hadn't imagined that the Big Mom pirates would dispatch one of their top commanders, Katakuri himself. Katakuri and Prospero weren't even in the same league. Despite being the younger of the two, Katakuri's bounty was already an astronomical 800 million berries. A true emperor-class pirate. Even among the likes of Sakazuki and the others, Katakuri could stand as an equal. What a troublesome opponent. Rosinante muttered as he swiftly dodged Katakuri's flying kick. What bothered him the most was how perfectly Katakuri's abilities countered his own. Whether it was observation haki or armament haki, Katakuri was superior in both. Especially with observation, though it wasn't clear if Katakuri could actually see the future, Rosinante could tell just by how early he'd sensed the threat. Katakuri's level was higher. Rosinante's entire fighting style was built atop his observation haki. His silent fruit relied on perception to mute and suppress, whether sound, flame, or energy. But if Katakuri's observation disrupted his own, it dulled his power considerably. Worse, the Machi Machi fruit itself was a natural counter. As a special paramecia, its malleable and sticky properties allowed Katakuri to alter his form freely, making him extremely difficult to strike. If Rosinante couldn't make physical contact, then he couldn't apply his fruit's abilities. Katakuri was exactly the type of opponent Rosinante least wanted to face. If he had known Katakuri was among the Big Mom pirates dispatched this time, he might have thought twice before engaging them at all. Maybe things had been going too smoothly lately. Maybe he'd let his ego swell, thinking that he was already capable of challenging New World caliber pirates, without hesitation diving into battle with Prospero. Machi, heavy strike. Katakuri roared, swinging a punch. There was no flash or flare to Katakuri's attack, just brute force enhanced by his fruit's properties and that monstrous observation haki. It was the kind of raw, refined attack that achieved overwhelming results through sheer mastery. Rosinante met it head-on, his silent power condensing around his longsword. A look of firm resolve spread across his blood-streaked face. He knew dodging would be useless in the face of Katakuri's precognition. The longsword, imbued with the will to mute everything, slashed out and collided with Katakuri's devastating fist. Boom! Rosinante was sent hurtling backward like a ragdoll, slamming violently into a cliff wall. Pfft! Blood burst from his mouth. That one hit had seriously injured him. In strength, armament haki, and even physical prowess, Katakuri completely overpowered him. Though Rosinante's silent power could neutralize the Machi's stickiness, Katakuri's superior observation interfered with Rosinante's ability to read and nullify the force behind his attacks. That punch came in full, unmuted, unstoppable. And it damn near broke him. The Charlotte family's physiology, inherited from Big Mom herself, was monstrous. The sheer physical might in that single punch had exceeded Rosinante's worst expectations. Katakuri drew back his fist, frowning. He hadn't sensed any of the usual resistance. Normally, anyone struck by his Machi-infused punch would get stuck, trapped in that sticky binding. But not Rosinante. He hadn't been adhered to at all. Seems like you're not completely worthless, Katakuri muttered. When Rosinante's name had first reached the ears of the Big Mom pirates, along with his fight against Borsellino in Lobetown, so had his abilities. Somehow, the intelligence had made its way quickly to Big Mom herself. Possibly thanks to moles in the Navy, Big Mom had learned Rosinante possessed the silent fruit. But it's a pity. You actually thought you could oppose Mama. Such foolishness. Take your delusions, and die with them in hell, Katakuri said coldly. His fists began to blur as he launched a flurry of blows, each wrapped in dark armament haki, pounding toward Rosinante with relentless force. Ha! With a cry, Rosinante kicked off the ground, soaring skyward to escape the barrage. Flight ability. Katakuri muttered, watching him ascend out of reach. In the world of pirates, flight was rare, hence why the Golden Lion's airborne fleet had once been so legendary. Katakuri had some ranged options with his Machi powers, but if Rosinante kept his altitude high enough, he'd be out of range. So strong. Rosinante panted in midair, catching his breath. Thank you for showing me how far I still have to go in this world of sea emperors. As thanks, let me repay you with everything I've got. He straightened up. Something in his eyes changed. Katakuri frowned. While others might have thought Rosinante was bluffing at death's door, his own refined observation told him otherwise. There was a rapidly growing sense of danger radiating from Rosinante. If Katakuri had the ability to fly, he would have struck immediately to snuff that threat before it bloomed. Body self-limitation, silent release. Rosinante pressed a hand to his chest. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged from his body. It was staggering, releasing the body's natural self-limiters to unleash its full potential. Katakuri muttered, brows furrowed. The human body imposes its own limits, naturally suppressing strength to avoid injury. This was doubly true for devil fruit users, their powers often throttled by what the human frame could safely withstand. Even awakening didn't eliminate these checks. But if one could remove that restraint, then every ounce of strength could be wielded with abandon. The cost, however, was usually death. Now, unshackled, Rosinante's body radiated with a strength that defied imagination. He clenched his fist. Even the air trembled. As he raised his hand, Katakuri instantly felt a crushing pressure hurtling toward him. His body instinctively hardened with full-body armament haki. Boom! One punch. Katakuri was sent flying like a cannonball. Rosinante's speed had soared to the point that even Katakuri's future-seeing senses couldn't react in time. He was struck before he could fully perceive it. So fast. Is this the power of self-limit release? Katakuri gasped, his face pale with shock. Incredible, even my body didn't have time to react. My observation haki could only barely trace the shadow of his punch. A man who was clearly weaker than him moments ago had now become terrifying. Chapter 25-25, Power after releasing the self-limit of silence. So this is the power after releasing my body's self-limit. It's strong, no doubt, but without the healing silence seal, that punch just now would have hurt me more than Katakuri, Rosinante muttered as he looked at his bruised and trembling fist. When Rosinante unleashed that devastating punch, every muscle fiber in his arm had snapped. If it weren't for the healing silence seal suppressing his injuries, his arm would have been destroyed before the punch even landed. And not just his arm, both of his legs had sustained heavy damage, all just to produce that incredible burst of speed. As he spoke, Rosinante vanished from where he stood, and silently reappeared beside Katakuri. Without a sound, he lashed out with a powerful kick. I can't sense him with my observation haki. Katakuri's eyes widened in shock. Bang! The kick connected cleanly, sending Katakuri flying and crashing violently into another mountain wall. No breath, no sound. Rosinante had completely silenced his presence. Even someone like Katakuri, a master of advanced observation haki, couldn't perceive his form or aura. Wiping the blood from his lips, Katakuri slowly stood up, his expression darker than ever. Since mastering his observation haki, he had never encountered an opponent he couldn't sense. His ability had always been his greatest pride. Even Big Mom herself couldn't surpass him in that domain. But now, he couldn't even locate Rosinante's shadow. His speed is indeed fast, but not so fast I should be completely blind to him. Which means, it's not his speed, it's his power suppressing his presence. Katakuri's sharp gaze locked onto Rosinante, brain spinning at lightning speed. Every living being emits a sound, heartbeat, joints grinding, muscles contracting, even the hum of conscious thought. But Rosinante has silenced them all. He's eliminated even the friction of movement, the sound of slicing through the air, probably because his devil fruit silences forces like friction and resistance too. Once everything is muted, he enters a state of nothingness. Unless someone's observation haki can break through the fruit's effect, it's impossible to perceive him. In this case, there's only one way to fight back. But before Katakuri could act, boom! Rosinante flashed in again, this time slamming a crushing punch straight into his abdomen. Katakuri doubled over, coughing out bile. Without pause, Rosinante interlocked his fingers and smashed them down on Katakuri's bent back like a hammer. Crack! Katakuri's body was driven deep into the ground, the earth beneath fracturing from the sheer force. Rosinante didn't relent. Grabbing Katakuri by the collar, he pummeled his face mercilessly. Bang! 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 Each blow hit like thunder, sending Katakuri staggering left and right like a human punching bag. Unable to sense Rosinante, and with Rosinante's speed exceeding his reactions, all Katakuri could do was endure with full-body armament haki reinforcement. What the hell? Prospero had just stumbled out of the machi shelter Katakuri had created for him, now awake and barely walking. The scene before him made his heart lurch. Despite his resentment that Big Mom had named his younger brother Katakuri as a sweet commander instead of him, he had never once doubted Katakuri's power. A genius since childhood, Katakuri's devil fruit mastery and observation haki were peerless. Even their monstrous mother admired his gifts. Yet now, this same brother was being utterly brutalized, unable to fight back. Prospero couldn't believe it. With Katakuri's observation haki, even against Mom, he wouldn't be this helpless. Could it be, this guy's stronger than Mom herself? No, impossible. If he was that strong, Katakuri would have been finished already. He's not down yet, which means this guy's not invincible. Then why the hell is Katakuri being overwhelmed like this? Boom! Katakuri was once again blasted back by Rosinante's fist. And yet, he still stood. The Sherlock family's resilience truly was monstrous. Even under this rain of strikes, Katakuri remained conscious. Remember, just remember, that feeling. Katakuri murmured through gritted teeth. He had always been gifted in observation haki, but talent alone hadn't brought him here. He was obsessive, pushing his limits from a young age. That effort had made his observation haki second to none. Even Big Mom herself couldn't match it. At one point, he believed he had reached the peak. But one day, he suddenly saw something, an event that hadn't happened yet. At first, he thought it was a hallucination, until it happened in reality, just as he'd envisioned. That was the moment he realized observation haki could see glimpses of the future. Since then, flashes of the future came to him now and then, though uncontrollable. No matter how hard he trained, he couldn't will them at will. But now, his only chance to defeat Rosinante was to master that future-seeing ability. Rosinante frowned. A wave of unease crept through him. After releasing my body's limit, my power is overwhelming, but it's difficult to control. That means techniques requiring precision, like crushing fist burst, become near impossible. Even if I manage it, the price will be massive. I don't know how long Healing Silence Seal can hold out. No power is without its flaws. The Healing Silence Seal did suppress injuries, but it wasn't limitless. If the damage exceeded its threshold, it would collapse, and every injury it held back would detonate inside his body all at once. Not even gods could save him then. That was why Rosinante hadn't used destructive techniques like crushing fist burst. It required building up force inside the body and releasing it explosively. Under normal conditions, this stayed within safe limits. But now, with his body unshackled, even a single use would boost its power 8-fold, but increase internal damage 30-fold. Kill 800 enemies, lose 3,000 of my own, that's the cost, Rosinante muttered. He clenched his fist. But I can't afford to hesitate anymore. Healing Silence Seal, hold on for me. As Rosinante tightened his grip, a terrifying force began to surge in his fist. The air around it trembled, vibrating as if even the atmosphere feared what was coming next. T/N, all the occurrences of Sanders has been changed to Rosinante for maintaining uniformity. Many of you had also complained about it. Chapter 2626, Future Sight of Observation Haki. How is this possible? That punch. I could feel a pressure no less than Mama's. How can that be? Prospero was drenched in cold sweat as he muttered in disbelief. What Prospero didn't know was, if Rosinante could fully control the power surging through him now and unleash the full might of his crushing fist barrage, then yes, his offensive potential might truly rival that of Big Mom herself. Staring at the terrifying pressure radiating from Rosinante's fist, Katakuri felt it for the first time, the breath of death. I'm going to die. If I take that punch head-on, I'll die. Rosinante slowly raised his arm. But instead of charging forward, he threw the punch from a distance, straight at Katakuri. With a thunderous boom, an invisible shockwave burst forth, shredding through the air, leaving behind visible ripples as if space itself had been torn apart. The force of the punch was like a swordsman's flying slash, but made with pure, raw power. It was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the shockwave had already crossed the space between them and slammed into Katakuri. Boom! The ground exploded under the impact. Katakuri was sent hurtling into a mountain wall, crashing through it as rubble and dust erupted around him. Blood gushed from his mouth. But then, Katakuri smiled. You avoided the fatal point. Rosinante said grimly. I see now. So that's what it takes. Only under immense pressure can one's observation haki evolve further, Katakuri said, his voice hoarse and bloody but laced with clarity. Just before the punch landed, Katakuri had seen it, the future where the attack pierced his chest, obliterating his organs and ending his life. At that moment, his observation haki broke through its previous limits. It had happened before. Katakuri used to think his haki had peaked. But one day, he began glimpsing strange visions, images he thought were hallucinations. Until the scenes unfolded in reality. That's when he realized it wasn't illusion, he was glimpsing the future. But he couldn't control it. Until now, under the immense pressure of death itself, his ability to foresee what's to come had finally become usable at will. At that moment, he shifted ever so slightly, just enough to move his vital point. Then, he concentrated all his armament haki into the spot where the punch would land, crossing his arms to shield himself. The impact still sent him flying, blood spraying, but it wasn't fatal. You've broken through. Future sight, huh? Rosinante walked forward slowly, his face ashen and solemn. This was the last thing he wanted to see happen. Katakuri had taken a brutal beating. His body was covered in injuries, and that last punch should have been the finisher. But now, he stood back up. Wounded, trembling, bloody, but smiling. And more terrifying than ever. Swish. Rosinante vanished from view, reappearing silently behind Katakuri and delivering a vicious kick aimed at the back of his skull, boom, shattering the head in a brutal explosion of force. But Rosinante didn't celebrate. Instead, his expression darkened. Yeah, future sight, no doubt about it. Katakuri reformed his body from Machi as he chuckled. That's right. I have you to thank for it. If it wasn't for the pressure you gave me, I'd never have broken through. And now, in this state, I'm invincible. He wasn't just boasting. Katakuri's devil fruit let him transform into Machi, allowing his body to change shape at will. Combine that with future sight, and he could foresee attacks before they happened, then shift his body to avoid damage. Even armament haki couldn't touch him in this state. It was more terrifying than the elementality of a Logia user. Invincible? You think too highly of yourself, Rosinante sneered. Every power has its limit. And let's not forget, you're already on the verge of collapse. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Rosinante vanished again, attacking with a blinding burst of speed. Katakuri, with future sight now active, was finally able to react. He saw the attack before it happened and began matching Rosinante's movements. Though Rosinante was fast, it wasn't to the point where Katakuri couldn't react. If it had been anyone else moving that fast, Katakuri would have sensed their position via observation haki and intercepted them. But Rosinante's fruit ability nullified all signs of movement, no sound, no pressure, no air vibration. He entered a void state, an anti-haki phenomenon. Katakuri couldn't sense anything. But now, with future sight, Katakuri could see it all in advance. What a troublesome ability. Rosinante gritted his teeth. The two clashed, boom, their fists meeting in a storm of shockwaves. Within moments, Katakuri had begun catching up to Rosinante's movements. A full-on brawl broke out, neither side giving ground. This can't go on, Rosinante thought. Even if it's dangerous, even if it breaks my limits, I have to endure it. I have to end this. He raised his fist. Power surged. The air vibrated. Crushing fist barrage. A close-range blast. The punch hadn't even landed before the force of it surged forward, tearing into Katakuri's body. Pfft. Even with future sight, Katakuri couldn't fully dodge it. Part of his body exploded as blood burst from his mouth. He had shifted his form in time to avoid the fatal blow, but part of the force still made it through. I can't stay on the defensive. I need to fight back. Katakuri roared. White globs burst out from his body, attacking Rosinante from all directions. He reshaped his arms into machi tentacles, wrapping them in hardened armament haki, spinning them like drills as he launched them. He compressed machi into rocket-like projectiles, laced with heat, blasting them like artillery. But, crushing fist barrage. Crushing fist barrage. Crushing fist barrage. No matter what Katakuri threw at him, Rosinante retaliated the same way, fist after terrifying fist. Each punch distorted the air, shattered everything in its path, pierced through machi and armament haki defenses, and landed somewhere on Katakuri's body. Over and over again, Katakuri spat blood. Even with future sight, even with perfect evasive form, he couldn't avoid it all. Crushing fist barrage. Rosinante roared once more. This time, the punch connected fully. Katakuri couldn't dodge it. Bam! His body took the full brunt of the attack. Blood exploded from his mouth. His consciousness slipped. He collapsed with a heavy thud. After all, this future sight was newly awakened. Katakuri couldn't maintain it for long. And in the end, he reached his limit. His precognition vanished, and with it, his ability to fight back. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvinKing20. Chapter 2727. Then let's have a talk. Seeing that Katakuri had finally collapsed, Rosinante stopped his advance. Huff, huff. Rosinante was panting heavily by now. Releasing the restraints on his body had completely drained him. Coupled with his severe injuries, most of his strength was now spent. What a monstrous body. He actually endured over 70 of my full-power crumbling fist strikes. Good thing he went down, otherwise things would have gotten dicey. My healing seals are already way past the warning line. Looks like I'll need to find a place to lay low and recover for a while after this, Rosinante muttered as he clutched his chest. With that, Rosinante slowly walked toward the unconscious Katakuri. Just then, a battered and heavily injured Prospero stumbled out, dragging his wounded body to stand in Rosinante's path. He raised a trembling arm to block Rosinante from moving forward. What are you trying to do? You do know Katakuri is one of the Big Mom Pirate Suite commanders. If you kill him, you'll have to face Mama's wrath. You may be strong, but Mama's terror is beyond anything you can imagine, Prospero warned. If you don't want him dead, then get out of my way. Don't worry, I'm not ready for an all-out war with Big Mom just yet, so none of you are dying today, Rosinante said calmly. Don't resist. As he spoke, Rosinante placed his hand on Prospero's shoulder. A strange energy flowed into Prospero's body, and within moments, a glowing rune etched itself onto his skin. Healing seal. Normally, this would take a whole cup of tea's worth of time to inscribe. But after releasing his body's restraints, Rosinante's fruit ability had been drastically enhanced. He only needed half a minute to complete the seal. The moment the healing seal was set, Prospero's injuries began fading at a visible speed. Prospero stared at his hands in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, his mutilated, bloodied body had all but healed. But what truly stunned him was that Rosinante had healed them. Then Rosinante moved to Katakuri's side and placed a similar seal on him. However, Katakuri's wounds recovered much more slowly. After the intense battle, Katakuri's stamina had been utterly drained. Without physical strength to power the healing seal, it could only work gradually as his body recovered naturally. Still, Rosinante wasn't worried. As long as the healing seal was in place and the target hadn't died instantly, there was no risk of death. With both seals complete, Rozinante let out a breath of relief, then lifted his own self-imposed restraints and sat down to rest. Well then, now we should have a talk, Rozinante said. What are you planning? Prospero asked cautiously. That rune I inscribed on both of you is called the Healing Seal. It's part of my Devil Fruit ability. It suppresses your injuries temporarily. So long as it remains active, your wounds won't resurface. Moreover, if you're hurt again in the future, the seal will continue to absorb and neutralize the damage. However, if the seal is ever removed, the suppressed injuries will erupt all at once. You're a smart man, I'm sure you can imagine what happens then, Rozinante explained. I take it, that seal is under your control. Are you planning to use this to control us? Prospero narrowed his eyes. I'm not naive enough to think that I can control you with just that. I know Toto Land has all kinds of talents. Eventually, you'll find a way to break the seal. But that'll take time. And time is exactly what I need to stabilize and grow. So think of this seal as a symbol of our friendship. As long as we remain on peaceful terms, the seal stays intact. I might even periodically release some of the pressure so the seal doesn't get overwhelmed with accumulated injuries, Rozinante said with a smile. A symbol of friendship, huh? Heh, sounds like pirate-style diplomacy. But what makes you think Mama will agree to this? Prospero asked. That depends on how much weight you carry in Big Mom's eyes. It's just a verbal agreement for now. Someone of your standing should be able to manage that, right? Rozinante replied. Prospero, agree to it, came a low voice. At some point, Katakuri had already regained consciousness. I'll report this to Mama exactly as it happened, and I'll do my best to persuade her. As for what she ultimately decides, that's up to her, said Prospero. No problem. Rozinante stood up, stretching slightly. Oh, and if you don't want to lose more men, I suggest you stop your crew from fighting. Otherwise, by the time you return, you might not even have enough sailors left to steer the ship, Rozinante added with a chuckle. Humph, just them. Baron Tamago alone is more than enough to handle those small fry, Prospero scoffed. Let's go. Baron Tamago and the others are no match for those 7 captains, each with a bounty over 100 million and marked with a healing seal, Katakuri said as he stood and started walking toward the ongoing battle. Prospero's face changed as he heard this, and he quickly followed. Elsewhere, Baron Tamago and several Big Mom pirates were frozen in horror, staring at the 7 figures before them, 7 monsters who refused to die no matter how badly they were injured. Among the group, Baron Tamago was the strongest, with a bounty of 400 million. The rest, though technically just grunts, still had bounties ranging from 30 million to 100 million. In the 4 blues, they'd be considered top-tier pirates, some even qualified to lead their own crews. But in the new world, within Big Mom's ranks, they were just fodder. Still, their combat strength wasn't too shabby. Even with Bins and the others being skilled fighters, defeating these elites would have taken some effort. Under Baron Tamago's command, Bins and the others were quickly overwhelmed. They were outnumbered, and Baron Tamago himself was a formidable opponent. It seemed inevitable they'd lose. But then, Baron Tamago noticed something odd. Despite landing heavy blows on Bins and the others, leaving clear injuries, those wounds would vanish moments later, like they were never there. Bins and the others soon noticed it too. Though Rozinante had told them about the healing seal and how it made them nearly unkillable, seeing it in action firsthand was something else entirely. Once they understood just how miraculous the seal was, their morale skyrocketed. No longer needing to worry about injuries, they launched a fearless assault. In an instant, the tides turned. Bins and his squad fought like demons, unafraid of death. Their momentum surged. Meanwhile, Baron Tamago's crew hesitated, unnerved by the enemy's sheer disregard for pain. Their morale plummeted, and one by one, they were overwhelmed. The homies and pirate grunts fell one after another. In the end, only Baron Tamago and a dozen or so high-bounty henchmen remained, and all of them, save Baron Tamago, were severely injured. Stop. A voice rang out, followed by a terrifying wave of pressure sweeping across the battlefield. Conqueror's Haki. Bins and the others turned, eyes wide. Katakuri. Prospero. Stop. Let them go, Katakuri said calmly. Just then, a second wave of pressure surged in, a domineering force that clashed violently with Katakuri's Haki. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, crackling with black lightning, a clash of Conqueror's Haki. Yes, Your Majesty. Bins and the others cheered excitedly as they saw Rozinante arrive, his presence radiating with his own overwhelming Haki. Let's go, Katakuri said after giving Rozinante one last long look. Then he turned and led his people away. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvenKing20. Chapter 2828, Big Mom's Wrath. We're just going back like this. If Mama finds out what happened, she'll go into a rage, Prospero. Inside the luxurious cabin of a Big Mom pirate's ship, Katakuri, Prospero, and Baron Tamago sat on ornate chairs. This is the best option. That Rozinante's ability is terrifying, Katakuri said solemnly. Hearing Katakuri's words, Baron Tamago turned to him in shock. He hadn't witnessed the fight between Katakuri and Rozinante, so this declaration came as an immense surprise. As the second strongest fighter in the Big Mom Pirates, Katakuri rarely used the word terrifying to describe an opponent. I couldn't sense his movements with my observation haki, Katakuri added. Those words made both Prospero and Baron Tamago's expressions shift drastically. At their level of combat, movement speeds were so fast that observation haki was crucial for sensing an opponent's location and predicting their attacks. Katakuri's observation haki was among the best in the entire Big Mom Pirates. If even he couldn't detect Rosinante's movements, it meant that others would fare even worse. In a battle between top-tier fighters, if your observation haki fails to read the opponent, it's like fighting blind. So when Katakuri said this, both Prospero and Tamago realized the gravity of the threat. I thought so, but didn't you manage to see through his attacks in the end? Prospero asked. During the fight, Prospero had already noticed that Rosinante's movements were undetectable by haki, as if he left no presence, no sound. If you didn't rely on your eyes, you wouldn't even know he was there, even if your haki swept over him. Still, he hadn't wanted to believe that even Katakuri's haki couldn't track Rosinante. For weaker individuals, using eyes to fight was normal. But for experts, relying on vision was actually a disadvantage. At first, Prospero had chalked it up to his own observation haki being too weak. But now that Katakuri confirmed the same experience, Prospero had to face the truth. Katakuri's haki was arguably the strongest in Tato land, even Mama might not surpass him. That's because during the fight, my observation haki advanced further. I awakened the ability to see a short distance into the future. Unless someone else in Tato land has this same power, no one will be able to handle Rosinante easily, Katakuri explained. See into the future. Prospero and Baron Tamago cried out in unison, utterly stunned. There's really an observation haki that can see the future. Baron Tamago muttered in disbelief. Future sight, huh. I see. So the intense pressure of that battle pushed you into mastering such a divine ability, Prospero said slowly. Unlike Tamago, Prospero had known for a while that Katakuri had glimpses of future sight. But it had been unreliable, sometimes working, sometimes not. Now, from the way Katakuri spoke, it seemed he had fully mastered it. If we weren't branded with that cursed, injury seal, I'm confident that next time, I could defeat him. But until we remove this seal, we no longer have the right to challenge him, Katakuri admitted. That ability really is troublesome, Prospero said. The most critical part is, Rosinante's attacks may actually be able to hurt Mama. Katakuri declared. Those words instantly drained the color from Prospero and Tamago's faces. Big Mom, who had destroyed a giant village at age 5, whose body was like an iron balloon, was a monster beyond comprehension. Even in the New World, where powerful beings roamed freely, few could truly harm her even without her using armament haki. And now Katakuri was saying Rosinante might be able to wound her. That was almost unthinkable. Impossible. No way. Sure, Rosinante's punches are freakishly powerful, even I found them terrifying, but hurt Mama? That's ridiculous. Prospero shook his head violently. Yet, deep down, he couldn't completely dismiss Katakuri's words. He had seen Rosinante unleash a devastating punch, and the force of that strike was every bit as intimidating as Mama's own attacks. Even if his attacks can't truly injure Mama, now's not the time to provoke such a powerful enemy. What matters now is helping Mama ascend to dominance over the New World, to become the supreme ruler second only to Whitebeard. That's our priority. As for Rosinante, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him later, Katakuri said. No matter how confident he was, Katakuri would never claim that Mama could surpass Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard was in his prime, a man said to be capable of destroying the world, the undisputed strongest being alive. Even in the future, when the Four Emperors era takes shape, Whitebeard would remain at the top. After all, this era was named after him. But are we really just going to leave Rosinante alone like this? At his age, to already have such power. If he grows stronger, he could become a serious threat, Baron Tamago worried. That's not something to panic over. Rosinante may have overwhelming combat power, but his base strength isn't all that remarkable. He's only around the level of a regular vice admiral. He relies heavily on his devil fruit to break the body's natural limits, and the injury seal amplifies both his attack power and his concealment. If we can just find a way to nullify that seal, I'm confident I can defeat him. And besides, if he grows stronger, do you really think I'll be standing still? Katakuri said with conviction. There was one thing he didn't say aloud, he wanted to treat Rosinante as a rival to spur his own growth. A genius like Katakuri, if given a worthy adversary, could evolve even faster. But at the same time, Rosinante had also been marked as someone who must be eliminated, personally, by Katakuri's own hands. Prospero looked at Katakuri deeply but eventually nodded in agreement. The New World was in turmoil. New pirates were flooding in, eager to challenge Big Mom's authority. Many of them died as quickly as they arrived, but more just kept coming. Old generation pirates were also starting to test Big Mom's throne. Now was not the time for a major conflict, especially against someone who might be able to threaten Mama herself. However, Tato Land's fate wasn't something they could control. Meanwhile, deep within Tato Land, in the sea surrounding Cake Island, a murderous aura capable of annihilating all life radiated from the Cake Castle. The war begins now. Assemble the expeditionary army. I'm going to wipe the kingdom of Joramia off the map. I'll burn Rosinante to ashes. How dare he, how dare he? Big Mom roared. But Mama. Katakuri began cautiously. You're about to say that his attacks might hurt me, right? Are you seriously suggesting that a greenhorn brat like him could harm me, Katakuri? Big Mom snapped. And another thing, Katakuri, you know what a failure of a sweet commander means, don't you? Especially when your life is in someone else's hands. You're no longer qualified to serve as a sweet commander. From this moment forward, your title is revoked. You won't be joining this battle. Reflect on your failure at home. Mama, please don't underestimate Rosinante. If you're going to fight him, take me with you. I'll do whatever it takes to kill him. Katakuri pleaded. Katakuri. Prospero gasped, trying to stop him. He knew such words could ignite Mama's wrath. Katakuri, even if you are my son, you don't get to cross the line. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. The usually gentle son homie, Prometheus, suddenly blazed with overwhelming fury. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 29-29. Do you want the same power as them? Then take it. Heavenly Fire. Big Mom raised the miniature sun and smashed it straight at Katakuri. A violent explosion of flames burst forth. Katakuri didn't resist. He let Big Mom strike him without even using armament haki to defend himself. The raging fire scorched his body, leaving him badly burned. Yet when Katakuri stood back up, everyone was stunned to see that all his injuries had vanished. His wounds are gone. Look closely. They're really gone. Just a moment ago, he was severely burned by Mama's power and Prometheus's flames. How can this be? Members of the Charlotte family spoke up in disbelief. This ability truly is something. Mama. Looks like this mark didn't weaken your power, it actually made you stronger. Well then, that's fine. Big Mom stared at Katakuri for a while, then suddenly broke into a wide grin. Just seconds ago, she'd been in a fury, and now she was humming with joy, singing to herself as if nothing had happened. Time for a tea party. Send an invitation to Rosinante. I want Rosinante to attend the tea party. Oh, sweet, delicious cakes. Yes, Mama. I'll get started on the preparations right away. Prospero wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved at her mood swing. As for delivering the invitation to Rosinante, I'm leaving that to you, Katakuri. You must bring Rosinante to Whole Cake Island. This time, there can be no mistakes. Big Mom's tone turned serious as she addressed Katakuri. The look in her eyes made it clear, if he failed, the consequences would be dire. Yes, Mama, Katakuri replied solemnly. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he kept it to himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rosinante was lying in bed, recuperating. The battle against Katakuri had left him with serious injuries. Though his wound seal ability had temporarily sealed the damage, the wounds hadn't vanished, they were just suppressed. Unlocking his body's natural restraints already carried extreme risk. But Rosinante had pushed even further, unleashing dozens of limit-breaking collapse punches while in that dangerous state. Collapse punch was a technique that channeled power explosively. Under normal conditions, Rosinante had enough control to avoid self-injury. But once his self-limit was lifted, his strength skyrocketed beyond his control. Coupled with the technique's energy-charging nature, this had wreaked havoc on his body. When he engraved the wound seal on himself, Rosinante also placed a personal safety threshold, an internal warning line for how severe his injuries could be. He had always taken great care not to let his wounds cross that line. Because once they did, if the wound seal were ever lifted completely, he would die instantly. Call it cowardice or self-preservation, but Rosinante valued his life immensely. Even though his devil fruit was miraculous, even though the wound seal was borderline invincible, he feared that someday, it might suddenly fail. After all, in this bizarre world of devil fruits, who's to say there isn't an ability that could nullify his own? So he'd always been careful. But this fight had pushed him too far, his sealed injuries had now far exceeded the safety line. To ease the burden, Rosinante partially released the wound seal, allowing his body's own healing to kick in and mend the injuries naturally. Once the damage dropped below the threshold, he could reseal the rest. Your Majesty, Jack and the others have returned. Binns entered the room to report. Binns was now Rosinante's chief bodyguard. Meanwhile, Felist had been appointed as the kingdom's minister, handling the daily affairs of the kingdom of Joramia. Rosinante liked the title of king, but not the work, so he'd passed off nearly all the kingdom's politics to Felist. Send them in, Rosinante said calmly. Moments later, Jack and his group entered the room with a group of people in tow. Your Majesty, you're looking a little rough, huh? Jack said with a mischievous grin upon seeing Rosinante covered in wounds. Well, my opponent was Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates. It's hard not to look rough after that, Rosinante replied coolly. The mention of Big Mom Pirates and Katakuri wiped the smirks off everyone's faces. Surprise and concern appeared in their expressions. They hadn't expected the enemy to be someone from the Big Mom Pirates. And judging by Rosinante's words, he'd actually defeated Katakuri? That same Katakuri with an 800 million bounty, the second strongest under Big Mom herself? You all seem to be back a bit late. Did something happen on the way? Rosinante asked casually. Your Majesty, we got caught up fighting this guy. He realized we were in a hurry and did everything he could to stall us. We had no choice but to beat him before returning. Explained Burrs, stepping forward as Jack grunted in silence. As he spoke, Burrs flung a brutally beaten man to the floor in front of Rosinante. The man was covered in blood and bruises, not a single patch of uninjured skin remained. His hands were shackled with sea-prism stone cuffs. Yet even in this state, he glared at Rosinante with hatred in his eyes. Oh, I see. Well, you've all worked hard. And this is? Rosinante asked without reproach. This is Realman the Detonator, captain of the Detonation Pirates. His bounty is 640 million berries. He's a bomb fruit user, and combined with his strong body techniques, he's incredibly dangerous. Took everything we had to wear him down before finally beating him, Burrs said proudly. Humph. 4 against 1 isn't a fair fight. And no matter how I hit them, their wounds just kept healing. That's cheating. Realman snapped, still seething with rage. He'd thought his explosive powers could outlast them. Instead, he was the one dragged to defeat. Do you want the same kind of power they have? Then I'll give it to you. Rosinante stood up and walked over to Realman, placing a hand on him. An immense force of silence surged from Rosinante's hand into Realman's body. Realman didn't know what it was, but every fiber of his being screamed danger. He tried to struggle, but with his injuries and sea-prism cuffs, he couldn't move. After breaking through his physical limit in the last battle, Rosinante's devil fruit ability had evolved. What once took a full cup of tea's time to engrave now took only a few minutes. His sealing process had sped up by half. Ho ho ho. Realman, now that you've been branded with the wound seal, you'll have nearly the same undying power as us. That makes you one of us now. Burrs laughed heartily. As his laughter rang out, Realman watched in astonishment as his injuries vanished before his eyes. What is this? Realman muttered in disbelief. Rosinante waved his hand. Immediately, a minion stepped forward and removed the sea-prism stone cuffs from Realman. Now, let's talk properly. Submit, or die. Rosinante's words were calm, yet they cut like steel. Realman stood up, then suddenly threw a wild punch straight at Rosinante. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 30:30, so that's why she's called Big Mom. If you want me to submit, beat me first. Realman shouted as he threw a punch toward Rosinante. Rosinante tilted his head slightly, easily dodging Realman's punch. With a subtle sidestep, he evaded the next strike as well. Then, whoosh, his figure simply faded from Realman's view. You know, my ability really counters yours quite well. Rosinante's voice came from behind Realman. Realman hadn't sensed the slightest trace of Rosinante's presence before he spoke. Alarmed, he immediately swung backward with all his might, but hit nothing but air again. Rosinante was gone. Has Realman gotten weaker? He can't even catch a glimpse of his Majesty's shadow. Ho ha ha ha. Laughed Burrs. Idiot. Realman hasn't weakened, it's just that he can't detect his Majesty's location or movements at all, Hemi said with a serious look on her face. It's true. Even with observation haki, we can't sense his Majesty's position or movements, Bartley added, equally grim. Burrs's expression shifted at their words. Once one reaches a certain level of combat, the human eye alone is no longer enough to follow the speed of expert fighters. If you rely solely on sight, by the time you see the attack, it's already hitting you. That's why observation haki is so critical in high-level battles. If an expert can't sense his opponent with observation haki, it's essentially like fighting blind. Realizing this, Burrs and the others couldn't help but put themselves in Realman's shoes, and quickly came to a terrifying conclusion. If they were in his place, they'd be utterly helpless. Has his power increased again? Jack muttered with a serious expression. Hearing Jack's words, Burrs and the others looked toward him. Among them, only Jack truly understood Rosinante's strength, though he showed no intention of explaining. If you've got the guts, fight me head-on. Aren't you trying to make me submit? How can you do that just by dodging all over the place? Realman shouted provocatively, clearly frustrated. I told you, my ability counters yours, Rosinante said as he calmly stepped out from beside Realman. Even then, Realman hadn't realized he'd been standing next to him the entire time. Hurrah, 3000 divine bomb. Startled by Rosinante's sudden appearance, Realman lashed out in panic with a full-force punch. Rosinante simply raised a hand and caught the punch, twisting Realman's arm and locking him down in a grappling hold. How is this possible? Realman cried in shock. You're surprised I didn't explode, right? Rosinante asked with a smirk. Realman didn't answer, but his eyes were filled with confusion. I ate the silent fruit. I'm a silent human. I can silence anything I touch, including devil fruits and their powers. Your bomb abilities. All I have to do is touch you, and your explosions are silenced, Rosinante explained. Boom. Shattering fist, critical blow. With that, Rosinante launched a soft punch at Realman's abdomen. It didn't look like much, but Realman coughed up blood on the spot. It felt like a terrifying force had slammed into him from within, shaking his organs violently and leaving him reeling in pain. But before the pain could even fully register, the silent seal activated and suppressed his injuries. That was just a warning. So what'll it be, submission or death? Rosinante asked coldly. The silent fruit can even suppress devil fruit powers like this? That's insane. Real Man was more stunned by the nature of Rosinante's ability than anything else. There's a saying, nothing's impossible, only unimaginable. With paramecia-type devil fruits, there are infinite possibilities, as long as you dare to imagine them. Silence just puts powers into a sleep-like suspension, Rosinante said calmly. You've developed your power to this degree. You're a monster. In the new world, I've learned one truth, there's no shame in bowing to a monster, Real Man admitted. Then welcome aboard, Rosinante said as he released him. Rosinante then turned to the rest of the pirates Jack had brought in. Aside from Real Man, how strong are the others? He asked. They're mostly captains with bounties between 100 and 300 million, plus some promising young talents, Jack replied. Then it's time for a choice, submit or die. If you submit, I'll brand you with a silent seal, and from that point on, we're allies. If you choose death, I'll make it quick and painless, Rosinante declared. Submit. It's an honor to serve under you. If you tell me to go east, I won't head west. If you want a chicken killed, I won't slaughter a cow. The pirates all shouted over one another in a rush to pledge loyalty. Unlike dream chasers like Roger or Luffy, these pirates didn't care about ideals. They weren't chasing freedom across the seas, they were real pirates who lived by plunder and pillage. Submitting to a stronger force was second nature to them. They knew full well they were no match for the monsters of the New World. The only way to survive was to serve under a monster of their own. Besides, after being beaten into submission by Jack and the others along the way, they had already been half convinced. Now that Rosinante made his offer, they accepted without hesitation. In that case, I'll bestow upon you near immortality. In return, your first duty is to obey my commands. Your second duty is to obey my commands. Your third, obey my commands, Rosinante said with satisfaction. Yes, sir. The pirates responded. Rosinante took his time branding each of them with the silent seal, then instructed Binns to take them away. They would now serve as part of Binns' Oathblood Guard. Once they left, only Jack, Hemi, Burrs, Bartley, and Real Man remained in the room. Rosinante had chosen to keep Real Man close, his power would be useful for what came next. So, does that mean this matter with the Big Mom pirates is over? Bartley asked, a bit puzzled after hearing Rosinante's summary of events. As if, Rosinante rolled his eyes at him. Maybe others would hesitate out of concern for their crew, but if it were Whitebeard, he might overlook it, for the sake of his sons' lives. But Big Mom? We should be ready to go to war at any moment, Burrs sneered. But he was her second in command. And her biological son. You're telling me Big Mom doesn't care about his life? Bartley said in disbelief. That's exactly why she's called Big Mom. Everything in Tato Land goes according to her will. Whether there's war or peace, it all depends on her mood, Rosinante said coldly. At his words, everyone except Jack fell silent, their expressions darkening. After all, they were about to face the Big Mom pirates, one of the strongest crews in the New World. Even during the golden age of piracy when the Roger pirates, Flying Pirates, and Whitebeard pirates ruled the seas, Big Mom had still been one of the few undisputed emperors. Now, with Roger executed and Golden Lion captured, she stood alone beneath Whitebeard as the strongest pirate left. What are you scared of? Just one Big Mom pirate crew and you're all trembling like kids? We'll crush them. With the silent seal, we can outlast them if nothing else, Jack said coldly. Hearing this, Burrs and the others thought back to what happened with Real Man and couldn't help but smile. The silent seal had given them a massive confidence boost over the past few days. With it, even Big Mom didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Seeing their relieved smiles, Rosinante didn't have the heart to burst their bubble, not yet. They didn't know the silent seal's final consequence was death. They didn't know that the more injuries it suppressed, the greater the burden it placed on their bodies. One day, the weight of it would crush them completely. If he told them now, it would devastate their morale, and this wasn't the time for that. Maybe after this whole Big Mom situation was over, he'd find a quiet place for them to rest and grow stronger. But all that would have to wait until after Big Mom made her move. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvinKing20. Chapter 3131 Big Mom's Shocking Objective. Within the Royal Palace of Joramia, there was a dedicated training ground for the palace guards. Ever since the formation of the Bloodsworn Guard, this place had become their exclusive training area. As the commander of the Bloodsworn Guard, Binns had been personally leading daily training sessions here, an order issued by Rosinante himself. Today, like any other morning, Binns arrived with his squad for training. But today wasn't quite like the others. After Jack and the others returned, they brought back several dozen pirates. Rosinante had assigned all of them into the Bloodsworn Guard. Among them were 10 pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, 3 of whom had bounties soaring over 300 million. Among pirates, strength and bounty were everything. And now, these captains with bounties of over 300 million were expected to take orders from Rosinante, whose own bounty was only 190 million. Naturally, they weren't having it. The strongest of these pirates was Winter, boasting a bounty of 330 million berries. His strength rivaled even that of Hemi and the others. The reason he submitted to Rosinante was because of Rosinante's monstrous abilities, the intimidating healing seal, and the overwhelming might of powerhouses like Jack. He figured joining such a force didn't sully his name. But just because he agreed to join didn't mean he'd tolerate being ordered around by someone weaker than him. "Hey, kid. So you're the commander, huh? This is your so-called training? What a joke. How about we step aside and have a little duel? Let's see who's stronger," Winter sneered. Bin's expression darkened. "So, it begins," he thought, recalling what happened the day before. The previous day, after Jack and the others had left, Binns was summoned to Rosinante's chamber. The moment he walked in, he spotted two strange fruits placed on the table. As a pirate from the New World, Binns immediately recognized them, devil fruits. "Binns, you haven't been with me for very long, but I'm pleased with you. The Blood-Sworn Guard is my personal unit. It must be led by someone I can trust. You've done well so far, and I'm ready to hand the command to you without worry. Jack brought back some capable pirates today. I've assigned them to the Blood-Sworn Guard as well, 3 of them with bounties over 300 million. You know what that means. Among pirates, strength rules. If you want to command them, your strength must surpass theirs. Here are 2 devil fruits, one is the Paramecia-type whole fruit, and the other is the Zoan-type lynx fruit. Choose one and eat it," Rosinante said. Upon hearing this, Binns could hardly contain his excitement. These were devil fruits. In the New World, devil fruits were tightly controlled by powerful factions and major pirates. It was nearly impossible for an average pirate to obtain one. Ironically, weaker seas or the first half of the Grand Line had a higher chance of finding devil fruits. Being a native of the New World, Binns had never had an easy path. His strength was respectable, but acquiring a decent devil fruit was a pipe dream. And now, here were 2 top-tier fruits just handed to him. "Your Majesty, I swear once again the Blood-Sworn Guard will be your strongest shield and spear. As long as one of us still draws breath, no harm will come to you," Binns declared solemnly. "Excellent. From now on, my protection is in your hands. Now choose, which one will you take?" Rosinante asked. Back in the training ground, Winter's face twisted into a menacing grin as he raised his massive blade, nearly 3 meters long, matching his own towering height. With a brutal slash, he brought the weapon crashing toward Binns. As expected of someone with a bounty of 370 million, the speed and force of his strike were astonishing. Even before the blade landed, a crushing wind pressure slammed forward like a wall, ready to overwhelm Binns. Yet Binns didn't move. It was as if fear had paralyzed him, and he simply stood still, eyes locked on Winter's descending blade. The older members of the Blood-Sworn Guard cried out in alarm, while the newly inducted pirates smirked mockingly, believing the commander was about to be humiliated. Blood sprayed, but not from Binns. Winter's massive blade had sunk into Binns' chest, only to pass clean through and emerge from a dark portal that had silently opened behind him, right behind Winter. The blade pierced straight through Winter's own back. "If it weren't for His Majesty's silent seal, you'd be dead right now. You'd better remember this gift," Binns said coolly. "A devil fruit ability," Winter exclaimed, yanking his blade free in shock. "This is the proof of my appointment as commander of the Blood-Sworn Guard, granted by His Majesty himself. The Paramecia-type whole fruit, it allows me to open wormholes through space," Binns explained. In the New World, it was said that Whitebeard's Tremor fruit was the most destructive power in the world. Devil fruits were capable of world-shattering might. Binns had long admired Rosinante's terrifying devil fruit ability, and in the end, he had chosen the whole fruit over the Zoan type. Binns' own fighting style was based on physical prowess and swordsmanship. With a solid foundation, he quickly mastered the fruit's basic abilities, much like how Sabo had swiftly grasped the basics of the flame fruit after eating it. The whole fruit enabled him to open spatial wormholes, an ability that made him nearly invincible. Even Rosinante envied such a power. Anyone else have a problem? Binns glanced calmly at the gathered pirates. The pirates exchanged uneasy glances. But with Winter having just been humiliated, none dared make a move. Several peaceful days passed. One afternoon, Rosinante was enjoying lunch at his table when he suddenly stopped mid-bite. Setting down his utensils, he waved the maids away. "Come out. I left a healing seal on you, there's no point trying to hide from me," he said as soon as they were alone. Swish. A small, sharp object flew toward him. Rosinante casually caught it. It was an invitation. A tea party invite from Mama. No one turns down an invitation to Mama's tea party. To decline is to declare war, a voice echoed, as a figure stepped out of the shadows and leaned against a column with arms crossed. So Big Mom's not jumping straight to war after all. Rosinante raised a brow in mild surprise. After Mama saw how the healing seal could rapidly suppress injuries, she changed her mind. "I suspect, she's taken interest in your silent seal," Katakuri said grimly. "She's taken interest in my silent seal? What, does she think I'm just going to start carving seals on your siblings for her?" Rosinante scoffed. But Katakuri's face darkened even more. "You can't be serious. No matter what, you're still her son. She wouldn't possibly put your lives in the hands of an outsider. You didn't tell her I can control the healing seal at will?" Rosinante asked, genuine shock flashing across his face. In Mama's eyes, if your powers can elevate Todo Land's strength, that's all that matters. As for being under your control, if she can control you, then your control means nothing, Katakuri replied flatly. Ha, ha ha, so that old hag really thinks she can mold me like clay. Rosinante's voice turned cold and furious. A tidal wave of overwhelming haki burst from him. Several maids fainted on the spot from the sheer pressure. Binns and the blood-sworn guard arrived immediately, weapons drawn. Jack and the others rushed in as well, quickly surrounding Katakuri. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 32-32 The Strongest Marine Strikes. Surrounded by so many people, Katakuri remained calm and composed, showing no trace of fear. He stood there with arms crossed, completely at ease. You're Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. Why are you here? Bin stared at him in astonishment. How could a sweet commander from the Big Mom Pirates show up here? Don't tell me the Big Mom Pirates are launching an attack. Hearing Bin's words, the pirates who had just joined the kingdom of Joramia began to panic. Idiots. If the Big Mom Pirates were attacking, would it still be this quiet? Get out of here. All of you, out now. A domineering aura burst forth from Rosinante, crashing down on everyone like a tidal wave. Why yes, sir. The pirates, sweating profusely under the pressure of his conqueror's haki, scurried out one by one, leaving only the 5 officers, Jack and the others. I suggest you take your people and leave the New World as soon as possible. With this disorganized bunch, you won't stand a chance against Mama. Right now, the New World is in turmoil. Countless newcomers are rising to challenge Mama's position. She has no time to deal with matters beyond the New World. As long as you leave this place, Mama won't be able to get to you, at least for now, Katakuri said calmly. Calling us a disorganized bunch? That's quite the insult, Hemi said coldly, glaring at Katakuri. I can't pretend I didn't hear that, Jack added with a frosty tone. The group all stared darkly at Katakuri, as if ready to pounce on him the moment he failed to explain himself properly. They are a disorganized bunch, it's not an unfair assessment. But how much better is the Big Mom Pirates, really? In the end, we're all pirates. The pot shouldn't be calling the kettle black. Rosinante raised a hand to stop Jack and the others from acting rashly. He understood that although these pirates were currently under his control, without proper training they couldn't truly become a force. Most of them were captains in their own right, individualistic and headstrong by nature. It wouldn't be easy to change their ways overnight. Still, Rosinante had made up his mind. From now on, these men would receive formal military training. They were no longer pirate captains, they were soldiers of the blood-sworn Royal Guard. If he called them a Royal Guard, they'd better look and act like one. Otherwise, people would just laugh at him. That was exactly why Rosinante had given a devil fruit to Binns, so that he would have the power to keep these pirates in check. Without that, Rosinante wouldn't even be able to manage Binns, let alone train the others. Mama's power is beyond your imagination. You cannot defy her, not even with all these people behind you, Katakuri said seriously. In truth, he hadn't expected Rosinante to have gathered such a formidable force. Realmana the Detonator, Jack the Mammoth, Crazy Axe Burrs, Bartley the One-Eyed Wolf, Hemi the Bloodsword, each of these men was a known name in the chaos of the New World. And now they all stood under Rosinante's command. Including Rosinante himself, this was no small force. Judging by your tone, you seem quite worried I might head to Tato Land. What's wrong? Are you planning to defy Big Mom's orders? Rosinante smirked. I just don't want our younger siblings to fall under your control, Katakuri replied, his face darkening. He had a feeling that one day Rosinante's power would surpass even Mama's. If that day came and no method had been found to counter the Silent Seal, then Rosinante would become a catastrophe for Tato Land. So even before coming here, Katakuri had resolved to prevent Rosinante from heading to Tato Land at all costs. Sure, Tato Land is dangerous, but the potential rewards are even greater. And when everyone treats me like clay to be molded, do you really think I'll just tuck tail and run from the New World? Rosinante sneered. Hearing this, Katakuri furrowed his brows, his expression turning gloomier. How about this, we strike a deal. If you don't want me going to Tato Land, fine, then you have to join us. If we don't go, you'll have a hard time explaining that to your mother anyway. So why not use this opportunity to officially switch sides? That way, your siblings won't have to worry about being marked with the Silent Seal. Rosinante's voice was slow but firm. Katakuri's face darkened, but he didn't immediately reject the idea. Though he was the most capable of Big Mom's sons, that title only went so far. He had just been stripped of his commander position by Big Mom herself. She was the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to take the life of her own son if he disappointed or disobeyed her. Well, no need to rush your decision. Think it over. I'm not in a hurry, Rosinante said with a grin. If he could recruit Katakuri, that would be a huge win. Your Majesty, bad news. The Navy is here. Just as Rosinante was happily envisioning his future, Felist burst in, visibly panicked. The Navy? Who is it? Rosinante asked casually. As long as it wasn't a Marine Admiral, he wasn't too worried. It's Vice Admiral Garp from Navy Headquarters, Frost said. At this, Rosinante's eyes bulged, and he nearly jumped out of his chair. Jack and the others looked equally horrified. You didn't see it wrong? That mad dog is here. What the hell does he want? Rosinante asked in disbelief. No way I got it wrong. Vice Admiral Garp is a legendary figure in the Navy, we've all seen his face in the papers. And judging by what he said, it sounds like he's here to capture your majesty, Felist added, though his voice faltered at the end. Rosinante was stunned into silence. What did I ever do to deserve this? All I wanted was a place to quietly build up my own power. But first I attract Big Mom's attention, and now Garp shows up. Can a man catch a break? Rosinante wanted to cry. He really isn't going to let me live in peace, is he? Rosinante muttered through gritted teeth. They're demanding we hand over the pirate Rosinante. They're stationed at the port, your majesty, you should escape while you still can. Felist said urgently. The name, Garp the hero, carried enormous weight. The moment they realized he had come for Rosinante, everyone had been struck with fear. At the port of the kingdom of Joramia, 3 massive navy warships were docked. A group of marines had disembarked and formed a defensive perimeter. Then, a dashing middle-aged man in a vice admiral's coat stepped forward with several naval officers in tow. So this is the kingdom of Joramia. Doesn't look like it was recently ransacked by pirates, Garp said with a grin. Vice Admiral Garp, this is indeed the kingdom of Joramia. According to our intel, it was recently looted by the Jack pirates. Then Rosinante appeared, defeated Jack, and took the throne of this kingdom. But interestingly, he hasn't oppressed the citizens. In fact, he used the treasures stolen by the fleeing nobles to rebuild and improve the kingdom, Garp's adjutant reported. Oh, so Rosinante is in the royal palace now? And he's king of this place? Garp frowned. Yes, sir. Have we informed the kingdom's ministers yet? Garp asked. We've sent word, but won't that just alert them and give Rosinante time to escape? The adjutant replied. No problem. If he runs, it actually makes it easier to catch him. Technically, Rosinante's kingship hasn't been recognized by the world government, but he has been accepted by the people. Arresting him inside his own kingdom might provoke resistance. And what are we going to do, shoot civilians? Garp said. Understood, sir, the adjutant responded. Chapter 33:33 The Strongest Marine. Bins, summon the blood-sworn guards. We're going to meet this so-called naval hero head-on. After a long moment of brooding silence, Rosinante gave the cold command. The blood-sworn guards are always at your service, Bins replied with a bow, appearing from who knows where. And prepare for the worst, Rosinante added. Yes, understood, your majesty, Bins replied seriously. Let's go. Whether you choose to join us or not, if you don't want to die, you'd better come along to meet this naval hero. Rosinante turned to Katakuri, then walked off without waiting for an answer. Real Man, Jack, and the others followed Rosinante out. Katakuri thought for a moment, then followed as well. If Rosinante were to die, the silence seal placed on him would naturally be lifted. That meant even if he survived, he'd be severely wounded. With the Navy now showing up, there was no way they'd let a known member of the Big Mom pirates like him walk free. Let's go meet this so-called naval hero. Let's see just how far we are from the world's top powerhouses, Rosinante said with a slight smile. His calm demeanor steadied the others. One by one, they let go of their earlier tension and followed him toward the port. At the port, Garp was nearly dozing off, or perhaps already asleep. But suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. He opened his eyes and stared into the distance. What is it, Vice Admiral Garp? His adjutant asked in confusion. As Garp's longtime adjutant, he knew well that nothing short of something major could stir the legendary marine from his half-dreaming state. They're here, Garp replied simply. As he spoke, figures began to emerge in the distance, approaching steadily. Looks like Tsuru was right. We really can't underestimate this young man, Garp mused. In such a short time, he's already gathered so many powerful allies. At the front was Rosinante, leading the group as they walked straight toward the Navy's position. Real Man the Detonator. Mammoth Jack. Berserker Burs. Bloodsword Hemi. One by one, shocked exclamations rose from the gathered Marines. These are some of the most infamous pirate captains in the New World. What are they doing here? Don't tell me they've all sworn allegiance to Rosinante. Wait, am I seeing things? Isn't that Katakuri? Charlotte Katakuri, Big Mom's second son. A shocked Rear Admiral exclaimed. Does Rosinante have ties with the Big Mom pirates too? Why would her son be here? Another officer asked. Vice Admiral, according to intel, not long ago, a Big Mom pirate ship docked in the kingdom of Joramia. A battle broke out between Katakuri and Rosinante. In the end, the Big Mom ship withdrew. As for why Katakuri is still here, we're not sure, the adjutant said beside Garp. Oh, how interesting. Garp chuckled upon hearing that. I heard the Navy's hero Garp had come to the kingdom of Joramia. Honestly, I thought it was a joke. I never imagined the legendary man who captured the pirate king himself would bother with a nobody like me. The sight of you nearly scared me to death, Rosinante said with mock humility. Rosinante, you're no nobody anymore. The Navy has already raised your bounty to 570 million berries, Garp said, pulling out a freshly issued wanted poster. On it were the words, Rosinante, the usurper, bounty, 570 million berries. Charges, attempted usurpation of the throne of Joramia, and the murder of all royal and noble members of the kingdom. This bounty had just been posted, and the poster had only arrived in Garp's hands a day ago. Usurper? Now that's quite the title, Rosinante sneered. The Navy sure loves slapping on whatever charges they see fit. Fine, call me a usurper if you must. But in this decaying world, where royalty and nobility sit high above, gorging on pleasure while treating commoners like pigs and dogs, shouldn't we celebrate their downfall? The world government exists for a reason. It has its place. The Navy's job is simply to capture pirates, Garp replied flatly. Oh, the world government still exists because your Navy, the watchdogs, are too damn good at their job. But even the best watchdogs can't suppress the will of the people forever. One sentence from the Pirate King made the entire world burn. Why? Because it echoed what people truly felt. There's an old saying, the people are water, the king is the boat. Water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. But no matter how big the world government's ship is, it can't withstand a rising tide. It's time it was capsized. Rosinante, your ideology and actions are dangerous. You'll throw the world into chaos. I won't let you spread this madness any longer. You're going to impel down. Garp barked darkly. As the words left his mouth, he charged forward, fist already flying toward Rosinante. Silence, body limiter, release. At the very instant Garp stepped in, Rosinante released his internal restraints. He knew who he was facing, Garp, the Navy's strongest combatant, one of the absolute apex powers in the world. A moment's carelessness could mean instant death. Armament hacky. Silence, attack power, null. Resistance, null. Friction, null. As Garp's iron fist shot toward him, Rosinante unleashed his ultimate move. Boom. The two black-clad fists collided, releasing a burst of brutal shockwaves. The ground beneath them shattered from the sheer impact. The clash lasted less than a second. Rosinante was sent flying by the sheer force in Garp's fist. Even after suppressing Garp's attack power, unlocking his own limits, and nullifying friction and resistance for his strongest strike, he still had no hope against Garp's iron fist. He was blasted backward and crashed hard into the newly rebuilt city wall of Joramia. Go all out, or die. Rosinante coughed blood as he climbed up, shouting to the others. Kill. Jack, Reelman, and the others charged at Garp with everything they had, launching a full-power assault. The Navy was stunned by their reckless attack and rushed forward to assist. At the same time, the blood-sworn guards and Jack's pirate subordinates surged forward to meet them, throwing the two sides into a full-blown melee. Bastards! You scum, get out of my way. I'm taking down Rosinante today. Garp roared, both fists swinging with monstrous force. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, Jack and the others were blown away. In his prime, Garp was an unstoppable force. Each punch twisted the very air, detonating shockwaves at will. Aside from Katakuri, Reelman, and Bins, no one else could take even a single blow from him. Anyone who got close was instantly knocked flying. Still, they kept throwing themselves at him, knowing the only path to survival was to stake their lives. Amid all the chaos, Bins stood out the most. Thanks to his unique devil fruit powers, Garp couldn't deal with him immediately. His ability made him the perfect counter to warriors like Garp. That didn't mean Garp couldn't handle him under normal circumstances. In a typical fight, it wouldn't take long for Garp to find Bin's weakness and end him. But surrounded and under constant assault from powerhouses like Katakuri and Reelman, Garp simply didn't have the breathing room to focus solely on Bins. Likewise, Bins couldn't hurt Garp either. Garp's armament haki was so monstrous that even if he stood still and let Bins hit him, Bins wouldn't leave a scratch. Chapter 34:34 The Iron Fist That Knows No Reason. As expected of the Navy's strongest force. Damn, he's ridiculously powerful. The gap between us is just too wide. Rosinante chuckled as he spoke. Watching Jack and the others repeatedly sent flying by Garp's punches, Rosinante actually broke into laughter. Earlier, he had thought that even against a Yonko like Big Mom, their combined strength was enough to put up a fight. But Garp's overwhelming display shattered that naive delusion. Thinking back, he couldn't help but feel he'd been quite foolish. Faced with Garp, these so-called New World powerhouses were nothing more than children. Apart from Reelman and Katakuri, no one else could even withstand a single one of Garp's iron fists. Even Jack, who would one day have a bounty of over $1 billion, was still too green. Against Garp, he crumbled instantly. Garp's power was insane. But thinking about it, Big Mom's strength probably wasn't much lower. Forget her devil fruit powers, even just her terrifying brute strength, like wiping out a village of giants at the age of 5, probably wasn't far behind Garp's hand-to-hand dominance. Rosinante felt lucky that the first top-tier powerhouse he faced was Garp. Compared to Whitebeard or Charlotte Lin Lin, Garp, while terrifying, was still purely a physical combatant. His attacks were devastating, but they lacked the large-scale destructive force. If they'd been up against Big Mom, it wouldn't even take her personally stepping in. Just Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon beside her would have been enough to school them all. And Whitebeard? Just one Quake fruit shockwave from him, and most of them would have been out cold before the fight even began. What ambush! This wasn't the aging, weakening Whitebeard from later years, this was the man still known as the one who could destroy the world. If Akainu took a full-powered shockwave from this Whitebeard, let's see if he'd still be standing. Thanks to this encounter with Garp, Rosinante finally had a clear grasp of just how massive the gap was between them and the top of the world. "Your Majesty, this is no time to be admiring the enemy. If we don't figure something out, we're all going to get buried here," Bartley shouted, having just been blasted nearby. His face was pale, he never imagined raw physical strength could be this terrifying. "Haha, buried or not, you guys better be ready for some recovery time," Rosinante laughed as he spoke. While speaking, he placed his hand on Bartley. "Body limit release, silence," Rosinante shouted. A powerful devil fruit energy surged from him into Bartley's body, and Bartley's aura grew dramatically stronger in an instant. "Go. Time to witness what a true top-tier powerhouse looks like," Rosinante said. Bartley transformed into his beast form, and without any visible movement, he launched forward like a hurricane toward Garp. Whoosh! His razor-sharp claws slashed straight at Garp's heart with lightning speed. Garp was caught slightly off guard by the sudden acceleration, but he reacted quickly, catching Bartley's clawed hand with one hand and throwing a punch with the other. Bartley also countered with a powerful kick at the same time. His leg clashed against Garp's iron fist. A shockwave burst out from the collision. Bang! Bartley was ultimately punched flying again by Garp. However, Garp's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense that Bartley's strength had increased several-fold in a very short time. "What the hell, Bartley, did you take steroids or something?" Burrs and the others were all stunned by Bartley's sudden burst of power. "Body limit release, silence." Rosinante appeared behind Jack without a sound, placing his hand on his back. "What is this? My power, how did it increase so much?" Jack exclaimed, completely shocked. "Looks like unlocking the body's restraints works especially well on Zoan-type users," Rosinante said, sensing Jack's surging aura. "Haha, this power is insane. Come on, Garp, round 2. Jack roared and once again charged madly at Garp. "Bins, leave Winter and the other two. Take the rest and retreat," Rosinante ordered calmly. He had made up his mind, it was time to withdraw from the New World. After seeing Garp's strength firsthand, Rosinante knew the New World was still too far out of their league. "Understood," Bins replied. As he spoke, he opened a wormhole and prepared to escape. "Don't think you're leaving. Stay right where you are," Garp roared, punching forward with such force that the very air warped around his fist. "Haha, Garp, your opponent is us," Jack shouted, swinging his scythe at Garp's incoming punch. Boom! Jack's scythe clashed with Garp's fist, but was completely overpowered. Jack himself was blasted away, smashing into a stone wall over 100 meters away. The wall crumbled instantly, and he continued crashing through building after building before finally stopping. But in that fleeting moment Jack bought them, Bin successfully escaped using his Devil Fruit ability, heading off to extract the rest of the Oathblood guards who were still clashing with the Navy. Body limit release, silence. Rosinante appeared beside Realman and Katakuri, pressing his hands against them. Instantly, he activated the technique on both. The two of them showed looks of astonishment, then charged at Garp like a pair of roaring storms. At this point, even Garp's expression turned serious. His fists thundered forward, tearing through Realman's explosions and smashing apart the sticky machi attacks from Katakuri. Garp's power was the kind that defied logic, a brute force that crushed all techniques. Especially when he went all out, it didn't matter what kind of power came at him, he would just punch through it. No exceptions. Rosinante, meanwhile, had already finished boosting Winter and the others. They now joined in the assault on Garp. Crushing fist barrage. Rosinante entered a state of complete silence, appearing beside Garp like a ghost and unleashing a sudden punch. Bang! Garp, sensing Rosinante's approach with pure instinct, countered with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, generating a titanic gust of wind that rattled the very air. This time, Rosinante wasn't blown away, but the sheer force still forced him to skid backward uncontrollably. At that moment, the others launched their attacks together. "Haha, I haven't had a fight this good in ages." Meteor fist barrage. Garp roared as his fists shot out like meteors. Each punch produced a massive air pressure shockwave in the shape of a fist. Wherever those fists flew, the earth shattered, stones exploded, and the very air cracked and twisted. "What the hell, is this guy serious?" Rosinante stared in disbelief. He had just been thinking how lucky they were that Garp didn't have a devil fruit and thus no large-scale attack power. But what was this? Meteor fist barrage, wasn't this the same move Garp used to throw cannonballs in the original timeline? Compared to this, the manga version was practically child's play. "Everyone, go all out or we're going to die here," Rosinante roared. Crushing fist barrage. Crushing fist barrage. As he shouted, he completely disregarded the damage to his own body, swinging his fists again and again. Though the speed wasn't blinding, every punch was packed with full-force destructive might. Divine burst, 3,000 blows. Blood sword slash. Mammoth's might. Slash, split machi. At that moment, everyone unleashed their ultimate attacks, desperately trying to offset Garp's overwhelming power. The resulting shockwaves ripped apart the entire space. The harbor was devastated by the force of their clash. The land heaved, the sea churned, and the newly rebuilt city walls were reduced to rubble once again. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvenKing20. Chapter 35:35 A rout, yet an elated crew. Half of the entire kingdom of Joramia had been sunk, and the other half lay in ruins. This is bad, they got away. This is really gonna be hard to explain to Fleet Admiral Kong. Wahahaha. On a stretch of rubble, Garp, bare-chested and laughing heartily, exclaimed. His uniform had been torn to shreds during the battle. Instead of bothering to fix it, Garp had simply ripped it off and continued brawling with Rosinante and the others. The battle had raged for half a day, and half the kingdom of Yolomia had been obliterated. Yet, all Rosinante and his crew managed to accomplish was shredding Garp's uniform. In the end, they had no choice but to rely on Bin's ability to escape. If it hadn't been for Silent Healer's continuous support throughout the fight, everyone present would have died multiple times over. Garp, get your ass back here now. Came the thunderous voice of Fleet Admiral Kong, shouting through the den mushy. He had every reason to be furious. The report said Garp had single-handedly leveled half the kingdom of Joromia. The incident had shaken the Navy's reputation, and even the 5 elders had called to inquire. After all, the 5 elders didn't care about the lives of the commoners, but Joromia's iron mines were crucial resources. Now that the whole kingdom was on the verge of collapsing, were those mines even still intact? North Blue. Doflamingo picked up a newspaper. The moment he saw the headline, his brow furrowed. What's the matter, Doffy? Something big happen? Diamante asked. Phew. That schemer Rosinante really stirred up a storm this time. Doflamingo said with a grin, tossing the paper onto the table. Everyone gathered around to read. The front page headline screamed, Vice Admiral Garp sent to capture national traitor Rosinante. Half of Joromia Kingdom sunk. Navy increases bounties on Rosinante's crew. Oi, the Navy actually sent Garp to capture Rosinante? That's overkill. Poor Rosinante doesn't stand a chance, Treble commented. Phew. If Rosinante had really been done in, the Navy wouldn't have raised his bounty. Look at the wanted list for his crew. Phew. That bastard Rosinante has quietly assembled a serious force. Doflamingo chuckled darkly. Diamante looked down and saw the updated bounty list. Rosinante, the national traitor, 800 million berries. Realman the detonator, 730 million. Jack the mammoth, 700 million. Burrs the crazy axe, 530 million. Bartley the one-eyed wolf, 510 million. Hemi the bloodsword, 513 million. Bins the piercing knight, 500 million. And at the very bottom, Charlotte Katakuri, 900 million, former second son of the Charlotte family, suspected of joining Rosinate's crew. As Diamante and the others read further, their hearts grew heavier. The Navy wouldn't place such massive bounties unless Rosinante was now considered an extreme threat. Once a lone wolf without backing, Rosinante had now gathered a squad of monstrous strength, far surpassing their own crew both in power and influence. Phew. Rosinante has already leapt ahead of us. We need to pick up the pace, said Doflamingo. Doffy, sure, he may be ahead now, but you know what happens to those who stick their heads out first, they get shot. Even Garp was dispatched. No matter what happened, things can't be easy for Rosinante right now. We should just stick to our plan. The new world's still out of our reach, Treble nervously advised. Relax. I'm not charging into the new world just yet. I've got my own strategy. Phew. I'll become the kingpin of all the underworld in North Blue, Doflamingo declared. Elsewhere, Whole Cake Island. What? Katakuri actually joined Rosinante's crew. That traitorous bastard dared to betray me. Big Mom's face twisted with fury, her overwhelming conqueror's haki exploding in all directions, altering the very weather around her. Mama, that's just what the Navy's saying. Katakuri probably got caught up in it by accident. I mean, they were up against Garp. Teaming up with Rosinante was probably the only option at the time. There's no way he actually joined them. Prospero quickly explained. Exactly, Mama. Brother Katakuri would never betray you. Charlotte Deifuku echoed. Find him. Alive or dead, I want to see him with my own eyes. He'd better give me a damn good explanation. Big Mom roared. Yes, Mama. The members of the Big Mom pirates responded in unison. Thousands of meters above the sea, a fleet of ships floated in the sky, pulled forward by dozens of burly men outside. Haha, man, this time we really got wrecked. A voice laughed from one of the central ships, coming from a figure so wrapped in bandages he looked like a mummy. Your Majesty, how can you still laugh? We nearly died. And we lost Joromia Kingdom. Another bandaged crew member grumbled. Everyone around was similarly covered in bandages, sitting silently, their faces gloomy. These were none other than Rosinante and his crew. In the end, the battle for Joromia had ended in their defeat. Garp's strength was beyond monstrous. Even after Rosinante's entire crew unleashed their full power, removing all physical limitations, they still couldn't bring him down. It was only thanks to Silent Healer's relentless stalling that Binns had time to evacuate everyone and some treasure before things got worse. Only now did Rosinante truly understand why Garp remained untouchable, with a revolutionary for a son, a pirate for a grandson, and another adopted grandson who was both a pirate and the son of the Pirate King, yet he still held his place in the Navy. It wasn't just his reputation, it was his unshakable fists. Not even the world government could truly deal with him. But in the aftermath, every single one of them was battered, bloodied, and barely clinging to life. Their wounds were so severe they could have died several times over. Rosinante was afraid that too many injuries sealed within the silent zone would overload its limits, so he ordered some wounds to be released for proper healing. How can I not laugh? We stood face to face with one of the strongest men in the world, and we lived. We survived a clash with Garp and didn't end up in Impel Down. That's a rare feat in this world. We're gonna be famous now. I bet all our bounties just got a huge bump, Rosinante said with a big grin. Hearing his words, everyone on board suddenly broke into relieved, joyous laughter. Your Majesty, are we really retreating from the New World? Are we abandoning Joramia Kingdom? Binns asked. You saw it yourselves. Against someone like Garp, even with all our might, we couldn't win. What does that tell you? It tells us that the New World is still too early for us. We'll head back to the first half of the Grand Line, heal up, strengthen ourselves, and we'll return. And when we do, I'll rule the New World, Rosinante declared. His confident tone rekindled the fire in everyone's hearts. Truth be told, they had been crushed by Garp's overwhelming power, their confidence shattered. But seeing Rosinante's unwavering spirit reminded them why they followed him in the first place, and their hope reignited. As pirates, the most important thing is understanding the gap between you and your enemy. You should be thankful for this battle, it showed us the pinnacle of power in this world. And you should be even more thankful that we survived it. That means we still have a shot at reaching the top. Rosinante declared. So let's have a feast to celebrate our rebirth. Rosinante shouted. Yeah, we should celebrate. But before that, shouldn't we pick a name for our pirate crew? Jack said calmly. You've already sunk half the Joramia Kingdom. Pretty sure you're not gonna be a king anymore. Time to start a real pirate crew. Everyone, including Burrs and the others, turned expectantly to Rosinante. Chapter 36, The Grey Kingdom. You're right, it's about time we gave our pirate crew a name, Rosinante said as he looked up at the sky. To be honest, Rosinante had never been all that eager to be a pirate. Not because of the reputation for pillaging and bloodshed, he didn't care about that, but because life at sea was just plain boring. And after being hunted for so many years, he was tired of constantly running. That was why he needed to build his own power. Now that the kingdom of Yolomia was gone, he had to establish a pirate crew. Otherwise, this newly united force would quickly fall apart. And the name of a pirate crew wasn't just a label, it was a symbol of unity and identity. But who says I can't still be a king? If the navy won't let me rule comfortably on land, then I'll build a pirate empire instead. From this day on, our pirate crew is officially formed, and its name will be, the Grey Kingdom, Rosinante declared. And as your captain, I will also be the king of the Grey Kingdom. Let us build a pirate dynasty. He continued. The Grey Kingdom. Railman and the others shouted with excitement. Not black, not white, a kingdom of grey, huh. That means we're challenging not just the navy, but the entire world government. I like it, Jack said with a wide grin. Should we gather everyone and make this announcement official? Binns asked. Good idea. Summon all the crew, Rosinante ordered. His fleet currently consisted of 6 large pirate ships. The largest were Jack's Mammoth and Reelman the Detonator. All 6 ships were now suspended in midair by Rosinante's silent gravitational power, floating effortlessly above the sea. At his command, the crews from all 6 ships gathered near the Mammoth, which was at the center of the formation. Once everyone assembled, they realized just how massive the force had become. Over 1,000 pirates were present. Most of them had come from the former Jack Pirates, the Burrs Pirates, the Bloodsword Pirates, and the Lone Wolf Pirates. Just those 4 groups alone made up nearly 1,000 men. The rest were the original crew members who had followed Binns from the beginning. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The crowd shouted. I've gathered you all here today to announce something important, Rosinante said. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. What could he be announcing? From this day forward, our pirate crew is officially founded. Its name is the Grey Kingdom. Remember this name. Be proud of it. One day, it will shake the entire world, Rosinante declared. A moment of stunned silence, then the entire crowd burst into cheers. The Grey Kingdom. The Grey Kingdom. Though they had come from different backgrounds, after surviving that battle against Garp the marine hero, they had developed a shared bond. After all, they'd gone toe-to-toe with a legend and lived to tell the tale. As captain of the Grey Kingdom Pirates, I hereby appoint Jack as the commander of the 1st Division. He will organize and lead the 1st Division. Sol is assigned as his vice-captain, in charge of discipline and training, Rosinante continued. Understood. Jack responded. Yes, Your Majesty. Sol said, stepping forward with excitement. I appoint Reelman as commander of the 2nd Division, with Beetle as vice-captain. He'll also handle discipline and training, Rosinante went on. Captain. Yes, Your Majesty. Reelman and Beetle said with wide grins. Burrs will lead the 3rd Division, with Banning as vice-captain. Same responsibilities, structure, discipline, and training. Yes, Captain. Yes, Your Majesty. Burrs and Banning replied eagerly. Bartley is to lead the 4th Division, with Blake as vice-captain, Rosinante continued. Yes. Bartley and Blake answered in unison. Hemi will lead the 5th Division, with Aban as his second-in-command. Get that division shaped up and ready. Yes. Hemi and Aban stepped forward immediately. I appoint Binns as commander of the Bloodsworn Royal Guard, our elite enforcement unit. Ryan will be his vice-commander, responsible for internal discipline and training, Rosinante announced. Yes, Your Majesty. Binns and Ryan said. Ryan had once been a pirate captain, just like Binns and Burrs, and had also participated in the hunt for Rosinante and Jack. Though his bounty was only 90 million, his strength was not far behind Binns. The Bloodsworn Royal Guard will be my personal unit and the Grey Kingdom's internal enforcement squad. They will hunt down any traitor to our cause. Only pirates with bounties over 100 million, or those with great potential, can qualify. Binns, Ryan, you must train and manage them well. If you think you're not up for the task, step down now. The success or failure of the Bloodsworn doesn't just affect my safety, it determines whether the Grey Kingdom will thrive or rot from within. This is crucial, Rosinante said seriously. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will not betray your trust, Binns and Ryan answered. Winter, Clee, Basin, you three did well in helping us repel the Marine hero. You're not quite ready to lead your own divisions, but putting you in the Royal Guard would waste your talents. For now, train hard with the Guard. When you're ready, I'll give you command of your own units, Rosinante told them. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three stepped forward joyfully, clearly excited by the opportunity. Finally, I appoint Katakuri as vice-captain of the Grey Kingdom, Rosinante said. Everyone burst out laughing at this. After all, the so-called vice-captain Katakuri was still unconscious on the ship. Once they'd escaped, Rosinante had removed part of the suppressions placed on everyone's injuries so they wouldn't be overwhelmed by lingering damage. For most, the pain was manageable, even though they looked like mummies wrapped head to toe. They could still eat and drink. But Katakuri had passed out the moment his injuries were unsealed. Not because he was weak, but because Rosinante intended for him to fall unconscious. This created the illusion that Katakuri had betrayed Big Mom's crew, cutting off any path back. Now, his only choice would be to join the Grey Kingdom. Your Majesty, where are we headed next? Realman asked later as they returned to the cabins. We need somewhere to settle, right? Floating aimlessly won't work, and if we don't resupply soon, we'll run out of food and water. Feeding this many mouths is no joke. We can't make a public appearance now. A fleet this size will get spotted no matter where we try to dock. The world government spies would catch wind of us in no time. But, there is one place we can go safely, Rosinante replied. Where? Everyone asked. Sky Island, Rosinante said. Sky Island? That place actually exists. Realman gasped. Burrs was equally surprised. Despite once being the 11th Division commander of the Flying Pirates, even he had never seen a real Sky Island, just floating islands lifted by Shiki's float fruit. If stories of Sky Islands have spread across the world, it means they must exist, Rosinante said. But the world is vast. Even if they're real, how would we ever find one? I don't know where all the Sky Islands are, but I do know where one of them is, Rosinante replied. Where? Everyone asked. 10,000 meters above Jaya Island, the legendary Golden City, Chandora, Rosinante declared. Chandora? Isn't that just a fairy tale from the story of Mont Blanc Noland? Are you saying the Golden City actually exists? They asked skeptically. Reality often defies expectation. Who would have thought that a legendary city of gold could be blasted 10,000 meters into the sky by an undersea current? Rosinante said with a smile. If it's really there, we'll be rich beyond imagination, Railman said, full of anticipation. Then our next destination is 10,000 meters above Jaya Island. Tell everyone to pick up the pace, Rosinante ordered. Understood. The crew shouted. Though Rosinante had managed to lift the entire fleet into the sky, they were only about 3,000 meters up. They still had a long way to go before reaching Sky Island. And this was already Rosinante's limit. Even after twice removing the self-imposed limits on his devil fruit power, holding 6 ships aloft was the most he could manage. After all, he didn't have the float fruit. To go higher, they needed manpower. So, one by one, pirate crew members grabbed thick ropes, stepped onto the air itself, and began dragging the ships upward, running into the skies like a parade of flying ants. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 3737 Birka, God, and the Angel Fruit. As the ship was dragged higher and higher, it became increasingly difficult for the crew to pull it. The rising altitude made it harder to breathe, and their strength began to wane. Seeing this, Bartley and the others were about to step in to help. But Rosinante stopped them. Treat this as a kind of training. We've only reached 5,000 meters so far. The real difficulties lie ahead. That's when your turn comes. For now, let them work together and pool their strength. They're too disorganized, Rosinante said calmly. Yes, sir. At his words, Binns and the others immediately stepped forward to command the teams. They were in charge of the squad division's training, so this task fell perfectly within their expertise. First squad, follow my lead. Pull together on my count. 1, 2, 3, pull. Second squad. Third squad. 1, 2, 3, pull. With unified shouts, the ship finally moved again under their combined effort. Where exactly are we now? Rosinante asked. We've probably already left the New World, Burrs replied. We're flying through the sky after all, our speed is far greater than sailing across the sea. BAS had once been part of the Sky Pirates and was experienced in such matters. What's that? As they ascended another 1,000 meters, reaching over 6,000 meters in height, a thick sea of clouds blocked their way. That's Emperor Cumulus. Above it is the White Sea. Captains, step forward and cut it open. Rosinante barked. Yes, sir. The division captains, who had been itching for action, stepped forward eagerly. Split it open for me. Jack bellowed. With a swing of his scythe-like arms, a massive slash tore through the cloud sea, opening a path through the White Sea. The clouds are open. Charge through that gap. Someone shouted. The fleet surged forward, dragged by the crew, heading straight into the opening in the clouds, but the clouds soon began to close up again. Ho ha ha ha. Open. Burrs laughed as he followed up with a mighty axe swing. The closing clouds were once again cleaved apart. In this way, the division captains took turns clearing the path. After a grueling and exhausting climb, they finally broke through the cloud layer and reached the White Sea at 7,000 meters. Reaching the White Sea brought a collective sigh of relief. Ships could sail across this sea, and with the upward current, the fleet swiftly reached the higher White Sea. Look over there. What's that? After adjusting to the air pressure of the White Sea, the crew caught sight of a magnificent, dazzling cluster of buildings ahead. Sky Island. That's a Sky Island. The crew shouted in excitement. A Sky Island? We should still be a fair distance from Jaya, BAS said in confusion. This must be another Sky Island. Good timing, let's go in and resupply, Rosinante said casually. I doubt the locals are going to be very welcoming, Jack said coolly. Several fast-moving, sailless ships were heading their way at high speed. This is the sacred land of Birka. Outsiders are not welcome here, especially those without wings. Leave immediately or face the punishment of the god, barked a uniformed officer from one of the ships. So this is Birka, huh? Rosinante muttered in realization. The moment he heard Birka, Rosinante remembered it from the original story. It was Enel's homeland. The Sky Island that Enel later destroyed. Leave immediately. Leave now. The temple guards of Birka kept shouting at Rosinante and his crew. So noisy. Jack growled, then swung his scythe. A powerful slash ripped through one of the Waver speedboats, splintering it and sending its riders flying. You blasphemers dare attack the god's guard. Attack. Execute them in the name of the divine. All glory to our god. The so-called divine guard charged toward Rosinante's fleet. Arrows rained down from the divine guard's bows, but they didn't aim directly for the crew. Instead, the arrows created bridges of cloud. More warriors mounted ice blade-type wavers and sprinted along these cloud bridges to engage in close combat. The strange and unique attack methods of Sky Island stunned the pirates of the Grey Kingdom, catching them off guard. Many were quickly wounded or taken out. Idiots. Jack said coldly. Go. Since we've clashed, wipe them out completely. This Sky Island will become part of the Grey Kingdom. I want to see our pirate flag flying over their divine temple. Rosinante ordered. I've been waiting for this. Real Man said excitedly. First squad, with me. Second squad, attack. Though the Sky Islanders had many wondrous dials as weapons, they couldn't stand against the brutal assault of the Grey Kingdom once Jack and the others joined the fray. They crumbled quickly under the overwhelming force, and the pirates stormed into Birka. Who are you people? Why have you invaded Birka? This is sacred land. All who dare trespass shall suffer divine punishment. A stunningly cold and regal woman stepped forth and shouted. Rosinante called her an angel not just for her beauty, but because she truly looked like one. Sky Islanders typically had small decorative wings that served as symbols of their heritage. But this cold, elegant woman was different. Her wings were magnificent, like those of a real angel. A devil fruit user. Jack and the others murmured, eyeing the unusual wings with suspicion. Wings like an angel's, could it be the angel fruit? Rosinante muttered, intrigued. How dare you disrespect Lord God? A high priest bellowed and charged at Rosinante. He could tell Rosinante was the leader of the group. Following the tactic of capturing the king to end the war, he lunged straight at Rosinante. You think we'd let you go after our king so easily? Bins appeared in a flash, intercepting the priest mid-charge. The priest didn't seem surprised at all, as if he'd expected someone to intervene. He didn't stop instead, he grinned viciously. Impact dial. From his gloved palm, a blast of powerful shock energy erupted, aiming to blast both Bins and Rosinante away. Bang! Just as he was about to hit them, a sudden force erupted from his side. Unbeknownst to him, a black hole had opened beneath his raised armpit. A shockwave surged out of it, one he knew all too well. It was the very same energy his own impact dial had just fired. Chapter 38 Goddess Shaxia and the Logia Cloud Fruit. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the priest was blasted away by his own repel dial shockwave. How is this possible? Why would the priest be the one blown away? The guards of Birka's divine garrison shouted in alarm. There was a black hole on that guy's chest just now. Who are these people, to possess such strange abilities? Is this the power of a devil fruit? Another priest muttered grimly, narrowing his eyes. That guy's control over the whole fruit has clearly become more refined. His powers improved a lot, Bartley observed. How could it not improve? Under the pressure of a Navy hero like Garp, who wouldn't level up. Even you and I got stronger, Hemi added with a chuckle. Ever since their battle with Garp, everyone's strength had gone up one way or another. After all, those who survived high-level battles like that usually came out stronger. So you're a devil fruit user. No wonder you dare act so brazenly, the cold and stunning winged beauty said icily, her wings flapping as she slowly ascended into the sky. She can actually fly. Could it really be the angel fruit? That should be a mythical zoan, right? A mythical zoan-type devil fruit, even rarer than a logia. A human model, angel form. The pirates around murmured in awe. Iron Cloud Fist. The cold goddess raised her fist, and in an instant, clouds gathered and formed into a massive, towering fist that plummeted toward Rosinante and the others. It was enormous, darkening the skies like a looming mountain. The sheer force behind it didn't seem like something a fist made of mere clouds should be capable of. This is her devil fruit power. Clouds. That kind of power, ordinary clouds couldn't do this. That fist is massive. It feels like the heavens themselves are about to crash down and crush us. God blast fist. Real Man sprang into action, hurling his own fist to intercept. An earth-shattering explosion rocked the air, blasting the giant cloud fist to pieces. It's Captain Real Man of the 2nd Division, the detonator. We're saved. He's incredible. That thing was massive, and he blew it apart with just one punch. Captain Real Man's the user of the explosion fruit. Anything he touches detonates. Incredible. The pirates roared in admiration. This doesn't seem like the power of a mythical zoan type, Jack said, frowning. We'll know soon enough, just fight and find out. Real Man growled. His feet detonated beneath him, propelling him at supersonic speed toward the so-called God. Triple God Blast. He roared. The God Blast was Real Man's signature move, a series of chain detonations at maximum power. Once struck, the target would suffer a cascade of explosions from within. Boom boom boom. Explosions erupted across the goddess's body as she was blasted into fragments. She was blown to bits. Geez, Real Man really doesn't hold back. Such a beautiful woman, and he just blew her to pieces. She was the enemy, you idiot. But still, such a shame. If we'd captured her and offered her to the captain, that'd be one hell of a gift. Morons. Look closely, there's no blood. Bartley snapped, face grim. She's not dead that easily. Maybe Real Man should just capture her alive, Hemi chuckled from the side. She'd make a nice bed warmer for the captain. Our crew is full of rough men, we don't even have a maid. The captain's our king, after all. How could he not have a proper attendant? Now that's an idea. Jack chimed in. Hey now, I am still here, you know, Rosinante interjected dryly. Gods do not die. You think you can harm me? Clouds reformed in the air, once again shaping into the elegant figure of the goddess. Her voice rang out, cold as steel. She's not a mythical zoan. Looks like a Logia user, Bartley concluded. Logias sure are full of themselves, Real Man muttered as he used another blast step to rocket forward, his fist ready again. It's useless, the goddess, Shaxia, said with icy confidence. No one could harm her, or so she thought. Boom. Before she finished her sentence, Real Man's punch struck her squarely, hurling her through the air. You think you're invincible just because you can turn into elements. In the new world, cocky Logia users are always the first to die, Real Man said flatly. No, that's impossible. Lady Shaxia is a Logia user, she wields the cloud fruit. Cried the priests in shock. Shaxia herself was in disbelief. How could anyone hurt me? Is it? Sea stone. Turning into clouds doesn't make you immortal. There are plenty of ways to hit Logia users, Real Man scoffed. This can't be. Shaxia hadn't originally been Birka's deity, but ever since she accidentally ate the cloud fruit as a child, no one, not man nor weapon, could hurt her. She'd trained with the fruit all her life, eventually developing true angelic wings rather than decorative ones. The temple elders, awed by her power and divine wings, declared her the true goddess and forced the previous one to step down. Over the years, Shaxia was constantly worshipped and praised. She came to believe she was divine. Anyone who defied her was subject to divine punishment. Birka grew increasingly xenophobic under her rule. Her tyrannical policies went unchallenged, all because she possessed what was thought to be invincible power, the elemental form of a Logia user. But now Real Man had shattered that illusion. I won't accept this. Cloud River Heaven's wrath. With her furious shout, the sky itself trembled. Birka's mighty cloud rivers twisted and writhed as they surged toward Rosinante and his crew. No, Lady Shaxia's furious. She's going to destroy the whole Sky Island. The surrounding civilians screamed in horror. Please, calm your wrath, Lady Shaxia. The temple priests and elders pleaded, but she wouldn't be swayed. The cloud rivers roared under her command, converging on Rosinante's crew. Even the surrounding clouds began to shake, as if preparing to engulf them all. Logia users are such a pain, Bartley muttered. Especially when they're fighting on their home turf, an island made entirely of clouds. She could actually destroy this place. If that happens, where are we supposed to restock? This farce ends now, Rosinante said quietly, raising his head. In that instant, a tyrannical wave of presence exploded from his body, Conqueror's Haki. The sky trembled. One by one, Birka's residents collapsed into unconsciousness. Then the divine guards, the temple soldiers, the priests, and even the elders, all fell. Conquerors. Haki. Gasped one of the temple elders before fainting. It's the captain's conqueror's Haki. One of the Grey Kingdom's pirates said in awe. No wonder he's our captain, only one in a million has that kind of Haki. Another pirate exclaimed. Shaxia staggered, her mind beginning to fog as the overwhelming force battered her will. At that moment, a silent figure appeared behind her, utterly soundless. With a hand coated in armament Haki, he struck her neck with the edge of his palm. Shaxia's vision dimmed as she slowly lost consciousness. The last thing she saw was a young man holding her in his arms. Chapter 39 Vassal State. Shaxia slowly regained consciousness and took a look around. The surroundings were all too familiar to her. This was the temple of Birka. All the temple priests and elders were bound together, and surrounding them were the invaders from the Blue Sea, grinning maliciously as they watched. Shaxia tried to stand up but found herself utterly drained of strength. Only then did she notice a pair of shackles clamped tightly around her wrists. Seastone. She exclaimed in shock. Oh, seems like you know what seastone is, came a voice from nearby. Shaxia turned her head and saw a young man lounging arrogantly on what used to be her divine seat, none other than the leader of the Blue Sea intruders. In that moment, memories came flooding back. Before losing consciousness, it had been this young man who held her in his arms. She realized it must have been him who carried her here, and that thought made her blush uncontrollably. Never in her life had she been held so intimately by a man. The sheer thought was enough to turn her face red with embarrassment. Who are you? What are you doing in Birka? She asked coldly, taking a deep breath to calm herself. We're the Grey Kingdom pirates. Initially, we came here just to resupply and take a break, but plans have changed. I've decided to make Birka a vassal state under the Grey Kingdom, Rosinante replied with a smirk. Vassal state? Shaxia asked, confused. That's right. Starting today, Birka will be a vassal state under the Grey Kingdom. As the suzerain state, we'll protect you from foreign invasion and destruction. In return, Birka must offer yearly tributes to the Grey Kingdom, be it gold, jewels, devil fruits, or your rare Sky Island shells, Rosinante explained. You're just a pirate crew, and you dream of becoming Birka's suzerain? We never had invaders before, you're the only threat. We don't need your so-called protection. Shaxia snapped, her voice full of righteous anger. You're free to refuse, of course. But since you called us pirates, you should know exactly how pirates deal with refusal, Rosinante said, still smiling. Scoundrel. Shameless. Shaxia spat furiously. Oh, right. You're already a trophy of our pirate crew. Whatever your people decide, you're no longer the ruler of this nation. I could use a few maids, why don't you serve as mine? I don't need decorative vases on board, but a combat-maid squad. Now that sounds both useful and easy on the eyes. What do you all think? Rosinante said with a grin. Great idea. Captain is brilliant. The pirates cheered. Humph. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Shaxia growled, her rage barely contained. Time to choose, then, your decision will determine Birka's fate. Annihilation or submission. Rosinante declared, his aura suddenly shifting to something overpoweringly domineering. There it is again. Shaxia's face paled as she felt that terrifying pressure emanate from him. That's Conqueror's Haki, one of the 3 types of Haki. It's said to occur in only 1 out of a million people. And unlike the other 2, you can't train your way into it, you either have it or you don't. The power that hit you earlier is Armament Haki. In the Blue Sea's new world, that's just the basic standard, Real Man added. Ho ho ho, well, it's not that basic. Even in the new world, not everyone can use Armament Haki. But if you want to be considered strong, you need it. It's more like a rite of passage for the powerful, Burrs commented. There's also the 3rd type, Observation Haki. I believe your Sky Island calls it Mantra, Hemi chimed in. As she listened, Shaxia's face turned from fury to shock. Armament Haki, capable of injuring her, was just the norm in the new world? And their mantra, something Sky Islanders took great pride in, also existed in the Blue Sea? No wonder the Blue Sea was such a dangerous place. Your powers may be impressive here in the sky, Rosinante said coolly, but down in the Blue Sea, they're nothing. There are many who can destroy entire islands. Those Logia types, always arrogant, thinking their intangibility makes them invincible. But in the new world, they're often the first to die from overconfidence. Humph, even if I have to die, I won't bow to you. Shaxia declared. Well then, I suppose we'll have to resolve this the pirate way, Rosinante said, his voice calm. No, wait, we, Birka, are willing to submit and become a vassal state of the Grey Kingdom. The voice came from one of the temple elders nearby. Elder, how could you betray us like this? Shaxia glared at him in disbelief. Don't be stubborn, Shaxia. Do you want to see Birka destroyed? The elder asked, his tone heavy with concern. But, Shaxia protested. No buts. You may be our god, but this concerns Birka's survival. You don't get to be willful. Besides, you're no longer our god. From now on, you're this captain's maid, the elder said, practically groveling before Rosinante. Yes, Birka submits to the captain and requests his protection. Shaxia, as Birka's former god, you must sacrifice for Birka. Serve the captain well. To show our sincerity, we offer Shaxia, our former god, to the captain. One by one, the other elders chimed in. You traitors! Shaxia yelled, glaring at them through tears. Heh, politics really is filthy. But hey, it saves me the trouble. You can choose a new leader now. I never liked the term, god, anyway. From today, Birka will have kings instead, Rosinante declared. Yes, understood. The temple elders said as they bowed low. Now go and calm the people. Make sure there's no conflict between them and the Grey Kingdom. If there's bloodshed, don't say I didn't warn you, Rosinante warned. Yes, yes. The elders rushed off to appease the citizens. Left alone in the grand hall, Shaxia's tears fell silently, yet she continued to glare stubbornly at Rosinante. You can't blame me. I didn't force them. If things turned out like this, it just means you never truly had their loyalty, Rosinante said. At his words, Shaxia's glare burned even hotter. Feisty little mare, Rosinante chuckled. Captain, let me handle her. I promise I'll train her until she's as docile as a kitten, Burrs grinned. Nah, leave it to me. I'll teach her all the proper ways to serve. She won't even dare defy a direct order. Ha! Bartley added, with a knowing, lecherous glint in his eye. Captain, let me. Captain, are you all that bored? Rosinante shot them all a glare. At once, everyone fell silent. Since you have so much free time, I'll give you a mission, Rosinante said. What mission? They asked, intrigued. Each division, led by its captain, will launch a campaign of conquest across the Sky Islands. Within 3 years, I want every Sky Island to become a vassal of the Grey Kingdom, Rosinante declared. Yes, sir. Mission accepted. The pirates erupted with excitement. They were pirates, after all. War was their symphony. Bins, your blood-sworn guard will remain on standby. If any division runs into real trouble or a particularly tough enemy, you'll be the rescue and elimination force, Rosinante instructed. Yes, Captain. The blood-sworn guard stands ready. Bins responded firmly. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 4040 Recovery and the Lifting of the Healing Seal. When Rosinante saw the method of mastery of HeartNet that had been handed over at the temple, he was utterly shocked. This HeartNet turned out to be a training technique for observation haki. In the world of One Piece, whether it's the world government that has ruled for over 800 years, the top pirate crews across the seas, or the underground organizations, none of them have any systematic methods for training haki. Most rely solely on experience, repetitive practice, and combat to improve. Rosinante had never heard of any specialized technique manuals for mastering observation or armament haki. The difference between the two approaches is like external and internal martial arts from his past life. Although the HeartNet may not necessarily be stronger than traditional training, its very existence represents a different path for mastering observation haki. If one could rely on the HeartNet to research a more advanced method of internally mastering observation haki, the improvements it could bring to Rosinante would be immeasurable. To enhance his observation haki, Rosinante had tried countless training methods over the years, some he invented, others inspired by the anime of his past life, and even some derived from knowledge acquired in the information age. But once his observation haki reached its current level, those training methods gradually became less effective. Now, the only way to enhance it further would be through continuous high-level combat, like how Katakuri, under immense pressure, broke his limits and evolved. But the emergence of the HeartNet revealed another path to Rosinante, one that could take him to greater heights. Since Rosinante's strength largely depended on the foundation of his observation haki, only by improving that could he further develop his devil fruit abilities. The strength of his observation haki was absolutely critical to him. However, the current version of the HeartNet on Skypiea offered limited help to Rosinante, making in-depth research into it crucial. To be honest, Rosinante wasn't some kind of genius. The reason he had managed to master observation haki to this level was thanks to the strength of his soul and the broad perspective gained from his past life. To expect him to single-handedly advance the HeartNet mastery method to a higher realm was nearly impossible. But didn't he now have a true prodigy of observation haki under his command? Katakuri, who had refined his observation haki to the point where he could glimpse the future, was a true genius. In the current One Piece world, no one had greater mastery or talent in observation haki than him. Even the Pirate King Roger probably didn't have such achievements at Katakuri's age. How interesting, I didn't expect observation haki to have such a method of training, Katakuri said. This isn't just a training method, Rosinante replied. It's a refined and layered internal art. If we follow this path and develop a more effective technique, the potential for growth in observation haki is incalculable. Even though you can now predict the future, I suspect you're still far from fully mastering it. If we can develop a better internal training method, it'll be a huge help for you in truly controlling that power. So, interested? I'll take it on. Katakuri nodded without hesitation. These are some insights I've compiled about mastering the HeartNet. You might want to take a look. Rosinante handed over a handwritten manuscript. Katakuri glanced at the manuscript, and his face instantly froze in astonishment. He had originally thought that Rosinante just wanted to use him to develop a higher-level heart net. But after seeing the contents of this manuscript, Katakuri couldn't help but re-evaluate him. The notes were filled with outlandish ideas and deep insights into the philosophy behind the heart net, concepts like meditation, the mind being as still as the sky, or as pure as ice, unmoved even if the heavens fell. It was an eye-opening experience for Katakuri. With so many insights already, why'd you even come to me? Katakuri glared at Rosinante, half irritated. Well, I have other things to take care of. But if you feel my notes are hindering your creativity, feel free to return them, Rosinante replied with a grin. What Katakuri didn't know was that none of those ideas came from Rosinante himself, they were simply concepts he remembered from his previous life, which happened to align with the heart net. Rosinante didn't have the ability to come up with such deep philosophies on his own. Humph. Katakuri snorted, stuffed both manuscripts under his arm, and turned to leave, off to dive deep into his research on observation haki. Watching Katakuri's retreating figure, Rosinante smiled faintly, then turned to his own training. After his battle with Garp, the intense pressure had granted Rosinante deep insights, not just into his devil fruit powers but also into his physical combat and haki. Now he needed to convert those insights into actual combat strength, but that required a stronger foundation. In truth, Rosinante had hit a bottleneck in his development. To grow stronger, he needed greater stamina and physical power to support the consumption of both his fruit and his haki. While it might seem like Rosinante was already strong, able to defeat Katakuri and even exchange a few blows with Garp when going all out, the reality was more complicated. Without using extreme techniques like body-sealing silence, which pushed him to his limits, Rosinante's true strength was only slightly above that of an average vice admiral. His devil fruit was strange and hard to predict, and most people's observation haki couldn't fully track his movements. That's why even top-tier vice admirals like Sakazuki would struggle to deal with him. But if you stripped away his devil fruit, relying only on his haki and physical prowess, he probably wouldn't even match a standard vice admiral. His constitution was more on par with a rear admiral. After all, he was still just a teenager. Right now, Rosinante heavily relied on his devil fruit. All his abilities were developed based on it. Without it, his combat ability would be greatly reduced. But his fruit development had also reached a ceiling. No matter how strange or powerful a fruit might be, using its abilities required a base level of physical stamina. And Rosinante's current body wasn't strong enough to support more powerful developments of his fruit. In fact, Rosinante had realized long ago that he had reached a bottleneck. When his observation haki became refined enough to sense the life force of living beings, he had once thought about developing abilities that could directly target life essence itself. If successful, he would gain the power to attack the very nature of living things. Unfortunately, he failed. The essence of life was like an indestructible stone. No matter how he tried to penetrate it, it remained unmoved and invulnerable. Rosinante knew that unless he possessed a body as tough as one of the four emperors, he wouldn't be able to touch the core of life itself. In short, his current physical body was too weak to support more powerful ability development. If he wanted to improve his strength, there was no shortcut. He had to train his body hard. Only by strengthening his body could his fruit abilities and armament haki improve in tandem. But physical training wasn't something you could accomplish overnight. It required persistent, long-term effort. And before he could even begin that, he had to deal with a problem: the healing seal. The healing seal, ever since its creation, had saved Rosinante's life several times. It was one of the most miraculous powers he'd developed. But now, it was becoming a shackle on his growth. Everyone knows that training involves repeated tearing and healing of muscle fibers. It's through this damage and recovery that the body grows stronger and more resilient. But the healing seal completely blocked this process. Before his muscles could even begin to tear, the healing seal would immediately silence all potential injuries. As a result, no real muscle damage occurred, thus, no strengthening followed. Sure, Rosinante could later forcibly release the sealed injuries, but that kind of retroactive damage didn't yield the same training effect. On the contrary, it could even harm his body. So, before he could begin serious training, Rosinante had to first completely heal all the injuries sealed by the silence, and then disable the healing seal entirely. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed out as Rosinante released the healing seal. Chapter 41-42 The First Division nearly annihilated. More than a year later, deep within a forest, several figures were engaged in fierce battle, their silhouettes flashing as they attacked one another with practiced coordination. Among them were Rosinante, Winter, and Shaxia. Ryan was in his half-beast form, and he and Winter each wielded laser shells as they launched a coordinated assault on Rosinante. Their teamwork was smooth and well-honed, clearly not the result of just a few days' practice. Nearby, Shaxia, dressed in a maid outfit, used her devil fruit powers to both harass and support the attack on Rosinante. Rosinante, with both hands coated in armament haki, expertly weaved through the onslaught, fending off all three without once resorting to his devil fruit abilities. Over the past year, Rosinante's strength had grown immensely. Even without using his fruit powers, he handled their seamless coordination with ease. "Alright, that's enough for today," Rosinante called out after a long bout. "Huff. Captain, you're getting stronger and stronger." Just with your hacky and physical skills, you're already able to withstand our full-force combo attacks. And we spent months perfecting that strategy, Ryan said, reverting from his half-beast form to his human appearance. Not long after appointing Ryan as vice-commander of the Bloodsworn Guard a year ago, Rosinante had given him the lynx fruit he'd acquired from the royal family of the Kingdom of Joramia. With the lynx's agility and strength added to his existing power, Ryan had grown into a terrifying combatant, easily on par with an average rear admiral. You three have improved a lot as well. Your coordination's sharp now. With Bin's wormhole support, taking down a rear admiral shouldn't be a problem, Rosinante said with a satisfied smile. Over the course of the year, the Bloodsworn Guard had undergone intense military training, drastically improving their team coordination. Ryan and Winter were the main offensive force, specializing in tandem assaults, while Shaxia focused on control and disruption. With this formation, even a standard Marine rear admiral would have a hard time surviving. Shaxia often challenged Rosinante to duels in her spare time, though she lost every single one. Frustrated, she roped Ryan and Winter into ambushing Rosinante together. At first, the two men were hesitant to participate in what they saw as Shaxia's antics, but Rosinante found sparring more effective than solo training, and so he agreed to let all three attack him while holding back his fruit abilities. In the beginning, their calculated ambushes forced Rosinante to fight hard to keep up, but over time, he adapted, and with his relentless year-long training, his strength had leapt to a whole new level. In fact, his mastery over all three types of haki and his physical body had advanced by an entire tier. Without his devil fruit, Rosinante's power a year ago could only be considered the weakest among rear admirals. But now, he had fully stepped into the realm of a proper rear admiral, physically and in combat power. And with that physical growth, his devil fruit abilities had grown far more potent. His overall power now touched the threshold of a top-tier rear admiral, perhaps even a quasi-admiral. Just then, a black portal shimmered open. Two figures, one large, one small, stepped through and saluted. "Your Majesty." Rosinante turned. "Bins, Enel, what's going on?" Of the two, one was naturally Bins, and the other was none other than Enel, the future self-proclaimed god of Skypiea. But at this moment, Enel looked barely 10 years old. After Rosinante stationed himself on Birka, he ordered Bins to begin recruiting talented children from the region to train as future Bloodsworn soldiers. He'd also instructed Jack and the others to keep an eye out for gifted children or youths during their campaigns, bringing them back to Bins whenever they found one. Enel had been one such discovery on Birka. "Your Majesty," Bins said, "I've discovered that Enel has become a devil fruit user. What's more, his ability is the one you specifically asked me to monitor, the Rumble fruit, said to be the most offensively powerful among all Logia-type fruits." At that, Enel glanced nervously at Rosinante. "Not bad, Enel. You got pretty lucky, eating the very fruit I've been looking for all this time." Rosinante grinned. After arriving in Birka, Rosinante had never forgotten about the Rumble fruit. He'd once had been scour the entire island for it with no luck. Who would have thought it would end up with Enel? Your Majesty, Enel stammered, overwhelmed. At this point, Enel was far from the twisted figure he'd become later in life. Born an orphan and looked down upon for lacking wings, Enel had long suffered abuse at the hands of Birka's winged population, who considered themselves superior. After Rosinante's forces conquered Birka, Enel became one of their most devoted admirers. Seeing that Rosinante and his crew were also wingless gave him a sense of belonging. He'd been the very first to volunteer when Bins began recruiting for the reserve forces. And now, learning that he'd eaten the fruit Rosinante had been seeking all along left him flustered and unsure of what to do. "Enel," Rosinante said, "yes, I was looking for that fruit. But it doesn't matter who ate it. What matters is your strength. And right now, you're too weak. Bins, I'm putting him in your hands. Train him well. That fruit, if fully mastered, guarantees admiral-level power. In fact, I always envisioned the Rumble fruit as the perfect core for our Dimensional Strike Force." This Dimensional Strike Force was Rosinante's long-conceived strategy, an ultra-long-range offensive unit built around Bins's worm fruit. "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll train him thoroughly." Bins replied solemnly. Rosinante nodded, about to speak further when suddenly, a brrrbrrrbrrr sound came from Bins's coat. His face, and the others, immediately changed. Bins pulled out a den mushi. It was the emergency line, used only when a division was requesting immediate backup. Over the past year, the 5 divisions had each gone out in separate directions, fighting for control of the Sky Islands. Rosinante had instructed the Bloodsworn Guard to remain on standby at all times, ready to reinforce any division that called for aid. But with captains like Jack leading them, fierce, proud, and reckless, none had ever requested backup. Not once. This was the first time the line had ever rung. "This is the Bloodsworn Guard," Bins answered. "Bins, it's Sol," came the urgent voice of Sol, vice-captain of the 1st Division. Hearing that the call came from the 1st Division, even Rosinante's expression darkened. He knew how crazed Jack could be. If Sol was making this call, then the 1st Division must have encountered an enemy beyond anything they could handle. Jack would never have allowed such a call otherwise. "Sol, what happened?" Rosinante took the den mushi himself. "Your Majesty, we were ambushed." On the other side, Soul was bloodied, his voice weak, his face pale with panic. The first division, we've been almost completely wiped out. Soul's voice trembled as he looked around at the dismembered bodies and ruins of what used to be their unit. Our attacker was Kaido of the Beasts. As he uttered that name, Soul's eyes filled with terror. Chapter 42-43, Critical Strike at the Limit. Beasts Kaido, how did you end up provoking that monster? Rozinante froze for a moment when he heard Soul's words, then his expression turned extremely serious. Your Majesty, we didn't want to provoke that monster either, but he was completely unreasonable. He attacked the moment we saw him, absolutely terrifying. In less than an hour, the entire first division was nearly wiped out, Soul replied, his breath weak. Over the past year, the 5 main divisions had been waging wars everywhere, conquering several sky islands. As they seized these territories, they also expanded rapidly, each division growing tenfold in size. Jack's division, in particular, had gone completely wild. The first division had expanded more than 10 times, with over 5,000 men, each as bloodthirsty and belligerent as Jack himself. They had just taken over a new sky island and were trying to integrate it into the Grey Kingdom when Jack led the first division in search of their next target. But they ran into Kaido, who had come to the sky island to attempt suicide by jumping from the skies. Jack was notoriously irrational and savage, but that day, he encountered someone even more unreasonable and crazed than himself. Before Jack could even ask who the intruder was, Kaido swung his massive fist and obliterated one of their ships with a single blow. And just like that, the battle erupted. Jack had grown much stronger over the past year, and many of his crew were now equipped with all kinds of bizarre dials and shells from Sky Island. But none of that mattered, they were no match for Kaido, that monstrous force of nature. Even if the entire first division joined in, they stood no chance. In less than an hour, the first division was virtually annihilated. Jack, using his silent healing and monstrous endurance, barely held on. Soul, clinging to life, was the one who managed to make a desperate call for help through the Den Mushi. Bins, open a wormhole. Send me through immediately. Then rally the blood-sworn royal guard and bring all our heavy gear. Looks like this one's going to be a serious fight, and it's the perfect chance to field test your dimensional strike, Rozinante ordered. Yes, your majesty. Bins replied. As they spoke, Bins opened a swirling wormhole. Over the past year, Bins had greatly enhanced his mastery over the whole fruit, even developing a method to mark coordinates. With this system, Bins could open portals precisely to preset locations. Each of the division ships had one of these portal markers installed. Rozinante stepped toward the wormhole, but just as he was about to enter, he paused. Wait, bring Enel along this time too. His devil fruit power is going to be a key element in dimensional strikes moving forward. This real battle will be perfect for getting him used to it, Rozinante added. Understood. Bins responded. This time, Rozinante strode directly into the wormhole. Even before entering, he could already feel the overwhelming pressure and ferocity radiating from the other side. With a solemn face, Rozinante stepped through. After a year of intense training, he had been itching for a real test of his growth, and there was no better opponent than Kaido. As he entered the portal, Rozinante silently placed his hand over his chest, reactivating the silent healing seal he had removed during training. The moment he emerged, a suffocating wave of bloodlust and battle cries crashed down on him. Not enough. Not enough. How can this possibly destroy me? How can it kill me? A thunderous roar shook the sky. Looking toward the distant Cloud Island, Rozinante saw Jack, transformed into a mammoth, being beaten down mercilessly by Kaido, who had the upper hand in every exchange. Stretching out his arms and rolling his shoulders, Rozinante suddenly moved. In a flash of light, he shot toward the battlefield like a meteor, straight at Kaido and Jack. In a blink, Rozinante crossed the distance between ship and battlefield, silently appearing right in front of Kaido, and without hesitation, he delivered a heavy punch straight to Kaido's chest. Bang! Boom! 2 distinct sounds rang out. The first was the impact of Rozinante's fist landing squarely on Kaido. The second was the blast of internal force detonating inside Kaido's body, a violent pulse critical hit. The tremendous force knocked Kaido back. The grip he had on Jack faltered as the blow forced him to stagger. Well, another strong one. Tell me, can you kill me? Kaido sneered, his eyes locking onto Rozinante. Your Majesty. Soul and the remaining pirates shouted with relief and awe. Still able to move? Rozinante asked, looking at Jack. Who do you think I am? Jack growled, reverting from his mammoth form and struggling to stand. But it was clear he was pushing himself. His body was drenched in blood, and to reach such a state even with the silent healing seal meant Jack was on the verge of collapse. His stamina had been pushed to its very limit, any more and the healing power would start harming him instead. Bins, begin evac for Jack and the others. Rozinante ordered, pulling out a Den Mushi. Understood. Came Bins' voice from the other end. With that confirmation, Rozinante grabbed Jack's massive body and flung him like a ragdoll toward the mammoth ship. You guys fall back, Bins will cover your retreat, he told Soul and the others. Yes, your Majesty, Soul responded. He knew full well that a fight of this scale was beyond them. Staying would only be a burden. Aye, Captain. The remaining pirates echoed. Hey, you're their captain, right? I asked if you could kill me. Why aren't you answering me? Kaido said, stepping forward. Without waiting for a reply, he swung a palm toward Rosinante. Rosinante sidestepped the strike, grabbing Kaido's arm in the same motion. Silent gravity. In an instant, Kaido's internal gravitational balance was silenced. Rosinante twisted, then slammed, hurling Kaido helplessly into the air. Violent pulse critical hit. With the gravitational silence still active, Rosinante launched a devastating punch that blasted Kaido upward, sending him flying over a kilometer into the sky. The moment the silence wore off, Kaido plummeted like a meteor, smashing into the floating cloud island below. The tough, sky-forged cloud was cracked by the impact, leaving a massive crater. Interesting power you've got there. But can it kill me? Kaido stood up unharmed, grinning like a demon. Wow, you really are a monster, Rosinante laughed. Most people can't even take one of my critical punches without collapsing, let alone survive being launched sky-high and dropped straight down. No wonder you tried to kill yourself from 10,000 meters up. Looks like you can't kill me either. Kaido's expression turned cold as he suddenly lunged, fist crashing toward Rosinante. Limit break, critical strike. Seeing Kaido's punch barreling in, Rosinante's own face hardened. He met fist with fist. The massive fists, one large and beastly, the other smaller yet blazing with force, collided. A shockwave burst from the clash, tearing through the clouds beneath their feet. The sky island trembled, its firm foundation cracking. The clouds around them scattered into chaos. This was limit break, critical strike, the ultimate technique Rosinante had developed over the past year. It fused body limit release with violent pulse critical hit, his most powerful single blow. Normally, using body limit release alone came with immense physical damage and energy drain. When paired with the already taxing critical hit, it pushed the body far beyond safe limits. Unless absolutely necessary, Rosinante never combined the two. The toll was just too great. But this limit break version of the critical strike was different. It was Rosinante's ultimate attack, his trump card. Without it, he'd never be satisfied. Though the silent fruit had granted him many clever powers over time, its offensive capabilities had always been a weak point. With the limit break critical strike, Rosinante finally filled that gap. It was the weapon that would elevate his combat prowess to an entirely new tier, something he would never give up. And now, that ultimate technique had finally seen the light of day. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvenKing20. Chapter 43-44, Dimensional Strike. Rosinante had only learned the basics of the crushing fist technique. His so-called crushing fist critical blow was developed by himself based on some theoretical aspects of the technique, combined with his mastery of observation haki through constant refinement and research. The reason his punch carried such extreme penetrative force was because Rosinante compressed and stored his strength, shaping it into thread-like strands of energy. When he struck, he embedded these fine threads of force into his opponent's body. During the punch, if these threads dispersed even slightly, the whole move would lose its penetrative edge. Only by keeping them tightly bound could the punch pierce through. This alone was already extremely difficult to control under normal circumstances, let alone in his self-imposed limiter silence state. In that state, Rosinante could unleash his maximum potential. Without any self-imposed restrictions, his stored power reached terrifying levels. But the greater the power, the harder it became to control. Hence, maintaining the thread-like force during a critical blow became nearly impossible. This was exactly why, despite accumulating 30 times his usual strength, he could only release the equivalent of 8 times the attack power. So, instead of trying to maintain the penetrative precision of a crushing fist critical blow, Rosinante developed a new form of attack, the limit breaker critical blow. Unlike the precision focus technique, this one fully embraced brute force explosiveness. He compressed all his power into a single point and released it in one instant, creating an overwhelming burst of raw force and impact. It resembled the monster strength punch from Naruto, but Rosinante didn't have chakra. This was pure physical technique. Coupled with his limiter silence state, each punch pushed beyond even his own physical limit, hence the name limit breaker critical blow. In terms of sheer explosive output, it was several times stronger than the crushing fist version, but it came at the cost of finesse and sustainability. Boom! Two fists collided, one massive, one small, and for a moment, their power was evenly matched. But Rosinante's attack was all about the burst. When that burst failed to overwhelm Kaido's raw power, the moment it passed, Rosinante was immediately blasted backward. So that's how it is. Kaido sneered, baring his teeth in a savage grin. At first, he'd been momentarily stunned by the force of Rosinante's punch, but when he saw him get knocked back, he immediately understood the trick. That was a damn good punch. But why didn't it kill me? If you can't kill me, then it's your turn to die. Kaido's eyes gleamed dangerously. His fists shot out one after another, each blow packing just as much force as Rosinante's limit breaker critical. Rosinante's expression shifted. He swung both arms furiously, punching out limit breakers in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky trembled from their blows. The floating island cracked inch by inch from the seismic impacts. So strong, both of them. The first division members who had yet to evacuate stood in stunned awe. Our captain's getting stronger by the second. Jack grinned, eyes wide. Jack, it's time to fall back. Binns called out from the side. The battle's going to escalate. This area will be dragged into the chaos. I'm not that fragile. Jack snapped back. Captain Strong, yeah, but he's still not that monster's match just yet. Aren't you going to call for reinforcements? Jack asked. Brrrr brrrr brrrr. The den mushy buzzed. This is Binns, Binns answered swiftly. Commander, we're ready. The operation can begin, a voice came through. Understood. I've locked onto the coordinates on my side, Binns replied and hung up. We're heading to support His Majesty now. But before that, we've got to complete the mission he assigned me. Binns stomped the ground, and a black hole suddenly opened beneath Jack. Jack instantly fell through. Damn it! Jack shouted, glaring at Binns before he vanished into the darkness. But even then, he didn't struggle much. You all need to get moving, too. Binns turned to Sol. Understood, I'll speed up the retreat, Sol nodded. Binns gave a firm nod, then stepped into a wormhole and disappeared. Hurry. Full evacuation now. Sol barked, glancing at the battlefield where Rosinante and Kaido's fight had reached a crescendo. Elsewhere, in a grand palace on the Sky Island Birka, the blood-sworn royal guards had fully assembled. Each member stood at attention, fully equipped and battle-ready. Is everyone ready? This is our first live combat using Dimensional Strike, and we're doing it in front of His Majesty. Don't let him down. Binns ordered. Primary breachers in position. Said Ryan. Primary distractors ready. Replied Shaxiea, dressed in a sharp-made uniform. Snipers in place. Declared a group holding unusual long-barreled weapons. Enel didn't say anything but stood firm. Good. Our target this time is Kaido of the Beasts. Most of you know the name, he's the lunatic who goes around challenging people to fights and trying to get himself killed. He's fought solo against the Navy and even Whitebeard. I just saw him battle His Majesty, and I can say this for sure, he's even stronger than the rumors. We can't afford even a single mistake, Binns warned. Yes, sir. The team shouted in unison. Then begin Operation Dimensional Strike. Everyone to your stations. Opening Wormhole 1, primary breachers, ready. Binns commanded. At the same time, a tiny wormhole opened near Binns' eyes, giving him a real-time view of the battle in the sky between Rosinante and Kaido. Ryan and Winter stepped up solemnly, each holding a wooden staff threaded with laser shells. They stood before a massive mirror marked with the number 1. All around the hall were mirrors of various sizes, labeled 1, 2, 3, and so on. 3, 2, 1, Wormhole 1, open. Binns shouted. Boom. Rosinante was blown backward again by Kaido's punch. Kaido grinned and was about to pursue, when suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Laser shell. Twin beams of searing light burst from their staffs, forming glowing laser swords that slashed toward Kaido's waist from both sides. Clang. Sparks flew. The blades actually struck Kaido's body and sparked like hitting steel. The 2 figures zipped past Kaido's sides and disappeared into another wormhole behind him. Wormhole 1 hit the target. No damage, no damage. Reattempt. Primary breachers, stand by. Wormhole 2, distractors, ready. Wormhole 3, Enel, stand by for thunder support. Binns barked. Understood. Said Winter. Roger. Replied Shaxiea. Why yes sir. Enel stammered nervously. Kaido looked back with a confused glance, but didn't pay it much attention. He continued charging toward Rosinante. The attack had been surprising, but for someone like Kaido, it was little more than an itch. So it's begun. Dimensional strike, huh? Rosinante muttered. Then I'll add a little more force. Flash step. Rosinante. In a blink, Rosinante vanished from view and reappeared as a beam of light, slamming into Kaido like a thunderbolt. Boom. A deafening shockwave erupted. Rosinante's fist landed square on Kaido's face, so hard that the beast's nearly indestructible features actually contorted from the blow. Kaido froze for a moment, clearly surprised. That speed was far beyond what he had anticipated. Chapter 44-45 The sniping begins. Normally, when Rosinante moved, he would silence both friction and drag, allowing his speed to increase drastically. If he also silenced sound and breath, then with silent motion combined with incredible speed, most people would have no chance of detecting his movements or attacks. That worked fine against regular opponents, but against a monster like Kaido, it hardly made any difference. Not only did Kaido possess superhuman vision, but his instincts were also razor-sharp. It was nearly impossible for Rosinante to completely conceal himself from such a beast. While Rosinante was indeed fast, speed alone wasn't enough. Kaido's extraordinary eyesight could easily track his movements. At most, Rosinante could catch him off guard for a second. But once Kaido adjusted, Rosinante's acceleration tricks no longer worked. However, just now, Rosinante's speed had far surpassed Kaido's expectations. Despite Kaido's phenomenal vision, all he caught was a fleeting flash of light, barely a glimmer. In most battles, Rosinante didn't silence gravity. Even in emergencies requiring full acceleration, he'd only partially mute it. Silencing gravity entirely would place him in a weightless state. While this allowed him to reach unimaginable speeds and gave him the ability to fly, it was useful mainly for travel, not combat. In battle, weightlessness made it nearly impossible to control speed and direction, often causing him to miss his target and crash around wildly. Over the past year, Rosinante had rigorously trained to control his body in this zero-gravity state. Though he hadn't mastered it completely, he had learned enough to begin using it in actual combat. From this training, he developed a technique called Flying Shadow. Flying Shadow was executed by entering a weightless state, then accelerating and striking at full force. The speed was so extreme that even Kaido struggled to keep up. At the moment of impact, Rosinante would suddenly release the silenced gravity. This produced a shockwave of velocity and power, an impact like a falling star, that created immense force upon contact. This was the Flying Shadow technique. That speed, you bastard. That actually hurt. Kaido growled, coldly glaring at Rosinante. As a certain sneaky figure once said, speed is power. When speed reaches a certain threshold, even the smallest amount of force can unleash devastating strength. This was the essence of turning speed into destructive power. And Rosinante's strength was already formidable to begin with. That punch had hurt Kaido enough to make even his monstrous body feel genuine pain. Enraged, Kaido snarled and swung a palm down toward Rosinante. Wormhole 1, open. Target, Kaido's arm. 3, 2, 1. Bins barked. As his voice fell, Ryan and Winter charged toward a mirror, holding their laser shells. Miraculously, the moment they touched the mirror, its surface rippled like water, letting them pass through without resistance. Kaido's massive palm came crashing down toward Rosinante. Rosinante darted backward at lightning speed to dodge, but Kaido's hand followed him swiftly and relentlessly. Suddenly, whoosh, two figures burst out from below Kaido's arm. Laser shell. They shouted, slashing upward with enormous laser blades. Kaido's palm was mid-swing when it collided with their assault, and arg. Blood sprayed from Kaido's arm. The laser swords had sliced two long, deep gashes into his flesh. Ironically, the reason the attack worked so well was mostly because of Kaido himself. It was the sheer force behind his own strike that caused his arm to crash directly into the laser blades, creating such devastating wounds. Portal 1, direct hit. Target damaged. Repeat, target damaged. Portal 2, commence suppression. Binza's expression shifted drastically. Seeing the wounds on his arm, Kaido flew into a rage and slammed a fist toward Winter. At that moment, Portal 2 had yet to open. Kaido's gigantic fist was just about to land on the pair when suddenly, a stream of Cloud River surged forward, wrapping around his fist and restraining him. But Kaido's power was no joke. The Cloud River could only restrain him for a moment before his brute strength tore it apart, and he resumed his attack toward Winter and Ryan. Fortunately, that 1 second delay was just enough for them to escape. What kind of monster is this? My Cloud River only held him for a second. Shaxia said, face full of shock. Kaido's power might be on par with the Navy hero Garp. For your Cloud River to restrain him for even a second is already amazing. Increase restraint strength. Enel, prepare your Thunderstrike. Bins commanded. Understood. Shaxia raised her hands, summoning several more streams of Cloud River to entangle Kaido. Understood. Enel responded, lightning crackling violently all over his body. As Enel's thunder surged, the others instinctively moved back. Lightning? Is that a Logia-type devil fruit? Looks like it. That should be the Rumble fruit, rumored to be the strongest offensive fruit among the Logia types. His Majesty has been searching for it for years. Didn't expect you to be the one to eat it. Focus. We're still in battle. Enel, get ready. Portal 3 is about to open. Unleash your full Thunderstrike into the mirror. Bins bellowed. Thanks to the training under Bins, his orders carried weight. The entire team immediately focused as he spoke. Yes, understood. Enel shouted. 3, 2, 1, Portal 3, open. Enel. Bins called. Got it. Thunder release. Enel roared as bolts of lightning surged from his hands and blasted into the wormhole. Roar. Kaido punched again, but only hit empty air. Enraged, he howled furiously. Then, more streams of Cloud River surged toward him. Kaido roared again, swinging his arms to disperse them, only to be struck by streaks of lightning riding along the Cloud Rivers, coursing across his entire body. The lightning might have been devastating to others, but to a freak like Kaido, it was barely even irritating. That didn't seem to do anything. Enel muttered, watching through the portal. With his innate observation haki awakened since childhood, and enhanced even further by consuming the Rumble fruit, Enel could clearly perceive most of what was happening on the other side of the wormhole. Keep discharging. Bins ordered. Enel nodded, continuing to pour out high-voltage lightning. While the lightning didn't physically harm Kaido, the continuous shocks did induce mild paralysis. That slight paralysis didn't do much alone, but as it accumulated, Kaido's movements began to slow ever so slightly. His massive strength and techniques weren't being fully unleashed. Now's our chance. Limit break, crushing fist barrage. Rosinante saw the opening. He instantly silenced all internal limiters and threw his fists forward at blinding speed. One after another, powerful shockwave punches tore through the air. He chose the crushing fist barrage instead of the ultimate move for a reason. The ultimate move, limit break, critical blow, focused all power into a single explosive punch, but once that force left the fist, it scattered and lacked ranged impact. On the other hand, while the crushing fist had less power, it retained its force across distance, perfect for this moment. With Kaido surrounded by electricity, Rocinante couldn't get too close without being electrocuted himself. Sure, he could silence the electricity using his fruit ability, but doing so might inadvertently help Kaido recover. That's why he opted for the crushing fist barrage. Though the ultimate crushing fist hurt his own body, now wasn't the time to worry about pain. Boom, 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 the barrage of punches slammed into Kaido, one after another. You bastard, are you trying to tickle me? Kaido growled, then swung a fist toward Rocinante, one that was still crackling with Enel's lightning. Not so fast. Shaxia shouted. Seeing Kaido's punch heading for Rocinante, she summoned her Cloud Rivers once more, wrapping tightly around Kaido. Over the past year, Shaxia's strength had grown tremendously, and her Devil Fruit abilities had become much more powerful. One stream couldn't hold Kaido. Then she used two. Two not enough. Try 3. 13 streams of raging Cloud River spiraled around him, unleashing a storm-like force that finally held Kaido in place. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvinKing20. Chapter 45-46, The Silent Fruit's Strongest Attack Method. Sniper Squad, prepare immediately. Kaido has entered the interception zone. Wormhole number 4 is about to open. Binge shouted. Ready. Several sniper team members responded, holding bizarre-looking rifles. Wormhole number 4 is open. Binge bellowed. Wormhole number 4 was composed of a row of small circular mirrors, and the snipers aimed their guns precisely at these mirrors. The moment Binge shouted that the wormhole was open, the snipers saw Kaido on the other side, and almost simultaneously, they pulled their triggers. Bullets blasted out from those strange sniper rifles at breakneck speed. Pft, pft, pft. Kaido was shot in the forehead, temples, throat, and both eyes at once. Blood spurted violently from each of those wounds. Aik. That hurts. Kaido roared, clutching his bleeding eyes and shaking his head furiously. These strange guns were in fact an ingenious fusion of the impact dials from Skypiea and advanced firearms from Qingdao, repurposed into anti-Kaido snipers. Combined with Rocinante's own invented bullets, their penetration power was terrifying, likely the most powerful sniper weapons in the world. Kaido, already paralyzed by electricity, had been struck from close range. Impact dials produce shock forces 10 times stronger than ordinary impact shells. When used as propellants in guns, the shock force became immense. Under such extreme impact, it pierced through Kaido, blood gushed from his eyes, and even though his forehead and throat were too tough to penetrate fully, they still bled. Just as everyone was about to cheer for a hard-won victory, Kaido removed his hand and opened his eyes again, though his pupils had turned blank and unfocused. For a behemoth like Kaido, even being shot through with sniper rounds didn't amount to serious injury. And with his monstrous regenerative ability, even those wounds were already healing. What kind of monster is this? His temples and eyes were shot through, and he's completely fine. The snipers exclaimed in horror. Rah! Kaido let out a furious roar that echoed like a dragon's howl. A savage and domineering aura exploded from his body like a primeval beast awakening from slumber. The clouds trembled. A devastating power burst from Kaido's body, and in an instant, he broke free from the lightning restraints and the cloud chains, charging straight toward Rocinante in a crazed rampage. This is bad. Kaido's gone berserk. Rocinante exclaimed in shock. Before Rocinante could even react fully, Kaido was already in front of him, swinging a massive fist down toward his head. Shadow flash, rapid blink. Rocinante unleashed his speed to the absolute limit, zipping through the air in blinding streaks of motion. Each flash of light marked his rapid movement, and in a storm of phantom steps, his strike slammed into Kaido. Despite the enormous difference in size between them, Rocinante's furious assault caused Kaido to stagger repeatedly. The Shadow Flash technique combined lightning-fast speed and stealth, making it impossible for Kaido to locate Rocinante's position. All he could do was weather the flurry of attacks blindly. But no matter how fiercely Rocinante attacked, his blows couldn't inflict significant harm. Kaido's defensive prowess was nearly impenetrable, and his regenerative ability was even more insane than Rocinante's own injury-suppressing technique. Any injuries Rocinante managed to deal were instantly healed. Worse still, Rocinante himself was starting to breathe heavily, exhausting himself with every high-powered blow. Just as Rocinante was racking his brain for a solution, Kaido suddenly whipped his head around and, with terrifying precision, swatted at Rocinante mid-charge. Boom! Rocinante was blasted away by Kaido's massive palm. Shadow Flash was blindingly fast, even Rocinante had trouble fully controlling it. At such breakneck speed, he couldn't change direction easily. Normally, his hidden presence and blinding speed made him undetectable, even to the most perceptive opponents. But once someone was able to sense his movements and match his speed, this kind of perfect ambush could instantly turn into a disastrous counter. That palm strike hit him dead on. Rocinante had zero time to react. It was like he'd just thrown himself at Kaido to be smacked away. This guy is a total freak. Even though he couldn't sense my presence, his instincts alone let him strike so precisely. What a monster, Rocinante muttered as he stood back up, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. He had taken some serious damage from that palm strike. Although the injuries had been muted by his silent healing ability, the blood he coughed up when hit still lingered on his lips. "You're not bad yourself. To fight me for this long, and still stand after taking a direct hit, impressive. You're worth fighting," Kaido said, eyes flashing with killing intent and madness as he charged at Rosinante once again. Just then, the cloud chains reappeared, wrapping around Kaido and slowing his charge. "You annoying rats. Get lost." Kaido roared, and a wave of power exploded from his body, shattering the cloud restraints. "Impossible." 4 chains shattered instantly. Shaxia cried out in disbelief. As she gasped in shock, Kaido's punch had already been launched, straight toward the black hole that connected to her. "Not good." Bin's expression changed drastically and he immediately shut down the wormhole. Fortunately, Bin's was fast. Before Kaido's fist could cross through, the wormhole closed just in time. However, the shockwave from that punch still passed through the collapsing portal, blasting Shaxia backwards and slamming her into one of the palace pillars. But Kaido didn't stop. He turned and charged toward Rosinante again, fists swinging like wrecking balls. "Assault team, support. Get ready to support." Bin's was terrified by Kaido's frenzied assault. The power in Kaido's fists made him fear for Rosinante's life. In response, Ryan and Winter suddenly appeared in front of Kaido, wielding laser blades powered by light dials. Without a word, they struck at Kaido's arms. "Don't annoy me," Kaido bellowed. With a roar like a primordial beast, his aura blasted out, causing Ryan and Winter to falter in mid-attack. Kaido's massive fist swept out toward them. Crack! The laser swords shattered. Ryan and Winter were both sent flying, coughing up blood in unison. The immense damage overwhelmed their injury suppression abilities, draining their stamina entirely, only barely preserving their lives. Kaido was momentarily stunned when he sensed they still had a faint breath left in them. That punch had carried 7 to 80% of his full strength. If these two were just normal grunts, they should have been pulverized on the spot. The fact that they weren't enraged Kaido even more. He raised his fist again, intending to crush the 2 annoying flies for good. Shadow flash. Rosinante's face turned grim. He shot out like a streak of lightning, launching a high-speed kick to intercept Kaido's attack. Rosinante's kick collided directly with Kaido's punch. A massive force surged through Rosinante's leg, forcing him backward against his will. But Rosinante knew, if he retreated now, Ryan and Winter were dead for sure. Silence, attack null. In a flash, Rosinante activated his devil fruit power to silence the force on his own leg. Simultaneously, he spun mid-air and launched another strike at Kaido. And in that very moment, an idea struck him. Rosinante released the silenced power from earlier. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of force from his leg actually pushed Kaido back 3 steps. That kick didn't just carry Rosinante's own strength, it also carried the redirected force of Kaido's own punch. As mentioned before, the silence fruit merely silences force temporarily, it doesn't erase it. That force still exists, lying dormant until released. This was different from muting an enemy's attack. When force was applied to Rosinante's body and then silenced, it remained within him, waiting. Once released, it still acted on him, but if redirected cleverly, it could become his own weapon. This kick had taken the power Kaido used on Rosinante, reversed its direction, and smashed it back at Kaido. Incredible. So it can be used this way too. Rosinante's eyes lit up in sudden realization. What had been just a spontaneous idea had now sparked a whole new strategy in his mind. All this time, Rosinante's biggest weakness was his lack of raw offensive power. Even though the silence fruit had granted him all kinds of creative abilities, he had never managed to develop a truly devastating attack technique. But now, this sudden inspiration, this might be the most perfect offensive use of the silence fruit yet. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 46-47, From here on, it's my fight alone. Bloodsworn guards, listen up. Your mission is over. Everyone, fall back. From here on out, this is my battle alone. Rosinante suddenly took out a den mushi and, after speaking a single sentence into it, tossed it aside without hesitation. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with an intense light, and his face was filled with excitement. Without waiting for anything else, he charged straight at Kaido. Kaido, let's have a head-on, no-holds-barred battle. Rosinante's face brimmed with madness as he lunged at Kaido, launching a ferocious provocation. You brat. I'll remember you. Kaido roared, equally frenzied, throwing a punch straight at Rosinante. Their massive fists collided in midair, and the resulting shockwave was so intense it seemed to shake the very heavens. Attack silence. Feeling a tremendous force surge through his fist, Rosinante didn't try to resist it with his own strength, nor did he back off to deflect it. Instead, he activated his devil fruit power and silenced the force entirely. The massive energy that had slammed into Rosinante dissipated into stillness because of his fruit's ability, it no longer had any effect. And in the next instant, Rosinante threw out another punch. Kaido wasn't about to back down. Though he had no idea how Rosinante had suddenly gained the power to stand toe-to-toe with him, when it came to sheer force and direct confrontation, who had Kaido ever feared? He answered with a thunderous punch of his own, each strike stronger than the last. Attack silence. Attack silence. Rosinante met each blow head-on, his fists clashing with Kaido's again and again, silencing each wave of force the moment it made contact. Under normal circumstances, this was a terrible strategy in battle. After all, these attacks were actually hitting him. Silencing them after they'd landed meant the damage was only paused, not gone. The forces he'd silenced still existed, dormant within him. Once the silence was lifted, all that accumulated power would surge back. If he wasn't careful, they could rip him apart from the inside. But even if I don't fully understand how you're suddenly withstanding my blows, Kaido growled, don't think that's all I've got. You've earned the right to face my full power. Today, you'll see the might of Kaido of the beasts. His eyes turned savage, like a primeval beast awakening. An overwhelming aura burst forth from his body. Then bring everything you've got. Rozinante roared back, a domineering force erupting from him in response. Their wills clashed, and the sky filled with violent black lightning crackling between them. The clouds above churned as if reacting to the storm of their confrontation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Bins and the others heard Rozinante's voice through the den mushi and their expressions changed drastically. Follow His Majesty's orders, Bin said after a moment. The dimensional assault is over. The operation has failed. The declaration fell like a hammer. Silence spread among the troops. This had been their first attempt at a dimensional assault, and ending it like this left them full of regret. What are you all still standing around for? Even if His Majesty hadn't said it, we should have realized by now, this mission was doomed. None of our weapons, not even the laser shells or the modified sniper guns using impact dials, could truly threaten Kaido. Against a monster like him, if you can't kill him in one blow, you've already lost. Binza's voice grew grim. But His Majesty told us, failure isn't what we should fear. The key to growing stronger lies in understanding our failures. Now execute the order. Retrieve Ryan and Winter, and withdraw. Besides, Bins added, glancing toward the energy surging from the battlefield, we couldn't participate in that fight even if we stayed. It's no longer a battle we can interfere with. Conqueror's Haki. Kaido's eyes narrowed. Didn't think I'd run into another user up here on Sky Island. Kid, tell me your name. After I kill you, I'll build you a grave, etch your name into it, and make sure the whole sea knows it. Anyone who pushes me to use my full power isn't just some nameless runt. Rozinante. My name is Rozinante. Remember it well. That's the name of the man who's going to defeat you. Rozinante shouted. Kaido let out a cold, savage laugh. Then both men moved at once, fists colliding with devastating force. Boom. Their fists clashed, and Rozinante felt an unstoppable wave of power surge through him. Blood burst from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. Attack silence. He triggered his power mid-retreat, neutralizing the force just before it could shred him apart. Suddenly, Rozinante's expression changed. Twisting in midair, he spun and drove his elbow toward Kaido. Attack release. With that mighty elbow strike, Rozinante simultaneously unleashed all the silenced forces he had stored within his body. Kaido, seeing the elbow coming, responded with one of his own. The two arms collided with earth-shattering force. The sky itself was torn open by the residual shockwave. Boom. Kaido was overwhelmed by the torrent of released power. Even his expression shifted. The strength behind Rozinante's strike was immense. Unable to fully withstand the blow, Kaido staggered back. Then a final surge of power slammed into him, causing his eyes to go wide. Crash. Kaido's massive body was flung backward, crashing into a colossal cloud island. The island shattered under the impact, reduced to debris. Rozinante. Kaido roared, pushing aside the remains of the island cloud as he charged back toward Rozinante. Kaido. Rozinante shouted back, launching himself forward to meet Kaido again. Cloud roll. A wormhole opened up, and a swirl of cloud pulled Ryan and Winter inside, retrieving them from the battlefield just in time. Moments later, Rozinante and Kaido collided once again. Pfft. Even though Rozinante had braced himself, the impact still made him cough up blood on the spot. The immense force surged down his arm, smashing into his internal organs, until his silence fruit power swept over it, quieting the injury and dispersing the impact. Once silenced, Rozinante immediately retaliated with another strike. Boom. This time, he added his flying shadow technique to his elbow strike, slamming it hard into Kaido's abdomen. The combination of flying shadow and the unleashed stored attacks from before forced Kaido to cough up blood. His body rocked with the blow. Ha ha ha. This is what pain feels like. The sting of death. Rozinante, can you kill me? Kaido's face contorted in agony, but his expression twisted into one of bloodlust and madness. With a wild laugh, he launched an even more vicious attack at Rozinante. The two clashed again, their battle intensifying. Each shockwave from their blows rippled through the entire Sky Island. The sea of clouds boiled and roared, and the floating islands trembled and cracked apart, collapsing into the abyss below. How are they? Bins asked, looking at the unconscious Ryan and Winter. This Kaido really is a monster, the medic from the Sworn Blood Guard said grimly. If it weren't for His Majesty's healing seal locking in their lives, they'd be dead a dozen times over by now. Their physical strength has been completely drained just to maintain a single breath. We need to pump them full of high-grade medicine to restore their stamina. Only then can the healing seal suppress their injuries. T/N. 50% off on Patreon for next 3 days, smiley face. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 47-48, looks like I messed up. Upon hearing the doctor's words, all the blood-sworn guards present changed expressions at once, horror overtaking their faces. When they first saw Orion and Winter unconscious, they already understood how terrifying and monstrous Kaido's power was. But only now, after listening to the doctor, did they realize they had still underestimated the horror that was Kaido. That level of strength, it might very well be on par with the legendary marine hero, Garp. And they knew for a fact that Winter had fought alongside them during the siege on Garp. Yet even then, Garp's attacks hadn't left Winter in such a miserable state. What they didn't realize was that although Garp was monstrously strong, he wasn't as vicious as Kaido. As a marine, Garp had his limits. He wouldn't strike to utterly destroy a person. So even when going all out, he held back. Kaido, he didn't care one bit. He crushed enemies like bugs, his strikes often turning people into paste without a second thought. Earlier, he viewed Ryan and Winter as annoying little flies, so that punch he landed on them was practically all his strength. Had it not been for Rosinante's healing seal holding their lives together by a thread, both men would have been obliterated on the spot. Besides, when they fought Garp, Winter had been empowered by Rosinante's self-restraint silence technique, which drastically boosted his strength. Back then, the main attackers had been Rosinante Katakuri, Realman, and Jack. Winter had been barely involved. Kaido is too strong. Can His Majesty really handle him alone? Shaxia asked, frowning deeply. In the current situation, there's no way we can intervene, Bin said gravely. All we can do is hope His Majesty has the strength to overcome Kaido. That said, you and the snipers need to be ready at all times. I'll keep eyes on the battlefield. The moment His Majesty shows any sign of danger, you provide cover and extract him immediately. Understood. Shaxia and the snipers responded in unison. Binz had made a sound tactical plan, but even he had underestimated the destructive scale of the battle between Kaido and Rosinante. Kill me, or I'll kill you. Kaido roared, launching a punch wreathed in fury. As you wish. Attack release plus extreme critical. Rosinante shouted, channeling Kaido's own force against him by compressing it just slightly and returning it via a brutal elbow strike. Their attacks collided, and the resulting explosion shattered the White Sea across 100 miles around them. The two plummeted from the sky, then resumed their battle right on the remains of the White Sea. Unfortunately, Binz couldn't open a wormhole from long range without a proper lock-on. And now, with the White Sea broken, there was nothing for him to use as a reference point. His face twisted with urgency as he acted. Binz opened a wormhole and had Shaxia lay down a cloud path to reach the battlefield. Together, they descended rapidly, but by the time they arrived, Kaido and Rosinante had already vanished, leaving only shattered clouds in their wake. Of course they couldn't find them. After crashing into the White Sea, Rosinante and Kaido had utterly destroyed it. And from there, they both fell once more, plummeting downward again. But even falling from the sky didn't stop the two monsters. Rosinante had the levitation powers of the Silence Gravity Fruit. Kaido was the so-called strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Both of them could battle mid-air. And that's exactly what they did. Wrath of the Beasts. Kaido howled as dragon scales across his body lit with heat. A fearsome, unparalleled power erupted from within him. Attack silence. Rosinante gritted his teeth, forcefully withstanding the monstrous force using the healing lock to keep himself from being crushed. Then, attack release plus extreme critical. He screamed, gathering all his strength into a compressed counterattack. Die. The two roared simultaneously, their fists and elbows colliding. An unfathomable explosion rippled from the impact point. It was like a nuclear blast had gone off. Rosinante was launched away like a shooting star under an overwhelming force. Kaido wasn't spared either, his massive body was also flung backward like a streaking comet. For the rabid pirates, this was a day they would never forget. Today was supposed to be their great day, charging off to challenge the Grand Line. Their entire crew stood proud aboard their brand new warship, a vessel painstakingly constructed for the purpose of conquering the Grand Line. Their hearts were ablaze with ambition, dreams of ruling the seas, of becoming Pirate King. Then, from the horizon, a beam of light shot toward them. Before anyone could react, the light slammed into their ship with catastrophic force. The warship, built with a fortune, was reduced to splinters in an instant. The rabid pirates were sent flying into the air, then dropped unceremoniously into the sea. My ship, what the hell was that? The rabid screamed, staring at the splinters of his once mighty vessel. His anguish nearly caused him to pass out on the spot. Captain, I think that thing was a person. The lookout stammered. Bullshit. Don't talk nonsense. How could that possibly be a person? The rabid pirate's captain snarled, glaring at the lookout. But I swear, Captain, it looked like a human shape inside the light. If it wasn't a person, what else could it be? The lookout insisted. No, this is the Grand Line fighting back against me. The rabid declared, utterly convinced of his own grandeur. It fears that I'll conquer it, that I'll become Pirate King. That must be it. Wow, the captain's incredible. The crew echoed, feeding his delusions. Captain, Suddenly, another crewman shouted in panic. What? The rabid snapped, still lost in his own glory. SC King. The crewman screamed. The rabbit spun around, and his face went pale. A massive sea king was charging straight toward them. Why didn't you say something sooner? Jump. Everybody jump. The rabbit screamed in terror. The crew scattered, leaping overboard in a frenzy. But they were just ordinary pirates. This wasn't Rayleigh we were talking about. They had no hope of outswimming a sea king. Meanwhile, Rosinante's body, after smashing through the rabid pirate's ship, skimmed across the sea like a skipping stone. He didn't even know what he'd hit, only that it was obliterated on impact. Then came the water. Rosinante bounced and tumbled across the ocean surface endlessly. He had no idea how far he'd flown. No idea how long he'd been drifting. Half his body had sunk into the seawater, sapping his strength and dulling his senses. His consciousness began to fade. Finally, he collided with something hard. His battered body came to a stop. And then, darkness. Looks like I really pushed it too far this time. That was Rosinante's last thought before everything went black. T/N. 50% off on Patreon for the next 2 days, smiley face. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/ElvinKing20. Chapter 48-49, Keep Screaming Monster, and I'll Make You. No one knew how long had passed before Rosinante slowly regained consciousness. As he gradually opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a little girl standing quietly beside him. She was watching him with wide, curious eyes, a hint of wonder playing across her innocent face. Nico Robin. Rosinante blinked in surprise. He recognized her instantly. This little girl was none other than Robin from her childhood days. You know me? Have we met before? I don't remember ever seeing you, Robin asked, tilting her head slightly in confusion at hearing her name from a stranger. So it really is Nico Robin, which means this place is O'Hara. Rosinante slowly got up, his body aching, but his tone soft. Did you save me, little one? He didn't answer her question directly. What was he supposed to say? That he recognized her because he had watched her in an anime in a past life. Yes, this is O'Hara, Robin nodded. I saw you passed out on the shore and dragged you back. I just patched you up a little, it wasn't really saving you. Well, I'm still grateful, Rosinante said, patting her gently on the head. It must have been hard getting me here. Not at all. I'm a monster, after all, Robin said calmly, not flinching away from the head pat. With a small wave of her hand, petals fluttered around, and an extra hand appeared out of thin air. Haha, that's no monster, Rosinante chuckled. That's a devil fruit ability, something many people across the seas dream of having. If that makes you a monster, then I must be a great monster, since I'm also a devil fruit user. You can make hands appear too? Robin asked in amazement. Not quite. Devil fruits grant all kinds of powers, and each fruit is unique. The one you ate is the Hana Hana no Mi, flower fruit. Mine is the silence fruit. It allows me to suppress all sound, Rosinante explained with a smile. That sounds useless, Robin bluntly remarked. Abilities aren't about how flashy they are. It's about how well you can develop them, Rosinante sighed, rolling his eyes. There's a saying, there are no useless devil fruits, only useless users. Even the silence fruit, if mastered, can have unimaginable uses. Hee, don't worry. I won't make fun of you, Robin giggled. Yeah, not like you'd understand even if I explained the rest, Rosinante muttered. By the way, how did you end up passed out on the beach? Robin asked curiously. Did pirates attack you, or did you get caught in a storm? I think I pushed myself too far, Rosinante said with a wry smile. He really had overdone it this time. In order to test the full effects of his attack-release ability, he had gone all out, unrestrained and reckless, in a battle against Kaido. Yes, that Kaido. By the time he realized things had gone sideways and tried to retreat, it was already too late. Kaido, the so-called strongest creature alive, wasn't someone you could just walk away from once the fight began, especially not when Rosinante had lost his aerial advantage. All he could do was fight tooth and nail, using his recovery seal to hold his injuries in check. He managed to survive, barely. But the battle had pushed his wounds far beyond what he expected. The injuries sealed within him were already at their limit. If he didn't take time to rest and recover, they could erupt at any moment and overwhelm him. So, Rosinante made a decision. He would stay in O'Hara for a while. First, because of his injuries, sailing in his condition was too risky. If anything happened out at sea and his wounds broke through the seal, it could mean death. Second, because Robin had saved him. He owed her. Without this chance meeting, Rosinante wouldn't have gone out of his way to help her, even if she was an important character in the original story. But fate had crossed their paths, and she'd pulled him from death's door. He couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer the same cruel fate as in the original timeline. At the very least, he would ensure her mother survived. That would be enough to repay her. Not long after, Rosinante built a small wooden cabin in the forest behind O'Hara and began his recovery there. Robin sat alone in the woods, reading with intense focus. Books had always been her world. Since childhood, she had loved reading, and because of her powers, ignorant villagers labeled her a monster and avoided her. Without friends, she had buried herself in the world of knowledge. Hey, there's Robin. Let's teach that freak a lesson. Just as she was immersed in her book, several childish voices came from the bushes. She turned in time to see a tomato flying at her face. Before she could dodge, smack, it hit her squarely on the forehead. Juice splattered over her clothes and face. Haha, bullseye. You, stupid monster. You're disgusting. Monster. 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 The words echoed again and again. Annoyed at having her peaceful reading ruined, and tired of these brats calling her that name, Robin had had enough. With a graceful wave, petals swirled, and several small arms formed in the air, slapping the offending child lightly on the head. Not enough to hurt, just enough to teach a lesson. Why the monster hit me. So scary. The kids ran off crying. Just you wait. One of them shouted while fleeing. Robin calmly wiped the tomato juice off her forehead and went back to her book. A short while later, heavy footsteps approached. Hey, you. A furious voice rang out. Robin looked up to see a middle-aged woman glaring at her. My child came home crying, saying you hit him for no reason. Don't ever go near my child again. She barked angrily. Robin glanced to the side and saw the same bratty kids from before sticking out their tongues and making faces at her. Say something, will you? The woman snapped, growing more agitated at Robin's silence. You're such an unpleasant little freak. Robin silently closed her book and started to rise. That's enough, a calm voice cut in. Before you go lecturing someone else's kid, maybe raise your own properly first. Rosinante walked over slowly. Big brother Rosinante. Robin's eyes lit up with surprise. Who the hell are you? The woman demanded. My child did nothing. That little monster bullied him. Oh, here we go again with the monster talk, Rosinante said, scratching his head in irritation. You ignorant lot are so damn annoying. You don't even understand what a devil fruit is. It's a treasure of the sea. A single devil fruit can be worth 100 million or even billions of berries. Oh, 100 million berries. The woman gasped. To her, that was a number beyond comprehension. Also, you really shouldn't go around calling people monsters, Rosinante said coldly. It really ticks me off. You wanna see what a monster can really do? A chilling aura began to radiate from Rosinante's body, his killing intent rising just enough to make a point. To a common woman, even that faint pressure was unbearable. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling. If I ever hear the word monster from any of you again, I'll show you what one is. Now get lost. Why yes. She stammered, scooping up her child and stumbling away in terror, tripping multiple times as she ran for the town. Rosinante had originally wanted to give her a real lesson. With his power, he could have easily rendered her mute for life. But in the end, he held back. There was no point arguing with an ignorant fool. Besides, in the near future, these people might not even survive. Robin watched the flustered woman run off and, for the first time in a long while, let out a genuine laugh. He he he. She chuckled, feeling immensely satisfied. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/elvenking20. Chapter 4950, The Aikido Principle, Using Force Against Force. Rosinante and what are you doing here? Robin asked curiously after the angry woman had fled in embarrassment. Oh, my injuries have pretty much healed up, so I thought I'd cook up a feast tomorrow to celebrate. Figured you'd be around here, so I came to invite you. Didn't expect to walk in on that scene, though, Rosinante replied with a laugh. It had already been over 6 months since Rosinante arrived at O'Hara. During that time, he had devoted himself entirely to healing in the back mountains of O'Hara. After all, he knew what was coming, the Buster Call, a total annihilation operation led by 5 vice-admirals and a fleet of battleships. And among those 5, 2 would later become admirals, already possessing near-admiral level strength at this stage. Facing such overwhelming military force, even someone like Rosinante didn't dare take it lightly. He had to ensure that when the time came, he'd be in peak condition, ready for whatever might happen. Now that his injuries had mostly recovered, Rosinante decided it was time to treat himself and thank Robin for saving his life. He figured she'd appreciate being invited to the feast, though he hadn't expected to get tangled in local drama along the way. I'd love to come. I'll be there for sure tomorrow, Robin said enthusiastically. The next day, Robin showed up outside Rosinante's small cabin in the woods. She pushed open the door and was stunned by what she saw, a long table stacked with an extravagant spread of food. Wow, it looks amazing. Robin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Perfect timing, Robin. Everything's ready. Don't expect too much, it's all pretty simple stuff. Next time I'll make you a real feast, Rosinante said with a grin. It's delicious. Robin said after taking a bite. She looked genuinely surprised. This was easily the best meal she'd had in her life. I'm glad you like it. Eat up, Rosinante said, chuckling as he added more food to her plate. After their little feast, Rosinante stepped outside to begin his training while Robin sat nearby with a book, immersed in reading. But after a while, she paused, closed her book, and turned her gaze toward Rosinante. She watched as he moved slowly and deliberately, each motion flowing into the next like water. His form seemed gentle, almost soft, and she couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was fighting? This slow, graceful movement. What Robin didn't know was that any modern-day person would instantly recognize what Rosinante was practicing, Aikido. That's right. Over the past 3 months, whenever he wasn't healing, Rosinante had poured all his effort into studying and refining Aikido. His battle with Kaido had taught him something critical. His unique fruit, the Silence Fruit, allowed him to absorb the power of enemy attacks and release it in return. But that release had always been crude, rigid, and extremely limited. It only worked because Kaido was the kind of brute who charged head-on. If he'd been up against a more agile or clever opponent, his clumsy counterattacks would have been almost useless. To truly wield that rechanneled power effectively in real combat, Rosinante needed control. He had to find a way to manipulate borrowed force smoothly, redirect it at will, and make it his own. And what technique embodied the art of redirecting force better than Aikido? He couldn't think of anything else. The concept of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, of turning an enemy's strength against them, this was the very soul of Aikido. That's why, during his recovery in O'Hara, Rosinante immersed himself in mastering this ancient martial art. Back in his old life, Rosinante had learned a few moves during military training. Like many modern young people, he admired Aikido in theory, but secretly felt it was kind of useless in real fights. In fact, he'd spent more effort learning explosive moves, which helped him grow strong quickly. But as his research into Aikido deepened, Rosinante realized just how profound it truly was. Even a lifetime of study might not be enough to fully grasp its intricacies. Of course, he wasn't aiming to become an Aikido master. All he wanted was to internalize the core principle, using force against force, so he could better develop his Silence Fruit's capabilities. Katakuri had spent over a year on Skypiea, researching and refining the observation haki method Rosinante had passed on. With Katakuri's incredible talent and deep understanding, he'd evolved it from MindNet 1.0 all the way to MindNet 7.0, a massive leap in both precision and depth. Now that Rosinante was training with this upgraded technique, his own observation haki had grown far beyond what it was a year ago. And combining that with his intensive Aikido training had finally led to a breakthrough. He had learned to truly control borrowed force. But even after gaining that control, Rosinante didn't stop practicing Aikido. Aikido, after all, wasn't just a martial art. It was based on the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the harmony of movement and breath. And the more Rosinante trained, the more he sensed something deeper awakening within him. He began to feel the intent behind each movement, a unique kind of fighting spirit, born from stillness. This Aikido intent not only refined his control over force, it elevated his entire body's awareness. His haki, his reflexes, even his ability to channel the power of his devil fruit, had all improved dramatically. In just 6 months of training Aikido, Rosinante had grown more than he had in a whole year of pushing himself to the limit on Skypiea. And so, he fell in love with Aikido. Truly, deeply, and irrevocably. T/N. Aikido is a Japanese martial art focused on using an opponent's force against them. It emphasizes joint locks, throws, and redirection rather than brute strength, making it more about control and precision than offense. Chapter 50-51, The World's Largest Library. Rosinante and I, what are you doing? That soft, slow movement, are you dancing? Robin couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and finally asked. This? What I'm practicing right now is an invincible martial art. Rosinante exhaled slowly and grinned. Dancing? Invincible? You're saying that soft, floaty dance is martial arts? Robin asked incredulously. It's not dance, it's martial art, like swordsmanship is for swordsmen, and boxing is for pugilists, Rosinante replied confidently. Martial art? It still looks like dancing. Robin muttered skeptically. It's martial arts. I'm telling you, once I master this move, I'll be invincible. Well, at least very few could match me. Even against the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, I could hold my own for a few exchanges. Rosinante said proudly. But how can such soft and gentle movements hurt anyone? How about I go find you some training methods from the Tree of Knowledge? Robin offered, tilting her head. There are training methods in the Tree of Knowledge. Rosinante asked, genuinely surprised. Of course. The Tree of Knowledge is the most complete library in the world. Naturally, there are texts on physical training methods, Robin said confidently. Hearing that, a thought stirred in Rosinante's heart. The Tree of Knowledge, reputed to house the world's most comprehensive collection of scholarly documents, a treasure trove of human civilization, was more than just a library. Unlike most people in this world who only pursued brute force, Rosinante understood that knowledge was the true driving force of progress. Robin's words sparked a bold idea. Wouldn't it be an irreparable loss if all those priceless texts were destroyed when the world government launched the Buster Call? Robin, do you know where I can find a Den Mushi? Rosinante asked. Dr. Clover has one. Do you need to make a call, Rosinante and I? Robin asked. Yeah, I suddenly want to make a very important call, Rosinante said casually. I'll go ask Dr. Clover. I'm sure he'll lend it to you. Robin beamed and ran toward the Tree of Knowledge. Little did Robin know that the reason Rosinante wanted the Den Mushi was to call someone to empty the Tree of Knowledge before the world government could. The Den Mushi he'd carried had been tossed away during his battle with Kaido. He had gotten carried away and simply discarded it. So during the past 6 months in O'Hara, he hadn't contacted Bins or anyone else from his camp. But he hadn't been worried. The Grey Kingdom had developed its own structure and could function without him for a while. His recovery had long since been confirmed, and as long as the squad leaders and the blood-sworn guards stayed in line, the country wouldn't fall into chaos. Still, Robin's mention of the Tree of Knowledge had triggered a realization. Perhaps it was time to act. If he could get someone to relocate all those books and documents during the Buster Call, he would preserve one of the world's most invaluable collections. Knowledge was power. It was also the true foundation of any great force. Why had the sea, despite being overrun by pirates, never managed to shake the world government? Because pirates, no matter how strong, had no foundation. Even the mighty Whitebeard pirates or Big Mom pirates were, in the eyes of the world government, little more than annoying gnats, dangerous but ultimately manageable. Over the course of 800 years, the world government had seen countless powerful pirate crews rise and fall. Never once had any of them truly threatened its reign. Why? Because pirates were just muscle without legacy. Their entire force relied on one overpowered captain. And time was their deadliest enemy. Even the strongest pirate ages, and when that day comes, the once dominant pirate crew crumbles to dust. Don't be fooled by the current might of Whitebeard or Big Mom. The world government barely took them seriously. Why? Because the government possessed what pirates lacked: deep, enduring foundations. Not just the celestial dragon's secrets, but the massive troves of technology, knowledge, and war potential that the world government controlled. If the government ever decided to truly go all in, they could wipe out any pirate crew on the planet with ease. The only reason they didn't was because they knew they could never eliminate the root cause, the hearts of men. Even if they eradicated all pirates today, new ones would rise tomorrow. And truth be told, the cost of wiping out every pirate would be too great, so they allowed the seas to remain wild, because pirates, in a twisted way, helped reinforce their own control. The chaos made common people cling tighter to the security the world government offered. So even if the celestial dragons acted like monsters, even if the world government was rotting from within, it still stood tall. Because to the world, there was always a bigger evil: pirates. Soon enough, Robin returned, and she brought someone with her. It was none other than the renowned Dr. Clover, the head librarian of the Tree of Knowledge and one of O'Hara's most esteemed scholars. Dr. Clover was visibly surprised when Robin told him she wanted to borrow a Den Den Mushi. He knew Robin's situation and doubted she had any urgent need to make calls. Could it be that she'd somehow gotten in contact with her mother, Olivia? Worried that Robin might be getting involved with something dangerous, or worse, tricked by the CP organization, which had recently increased activity in O'Hara, Dr. Clover asked her about it. That's when he learned about Rosinante. Now suspicious, Dr. Clover feared Rosinante might be a CP agent trying to manipulate Robin. So he used the phone request as an excuse to come along and see for himself. Rosinante and I. Robin waved cheerfully. This is Dr. Clover, my teacher at the Tree of Knowledge. Nice to meet you. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Dr. Clover looked at Rosinante curiously. I think today's the first time we've met, Rosinante replied with a smile. Dr. Clover nodded slightly and handed over a Den Den Mushi. Here's the phone you wanted. Thanks. Rosinante accepted it and immediately dialed a few numbers. Hello. A confused voice answered from the other end. It's me, Rosinante said calmly. Your Majesty. Bin's excited voice came through immediately. I'm currently in O'Hara, West Blue. You know where that is, right? Bring the team here right away, Rosinante ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Bin's replied without hesitation. Rosinante ended the call and handed the Den Den Mushi back to Dr. Clover. The old scholar took it slowly, then gave Rosinante a long, thoughtful look. From the way Binns had addressed him, it was clear Rosinante was no ordinary man. But at least, he wasn't a government spy.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.